Today is the 11th of April 2019, and this is a conversation between Emilio Longo and Paul Ingbretson. Paul, welcome to Skill-Based Art, a learning resource for art students and artist teachers. I'm excited to be speaking with you today, and I'm looking forward to learning more about your life through this interview.
Well, thank you, Emilio, very much for what you're doing. I hope this is of some benefit to somebody. And it's always appreciated to be able to talk about somebody like Gamel who meant so much to me, and also to share what I've done in my life. So it's always great. And I've done a whole bunch more, recently trying to get some marketing out there. So you're helping me out a little bit, I think.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for your time, Paul. So I want to begin with your early years. Now, Paul, you're an accomplished artist teacher and the director of Ingbretson Studio of Drawing and Painting, located in Lawrence, Massachusetts, as well as a contemporary scholar on the Boston School. Firstly, have you spent the majority of your life in Massachusetts?
Oh, yes, I have.
Oh, great.
I was born in Denver. I was there I guess I left when I was 18, and I have not been back to live. I've been out in the East Coast, mostly either New York or Boston.
Fantastic.
And now New Hampshire, New England is my home.
New England. Okay, great. Now, I understand as a young kid, you were taken aback by finely crafted representational artwork such as the portraits of Gilbert Stuart and earlier masters. Can you provide a general overview of your childhood and your encounter with these works?
Sure. To me, it's an amusing question. It took me a little while to realize somebody else brought this question up because of something I was delivering. And when did you first do X? And I suddenly remembered it was a 5-year-old kid in a one-room schoolhouse in this little town of Altura, Colorado, in the middle of wheat country out here, rather like what you have some of. And I was just sitting there. What's typical in this setting is two portraits up in the front of the room, up on the wall high, they're rather big, and one is one of Lincoln, and the other is George Washington.
Mm-hmm.
I remember as a young child being captivated, looking at the unfinished. This is the Smithsonian portrait of Washington that has a corner missing.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember looking at that unfinished, the smeary paint. You could tell it was paint. And then looking back, and I remember fixating on the nose. And like, you went from smeary paint to making a nose. And I like to say I've been trying to figure that out ever since. But if you want a little bit more, my background, out there in the sticks was not particularly cultural. My biggest influence was actually the Encyclopedia Britannica.
Mm-hmm.
Fortunately, at the time when that was actually mostly written by artists, and anything about the arts in it was typically written by competent artists. At one point, Gravely, who was one of the greatest portrait artists of our country, was the writer on sculpture. So that was the sort of thing that I was raised on. But I was just looking at pictures, looking at Michelangelo's Captive Slave was the one that captured me most decisively in those days, and any of his other work. But it was an encyclopedia. I was 15 before I found a museum.
Sure. So, can I ask, just to elaborate a little bit more on that question, Paul? At what age did you start drawing?
Well, I've always done that. I've always been jealous of anybody else who did it too.
Sure.
So, I was in competitive mode all the time when somebody else was drawing in the classroom.
Sure.
But no, from the very, I never remember not doing it. I wasn't one of those guys who sat around and just drew out of my head, though. Actually, I was always fascinated with shape making, of what was in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
I remember visiting my grandfather for a period of some weeks and being slightly bored. He had a picture of some painter, maybe a Munnings or somebody, but it was a dog, a hunting dog with a bird in its mouth. And I remember sitting there copying the entire thing, sitting at a desk in front of that painting.
Mm-hmm.
That was the kind of thing that I actually was doing, oddly enough, repeatedly. I just kept finding myself doing that.
Sure. Great. Now, did you study art during your generalist schooling? And if so, did you learn anything of substance from your teachers?
Yes. I mean, the first teacher I had was well, let me back up because, third grade, I guess, I actually had a teacher who gave us a book that showed some perspective information. And I sat there and played with that without any particular, I don't remember any conversation from the teacher, just this tiny little thing, probably something offered by one of the school associations or whatever, And I just remember just digging into it. A lot of guys do. It's less interesting to women, I found in my studio.
Mm-hmm.
But so that was there. And then as I went further along, high school, there was a single teacher. The first one I had, I'd love to say his name was Letterly, and he was in this Hinckley High School out there.
Mm-hmm.
he actually introduced me to the Munsell color wheel, and he was a pretty good amateur watercolorist,
Hmm.
and wonderful sensibility. You know, he had an aesthetic sort of mind and conversation, and he allowed a fair amount of doing what we chose to do, what we wanted to do. I ended up in that school setting, spending 4 or 5 hours a day
Wow.
sculpting, and doing other things instead of doing other classroom work. I wasn't totally incompetent in the other areas, but I could hardly bring myself to drag through these other classes.
So you were studying art right through your secondary schooling?
Well, you wouldn't say studying. I was just doing it. I mean, there was very little information. You know, the Munsell wheel was a big, you know, that's information that is solid stuff. You know, I looked at it
Sure.
recently. The Grumbacher company produced a little chart, you know, showing all the colors and how they mix and all that sort of stuff. And the stuff is like it really is about oil paint. You know, a lot of color stuff that you see is about light and about, you know, nature outdoors, all that stuff, the way it works, you know, scientifically. But what they've done, what Menzel did, really is straightforwardly useful to the painter.
Absolutely. And just to clarify exactly what the Munsell color system is, Paul, do you mind just giving a little bit of an explanation as to its practice to the contemporary painter?
Oh, sure, yes. The wheel itself is just a way of dividing. It's like a pie, and it's a way of dividing the colors into what they call primary colors and secondary colors. So there's 6 pieces of the pie, and the primary colors are red, yellow, and blue. Secondary ones are the ones that land between them. If you mix them, and you get orange, purple, and whatever green.
Sure, sure. Great.
But then they show in some of these charts, so they show what happens when you mix these colors into each other and how you produce grays of various kinds, including flesh tones and that sort of thing.
Hmm. Hmm. And
I mean,
it is
yeah,
very
it's very
practical, isn't it?
hugely practical. Yeah, yeah.
Sure. Moving on. Like many art students from the 1960s who were keen to learn the craft of painting, you searched near and far for a teacher without any reward. In fact, you navigated the entire west coast of America, eventually finding some teachers only to learn that their knowledge was inadequate. Can you provide some information as to these early years of your life?
Well, yeah, that was a tough time after high school because I mean I just had this enormous urge and no place to study. But the reality, I mean, that was a little bit dramatized the way I probably said that online, and I almost feel sheepish about having said it quite that way. But I was on a tour of the West Coast on motorcycle with my best friend at the time, and so out of Colorado, we just went all the way over through Canada and down the coast and had a great time. But in the meantime, I was taking note of places like the California Art Institute and things, and I just was, you know, at that point, it had just been taken over by Disney, and really was
Mm,
dominated.
mm,
My world wasn't to be. I wasn't trying to be either, and it was all commercial art almost everywhere I went. It wasn't so much that they were bad; they were actually quite good in their field, but it was everywhere I went. It was commercial art, and more commercial art. The closest thing I got to it, and I spent a semester at a junior college in in Los Angeles, but it was like you had to go. I mean, I was in the middle of the first quarter or whatever it is semester, and realizing, I mean, all I was doing was psychology and all this junk, and I thought to myself, I'm going to shoot myself if this is my life is going to feel. But I wasn't even slightly interested in degrees. I wanted to know how to paint. I was digging around. I think it was the back of Newsweek magazine. Somebody had written up an interesting article about a school in New York. It was the studio school of drawing and painting or something like that.
mhm,
And the write up made it sound like it was like, yeah, it's all back. They're doing the real thing again.
mhm.
And of course, I got on my whatever and rode. And when I found myself in New York and had spent a semester there, I found that it was anything but that. I mean, it wasn't like they were bad and they meant well,
Hmm.
but I don't know why I knew that wasn't it. But I was doing that thing which you hear from certain people when you're in the Army. They tell a story about just that whole mode of this isn't it. This just
Hmm.
isn't it. I mean, and then I got drafted. So
Sure. So just to backtrack there for a second, Paul. Now you're saying that you were only able to find commercial art in college. So was fine art not offered at that time?
actually, there were courses at that junior college that were, but they were copying paintings and things like that, and they looked like they were actually doing smart stuff.
Hmm.
But the baggage that went with it was just like it drove me crazy. The idea that I'd have to sit there and go through all kinds of nutty classes. I
Sure.
mean, I was taking a philosophy class, a math class. I mean, I was no art classes, you know. And people do that to you, you know, in that early phase of college. But I just
Sure.
wasn't. I couldn't deal with it, you know. I was too directed, too motivated in a very particular direction.
Sure. So, in time you found this studio school that you mentioned, who was the instructor of that particular school?
You know, it's funny. I don't remember the person who was in charge of it. She had a name like Melina Mercouri. You know,
Okay,
I
okay.
remember her. She was quite famous at the time, and I don't want to say anything bad about her. She's long gone. I'm sure she was, she was probably my age when I knew her. But she did these interesting lectures and that sort of thing. And they had and I worked with a sculptor there, and received some significant information, but overall, it just didn't come together, and it looked like it was going to be again in that place. Maybe I was fussy, I don't know, but in that place where you're going to be dealing with junk and stuff, and you know, and I was looking to be clearly on the path, you know, and even though I didn't know what it was, I knew what it felt like it wasn't, you know.
Sure.
So I don't really recommend other people do what I do, but in terms of
So, how long were you at the studio school for?
no, just one semester, whatever that was, it might have been 4 months or something like that.
Sure. Okay. Now, you mentioned that you got drafted. So, do you care to comment briefly on your time in the army?
Well, it was toward the end of the Vietnam War, and my time in the Army. My favorite part of it was when I was drafted. They were giving us these meetings and telling us how they're giving freedom to the Cambodians and stuff. And I said, so you took, and I raised my hand from the back of the room, and I said, so you mean you took my freedom to give it to the Cambodians?
Mm,
And I said, can you explain that to me maybe a little bit? And the captain was quiet for a few minutes, and he said, well, let me talk to the commanding officer. I'll get back to you, or
mm.
whatever. He never did, of course. But that's my defining moment. And you know, and then I got out. Fortunately, was able to in the job I actually wound up with in the Army. I spent my time giving them orders to get out of the Army.
I see.
All these transfer orders out of the Army. So it was fun. But no, and I'm not. You know, I'm very much a patriot and all that sort of stuff. In fact, that's a factor in the question you're going to ask in a minute. But
Sure.
no, it's nothing. I'd never had any of that stuff where I was going to run to Canada or anything like that. But I certainly wasn't interested in dying for nothing.
Sure. Absolutely. And how long were you in the army for?
Just the 2 years. It's a draft. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Moving on. In time, you found the Art Students League of New York, where you trained between the years of 1973 to 1975. How did you initially find the league?
Oh yeah, no, I'd heard of it as a kid in high school actually, and I may have even applied there as a kid without any sense of how I'd ever get there or anything like that. I don't remember how that all worked. You know, you might remember high school days when you put together portfolios and things like
Hmm.
that. But I did all that stuff half-heartedly, and I'm not sure I know why. So I'd known about it. I think the catalogs that they provided, and which I had looked at the time, were very unimpressive. But they did have a handful of painters,
Sure.
including Ted Seth Jacobs, who
Hmm.
actually at that time were more so than others.
Sure. Now, your time at the league, did that come after high school, or were you going to the league simultaneously whilst attending high school?
No, in high school. I was out in Denver. I'm a Colorado kid, so so that was after the Army. What happened actually in relation to that was that the GI Bill actually provided money for
Mm,
schooling,
that's right. Yeah.
and that was the only, I think, apart from going to a regular accredited school, that was the only place that was rather like what I wanted,
Sure.
that actually had enough of an accreditation to actually take the money and provide me the funds. So
Sure.
that was actually the final decision. And I had no place else to go, not even little, you know. I'd
Hmm.
been in New York before, and I'm not sure why I hadn't considered the Art Students League then. I think it was because the other one was so well sold, you know, in that right, you know.
Sure.
Yeah.
Now, it is in the league where you discovered Robert Brackman, who was a knowledgeable student of Charles Webster Hawthorne. I understand it is through Brackman that you were introduced to Impressionist light through use of broken color, which resonated with you deeply. Can you provide a summary of the key points you took from Brackman?
Yeah, it's kind of funny. The teachers in New York, they all had like 2 points to them. What you got with Gamble and those guys was funny. But Brackman was right on the money with this one thing he was insisting on telling you over and over again. He would say, it's just this to this and that to that.
Hmm.
Typically, he would be puffing away on a cigarette. He was like 80 when I studied with
Wow.
him,
Okay.
and he had a cigarette hanging out of his mouth as he spoke to us. So he'd be mixing colors, demonstrating, and the ashes would be falling down into the pigment, and he'd be saying, "It's just this to this and that to that." But that's what when you read Gamble or anybody else, that's what seeing is. It's just relational, and
Sure.
if you to do the relational game, you'll get there.
Sure. Sure. So,
No, but that's him. But I mean, let me give you the other couple guys. Brackman also, I think you may have seen something where, but he makes this point. He made it to us. At one point he dragged us all over to a painting that one of the students had done, leaning against a wall, and he said, "Look, somebody's painted light."
mm.
He said it like that, and it was, and I remember saying, "Yeah, it does. It's glowing out of that thing." And then I looked at nature and all that sort of stuff. I thought, it's all wrong.
Hmm.
And then I said, "But it's light." And it was this chill almost, this really amazing sense that mattered. So
Hmm.
that was when I with Daniel Green. What Daniel Green showed me was simply that there was a way of organizing. You had a methodical way of thinking about things, dividing things between darks and lights and middle tones and color organization and all that stuff. He had a very methodical organization skill, which really, really has served me well. And he did it, he probably picked it up in the course of a single demonstration. But
Hmm.
that was it. I don't remember him ever saying anything actually in terms of how to draw, how to paint, or any of those things that actually has stuck with me. He said a few things that I actually dispute even to this day, but then I do that with Gamble too. So maybe that's just who I am.
So,
David
sorry, go
Lefell
on.
David Lefell was interesting in a different way. I was only with him in a summer setting, and but he was talking. But one of the things he mentioned was everything exists in its own atmosphere. That concept,
Mm.
and all those things are actually significant. But those are the ones that have stuck with me most. And he was making an attempt to actually show you painting with unlike the other guys, in a very open, wet and wet kind of a way.
Hmm.
Really flowing paint and stuff like that. So there are a couple of things like that you watch, and you don't know, you haven't seen names for it unless they've said something. But there are things like that actually give you a different kind of a picture of what kinds of painting, what kind of forms painting takes.
Sure, sure. So at this point, Paul, this is the first contact you've had with serious painters that have knowledge regarding the tradition. Is that correct?
Oh yeah, sure. Well, apart from what I saw at the studio school, yeah.
Sure. And your age at this time is approximately,
I was probably 23,
wow.
22, 3. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
good. So pretty good time to start your training.
Not according to Gamble.
Yeah, well, yeah, in that regard, a bit later. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
His first comment when I went to see him was, he asked how old I was, and I told him, and he said, "That's not young."
Sure, yeah. Okay, so now you may have touched upon this next question a little bit in your previous answer. However, I'll restate it. During your time in the league, you also received training from Robert Beverly Hale, David Leffel, and Daniel Green. How did these
Right.
teachers supplement what you were learning through Brackman?
Well, in the case of Green, of course, he was a student of Brackman's himself,
Sure.
and he didn't. And I think most people probably had that same sort of sensibility coming through Brackman, that there wasn't enough drawing happening, and it
Hmm.
wasn't impressive enough. Yeah, it wasn't solid enough. So that was a conversation that he would have. That about. He said, "All I want to do is draw the hell out of it." I think if I could
Hmm.
quote him, which is not far from what was missing, and what you want. I mean, and the impression that Boston School guys did the same thing. They saw Monet, but actually they didn't appreciate Monet's, and Monet himself didn't appreciate his own failure to articulate contour.
Hmm.
He felt that it was a missing piece. So that's understandable. Yes, I worked with Hale. I went through his class. I was there more, I guess I was there for the whole entire demonstration series of demonstrations that he would do. And the guy was a riot, and he was articulate as heck about the anatomy, about the everything from the bone and the muscle and all that sort of stuff. Have you seen any of it videotaped or anything?
I have. There's a few of the on YouTube. There's a few of his lectures that have been recorded. In black and white from back in the days. Yeah, it's quite incredible.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it was actually, and as an impressionist, I have walked away from that way of thinking about the usefulness of anatomy. It's actually more, in significant ways, I find it's more dangerous than useful. But it's not dangerous to know things, anything. Nothing's dangerous knowledge-wise, right?
Sure.
But from the point of view of working, the most important thing is I noticed when I was there in his class, I said, I'm not even getting values in the right place, and you're telling me to draw a bone.
Mm.
I didn't know what I meant, but I knew that I was missing parts, for me to even be in that class. I mean, they were doing construction drawing. How does that help you articulate a bone? So what he did, if you've seen it at the end of his long stick, he would be drawing on a white charcoal,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
he would articulate. He would do what's he called the points of articulation, where the muscles would come in, and then he would run down and draw the entire length of a bone, and then do the joint structures at either end of it,
Mm-hmm.
and talk about it all the way down, and then he would draw muscles onto it and all the rest of that stuff. And from the point of view of knowing anatomy just for its own sake, it was quite impressive. And I would never say it wasn't useful. I mean, I literally did study it. I read probably 4 anatomy books and that sort of thing,
Mm-hmm.
trying to get the gist of what most painters or people who worked in the arts thought was important, and getting the unity of that. But what else? Oh yeah, but yeah, the construction drawing thing really does start a whole different discussion for another time.
Sure.
And you don't want to hear about that. That's just some of the stuff that makes you want to walk away from. Well, not just that, but a lot of what's happening today.
Sure. Yeah. Just to backtrack for a second there, Paul, one of the quotes that I've heard students that studied in the league mention several times is the idea of drawing the hell out of the model. Is that a Brackman quote or saying, so to speak?
No, that's a great Daniel Green one. I heard it from Daniel Green.
Oh, so
He said, I
yeah.
decided the difference between me and the rest of Brackman students is I was going to draw the hell out of it. I've tried to put that in what I would. That was a long time ago, so I'm just vaguely remembering it that way.
Sure. And what that implies, I'm assuming, is to essentially draw exactly what you see, how you see it in front of you.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. There was never anything else going on there.
Sure.
I mean, the idea, in an interesting way, that the idea there with Daniel Green, among other people, but a typical New York thing was that the subject was more important than anything else. I mean, I say that with all due respect, and because you can't make it out of anything but what's there, and any impressionist of any kind is going to actually respect that. But if you see his work, you see that the idea is to say something important. The Ashcan school influence is just dramatically important to the New Yorkers, those guys who bought in to that world down there. The Art Students League was dominated at one point when these guys were coming up with Raphael Sawyers and those guys. They're left wing, thought the subject was everything. And if you weren't saying something about the trash on the streets, you're a bad guy. Like the way they attacked the Boston school, actually.
Sure, sure. So you mentioned the Ashcan school there for a moment, Paul. Was Robert Henry someone that was really held up high in the league at the time?
Yeah, he was actually extolled to some degree, but nowhere near as much probably as Chase.
Okay, yeah,
William
sure.
Chase, yeah.
I understand that Robert Enrigh's book, The Art Spirit, was quite influential at the time. Do you recall encountering it during your studies?
Oh, I read it. Yeah, I read it, and about 3/4 of the way through it, but I do this with books frequently, so don't take this too much. But I threw it across the room and said, "This is actually the stuff that'll keep you from painting." The romanticization was just way over the top.
It is,
and I thought, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's me. That's me. I'm glad you agree with that. Because I found it actually just a major distraction, get you off the wrong track, get you on the wrong track really fast.
Well, he uses so many metaphors to kind of explain ideas of the background, of how to approach the figure, how to paint drapery.
Right.
It is very poetic.
Yes. It's not bad. I mean, the problem partly is that I didn't really spend a lot of time with people whose work I didn't respect, and he didn't give me enough good qualities to make me want to hang around.
Sure.
He had his days that were off were so frequent and so bad, and I'm just talking about drawing now. And it doesn't mean that he did have some really nice work, but Boston School's level was just way higher.
Oh yeah, definitely. Just to expand a little bit further, Paul, can you explain just exactly why the Ashcan School received so much criticism during its time?
The Ashcan?
Yes.
Or the Boston School?
No, the Ashcan School.
Oh, I don't know. Well, I mean, they brought in modernism, so I mean,
yeah.
I think that was the reaction against them. Partly the whole socialization, so to speak. It's it's like the times we live in now. There's this whole thing about the domination of the art schools by social commentary, by this work, and and they throw out all the casts, they throw out the Renaissance basically by doing that.
Sure, yeah.
I've talked about that, where I found no fewer than 6 schools, including the London, the National, whatever it's called. What is it called? The National Academy? What's
Royal Academy?
Royal Academy, yeah. And I was told that by a Londoner, and the Pennsylvania Academy in New York.
Oh, yeah.
Girls' schools. I mean, like it was a disease. They're throwing out all the casts now. I mean, like what?
Yeah, yeah.
But you would have to say that what made the Renaissance was a return, as it were, to the caste. It was a return to the Greeks.
That's right.
And forgetting the past is a classically, and I, with all due respect to anything you might believe, is a classically left-wing and destructive thing.
That's right. Absolutely. Now, the next question I was going to ask, you've touched on somewhat, Paul. However, I'll restate it just in case you'd like to elaborate a little bit more. Do you recall attending Robert Beverly Hale's famous anatomy lectures?
Yes.
Sure.
I don't want to elaborate. I mean, I think I've told you everything on that one. That I can. He was very entertaining. I think I got one more thing to that, and that is that when I saw him, he was well over 80, and he had just gotten newly married to someone who I think was under 30.
Wow. Okay.
Very amusing stuff, and he had a kid shortly after that. But anyway, I would bet he might have been 85, 88. He was he would use himself as part of the anatomy lecture, and I don't know if that shows up in the tapes you've seen, but he would grab a hole and show you the inside of his wrist, and there's all these these scrawny ligaments, and he would grab one and start pulling on it, and his fingers would go in. Like he'd be playing these games. He was like an anatomy lesson in himself. So that probably is the most amusing part of it. What he did.
Wow.
He associated with it was a drawing class that just wasn't. It had nothing in it going on. There was no teaching. He would critique drawings, but I mean, I lost all respect when he walked up to me and he said, "I see you're an advanced draftsman." Like, okay, whatever. I guess I can go now.
Sure.
He didn't do that. He didn't do that. It's not what he was doing, and I have enormous respect for what he's trying to do, and including what he did with those books. Or that one.
Absolutely.
Where he brought the masters to our attention in a very useful way.
Absolutely. In your opinion, is Hale a good draftsman?
I never saw a good drawing by him.
Okay.
I never did. Yeah.
Sure.
Now, the only ones I've seen, though, where he was involved, his age was so rotten with the artsy.
Yeah.
I say without compunction, because I mean, the domination arts, they all became art schools. They were no longer painting schools. They weren't schools of drawing and painting. I think the museum school in Boston had been called the school of drawing and painting. I mean, that's what it was.
Sure.
But it became art schools, and I think he himself was a victim of having to produce art as opposed to great draftsmen, and actually finding, the magic and the truth, in that search with nature in front of them, all that sort of thing.
Absolutely.
Which is very characteristic of most great painters. So.
Yeah. Great.
I never did. I can only remember in my brain only one drawing by him, though. So it's really unfair. I just haven't seen enough, and it wasn't anywhere for me to be seen. I remember looking for it. I don't know where it was at the time, but he wasn't showing it off or having shows of his work that I ever saw.
Sure.
So I'd probably better not saying a whole lot about whether he was good or bad in that 3 other ways. But the drawing that I saw it didn't look like any knowledge that I was interested in.
Sure, yeah. And I think a lot of our generation, when I say our generation, my generation, are a lot more familiar with Hale through his instruction books rather than by the work that he's created, his personal artwork.
Right. Well, and was true of us as well, yes.
Sure. Okay. Moving on. Did you take any classes with Ted Seth Jacobs while you were at the League? And if so, did his theories on restructured realism resonate with you?
I don't even know what that is. So I didn't take any classes with him. I actually was off-put by the 2 things, by the shows where all the work looked exactly the same in a way that offended me.
Sure.
But I didn't take anything negative from it in that there was some strength in it, looking like there was an attempt to make realistic stuff. All I remember, and I could be confusing with some other guy, all I remember was that there was something about it that made me want to study with him. And I think it may have just been that I got the impression he was working as an illustrator. I maybe you're even wrong about that. I don't know what he was doing. But the work took on that look to me, of being something else. I don't know. And that, the thing is, the reason I worked with Brackman is I went and looked at a painting. And look, I knew at the time that I knew nothing about anything about why would I study with this guy, not that guy? It was completely dense.
Mm.
So you can easily say that I was dense about choosing this guy versus that guy. Well, I don't know. I mean, why wouldn't I pick Jacobs? So all that stuff was just personal on a very localized kind of level. Do you know what I mean?
Sure.
And I may have said it was probably something related to a commercial feeling or something like that. But if I remember him right, and I know the Fargasso class was like that down there, the figures they looked like they were done from a formula. And that did not amuse me. And I don't know why. It's a funny thing to say that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I want to be somebody else's guy and ever. And that's really a strong characteristic that I have. I've never wanted to be a sergeant or three other guys, ever. I wanted to be at Boston School painters.
Sure.
Pure coincidence. I find myself working like them.
Sure.
Actually, coincidence of getting information, but also of just simply the predilection of getting getting everything on the table at once, the color, the light, and all the rest of that stuff with good drawing. You just wind up following their methods because they're great efficiencies and that sort of thing. But no, I would never. I don't want to judge. I don't even remember, frankly, in a good way. Not a good way. I don't remember his work at all in a useful way to talk about it. I just remember not choosing it.
Sure.
Not choosing it.
I presuming that you would have had some conversations with Ted Steph Jacobs during your time at the league.
No, never saw him. There was the teachers there were more or less hit and run.
Sure.
And if whatever class I was there when the thing opened till it closed every day, and I was in my classes painting naked girls and pretty faces. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I know it's every single day, all day.
Sure.
That's all I wanted to do, and but I wasn't going to miss a minute of what I was doing.
Mm-hmm.
And I was really like most people, really anybody doing this kind of in this field. You're really on a course of self-study.
Absolutely.
So, no, I never did see any kind of a thing, and maybe he held lectures or something. I just never heard about them.
Sure.
And I wouldn't say that I was that way because I was narrow. In one sense, I was just focused.
Absolutely. Okay. Now, Paul, did you mention that Jack Faragasso was at the league, teaching at the league whilst you were there?
Yes, I think so.
Wow. Okay. And did you have much contact with him?
No. That was, again, you'd see all the students work, and I think they were using maybe the Riley method or something.
Oh, absolutely. I presumed they would have been, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, there seems to be an influence of the Riley method with Jacobs, too, but I'm not sure what it is. I forget. But I think I heard him say something about, or one of the students say something about how there's some variation on the Riley that he was doing. But
well, yeah, absolutely.
If it were true, that would be one of those kinds of things where I didn't want to do a formulaic figure. I wanted to study the figure.
I definitely think Ted Steph Jacobs' approach is highly influenced by Riley, and essentially it's constructive drawing. So I think it is coming out of that Riley kind of method and perhaps tweaking it a little bit.
Yeah. Some of your other questions coming up, we'll get into some of that, I think, more easily. But the one thing I could bring you back to before leaving this, and that was I was admiring the work of Hale, the articulation that he was doing a bone with. And I thought, why don't you draw that way, And then I looked around and I said, why doesn't anybody draw that way? Why is it construction drawing all the time? Looking at things. I mean, I was doing that like a good boy for some long time, 6 months. And I couldn't, first of all, they'd shoot these 10-minute poses at you. The long one might be 25. You didn't have time to do anything.
That's right.
In fact, when I got to Gamble, I used to say the difference between the Art Students League and New York is about 2 weeks. 2 weeks in front of the model over what you had in New York. But we never even had an hour-long pose. I don't think, maybe once, maybe at the end of the year, we got the pleasure of having one. And construction drawing doesn't get you anything. So I remember at one point, though, to follow up on that, I was, I'd actually done some sculpture based on memory. I'd seen a guy in the bus, and I actually went home and did a sculpture. It was a very impressive profile of a young man. And I remember going home and bringing it, making or to the studio, to the league and making a relief out of his face. And at some time later, I was actually posing for Daniel Green as one of his figures, one of his paintings. And he said, and I saw sitting on his table an articulate silhouette of a profile of a person, all the way drawn with one line, all the way from down to the bottom. And it was excellent, And I said, so why don't you draw this way all the time? And he says, oh, you can't. And and immediately, there was something going on there that I knew just wasn't right, because you couldn't get out of 10-minute poses for one thing, and you couldn't get any. If you're only going to get as construction drawing, there certainly wasn't going to be any study of anatomy going on. There wasn't time.
Sure.
So but so that was the whole introduction to that. That was already in my mind because I saw better things, just in the works of the guys that were doing other things, you know. And I feel the saddest part of what's happened to the West is construction drawing, which I think actually was probably caused by some of the methods being used in Europe at the time. And I mean, it's a misrepresentation of it. You know, what you see with Harold Speed, what you see with the Barg method, all that stuff. It implies something that actually I think isn't true. I think their facts are their angles all over the place, but to draw from them is like madness.
Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting.
Aware of them is greater madness to be unaware of them.
Sure. So
I can follow up with that anytime. Yeah.
Absolutely, and I would like to pull you up for a minute there, Paul. So that's interesting because are you not a supporter of the Barg method in that case?
Well, I don't believe there is such a thing, actually. I think that's a misunderstanding. There's no writing that goes with those texts, with those pictures. So what's happened is that people have grabbed that stuff and they've made it their own, and they've decided how they worked. And I don't think they're right. I think that that's data that you're seeing in those pictures. But I suggest to you that what's happening is there are angles and people draw long lines. I think that's characteristic. I know that Jérôme's own drawing does look like he was far more intensely into angle. And angle is a hugely important thing. You know, starts this conversation about points and angles. But it's almost like anything else. When you look at the great drawings of the past, you don't find construction lines. You find long, articulate, silhouetting contours. You know, and then you find modeling, and that's it. So it was a new phenomena at the time, and what it did is I think what it is a babysitter. It's a babysitter mentality. It's like drawing dummies when we're not dummies. You can learn to see. You can draw a shape articulately. You can draw a long, complex shape at the right angle. It's not that complicated.
Okay.
And I say that I find that simply was heaven when you get to the Boston School and you don't know how to draw a long, articulate line with a brush, or Sargent, or any number of other guys. You just aren't the same level player.
Absolutely. Yeah.
There's also another part of it is that this whole thing is a research project. You're trying to get from a good line, make it as like as you can the first time, to a more articulate one. What the construction drawing presumes is that you're going from left to right. You're doing all this construction, this, that, and then you get to the end. Well, when you get to the end, have you had time to research all the elements of a drawing? You certainly, you get to the end and all you have is a contour one time. And you think because you did all this stuff and it all comes out okay, that's all you meant to do. But what it does is it ties you to the photograph.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
That's interesting. No, I find what you're saying there fascinating, Paul, because and I think that's a big issue with the Barg method is trying to get it right from the get-go without making the searching lines, right? So like the constructive drawing method of putting down a whole lot of superfluous information in order to find that immaculate contour. You don't get that with the Barg. You're going for contour right from the get-go.
Right.
Interesting stuff.
Yeah. No, I think that's explanatory more than anything else. Those angles in there, but I really do. You know, frankly, I'll use the word resent. I resent somebody writing that this is how you do this. Bringing sight size into it is madness. It's crazy. There's nothing to indicate that was done by a sight size method. Sight size, actually, Sargent painted sight size, but Sargent did not use any sight size methods. And by the way, even Gamel, this is very important. Gamel actually said, but probably be just as well if you use sight size for a while.
Okay.
Isn't that interesting?
It is fascinating. Well, because Gamel, to my understanding, was with his training, the way he trains students, it was predominantly through the sight size approach to measuring, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, very, very much. Yeah. Although the people around me were certainly so dogmatically tied to it. You know, and I think the difference might have been that I was already on a successful track in New York without ever knowing anything about that stuff. And in other words, getting good likenesses and stuff like that. So I knew that there were ways to do it. And I knew they weren't wrong about aspects of it. For example, there is such a thing as the true angle. But in the game that we play, it's a game of relationships. This is Degas every minute, by the way. It's a relationship. So all that an angle means is it true to vertical? I don't care what the angle is. I care that it's true to vertical and that it's true to other angles in the relational sense. Do you see what I mean?
Yes.
And that's a very different game from do I get the angle right? You know, and sight size always has this problem of looking at a thing and getting this thing right, as if that was going to somehow the collection of things was going to turn into this great, beautiful music. It doesn't. It only takes you to the photograph, which is to me the saddest thing that's happened to painting today. in this country at least.
Interesting. And we'll discuss site size and various approaches in subsequent questions. However, I would like to head back to the league just for one moment, Paul. Now,
Sure.
I understand you became frustrated at one point due to the teachers at the league being entirely focused on teaching classes and less on providing mentorship to aspiring artists. Can you tell me more about your frustrations during this time?
Yeah, actually, we several of us under I don't know what I had this youthful, I don't know what you'd call it, terrible confidence, and I
Mm.
say that terrible yeah, advisedly, but I kept finding I wasn't wrong, which is annoying probably even to me. If I was wrong, maybe I'd just sit down, shut up, and listen. And I was always that guy, by the way. When I come into your class, I was never the guy to challenge a teacher. I wanted to own everything you had.
Mm.
So I picked up, I dropped everything I thought I knew and picked up what they were doing. But um, I apologize. I was interested in a tangent there. Would you rephrase that? Would you rephrase that question?
So I suppose what I'm trying to say essentially in this question is you were looking for mentorship from some of your teachers. However,
Yes.
what you were getting was that kind of in and out, teach a class and then move on to the next without any kind of solid grounding in where do I go next with my training.
Yes. And I'll get my questions back out, by the way, for you so that I won't be having to ask you to do that again.
Sure, no worries.
Yeah, I mean, I shouldn't have lost track of that. Yes. The So something in me, so between several of us got together in conversation and we said, look, it was Daniel Green's class and I
Hmm.
was the model for that class. It just means I set up the models and stuff like that and made sure
Hmm.
nothing was easy. And, and I remember several of us looking at each other and saying, why don't we see if this guy will actually teach us to paint? I mean, we get maybe 3 minutes of his time twice a week.
Wow.
Yeah. Do you really get there from there? Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
And I have the Atelier model. I knew nothing about anything like an Atelier model. I mean, you might have read, I don't know if you read something about Da Vinci being in Verrocchio's Bottega or whatever it was.
Mm.
If that's, but if the, but in the meantime, so we got together and we said, let's ask Daniel Green and say, look, if we get together a nice space somewhere, will you come and critique us separately from all these people and actually bring us along? And so we took him to dinner. We agreed to do that. We invited him to dinner. We said wanted to talk to him and sat down, asked him the question, and he said no.
Oh, okay.
He said, I'm good with what I'm doing. So now, subsequently, by the way, to give him credit, he did open up his own studios up in upper, a little farther up in New York. So I don't. By the way, I don't mean any of this stuff personally with anybody. I mean, I
Sure.
hope it doesn't cross as being judgmental in any way. But those things do happen. Even I've done things that I regret. But that was one of those moments. I didn't know what the difference was. I just saw that this wasn't working.
Hmm.
So, and that was fairly characteristic. But that was very much one of those moments that you just are scratching your wooden head.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Now moving on. Although Brackman's teaching opened your world to seeing color, the meticulous draftsmanship that characterized the art from the past, which you admired so greatly, was absent from your course of training. Ultimately, this caused you to leave the league and continue searching for the next piece of the puzzle. Your color sensibility was developed. Now it was a matter of finding a teacher who could teach you the principles and methods of academic draftsmanship. In time, you discovered a teacher who was trained in the Boston School methodology, who had a unique ability to distill the school's teaching and pass it on through his own teaching. This painter was R.H.I.'s Gamel. Mr. Gamel had been a pupil of William McGregor Paxton, and Paxton was a student of Jean-Léon Gérôme, with whom he trained with at the École des Beaux-Arts in Paris. Joseph de Camp was a painter who Paxton would come to work with in Boston, although along with de Camp's friend Edmund Tarbell and Frank Benson, who Mr. Gamel also trained with, and discovered the rudimentary principles of drawing and composition that were used in European studio schools of the 19th century. This close group of painters would come to combine these principles with the color harmonies of the French Impressionists. Ultimately, the Boston School was based on a fidelity to Impressionist color with academic draftsmanship, skillful composition, and verisimilitude of brushmanship, characteristics which defined the school's philosophy. Take into account what I've just outlined. Are you able to elaborate on the formative years of the Boston School and the relationship between the painters who comprised the school?
Boy, you said so much interesting stuff in there. I'd like to articulate about all of it, but no, I'm good to do just follow your question. Yeah, when you say the formative years of the Boston School, that's an interesting question. I mean, it's not like they formed a school in one sense, right? They just simply ultimately sort of named because they appeared to be of a mind. And so it wasn't like it was the museum school, although that's where they all were fortunately dominating. You know, they were teaching there. Tarbell was the head of the school, the Museum of Fine Arts. And each of the other guys at one point or another taught there. Yeah, I mean, what do you really want from this question? Would you mind? Would you mind getting at the meat of what you really want? Because
Absolutely.
I'm not quite. You want what you said?
Well, absolutely.
I'd be wrong. Yeah.
Let me ask you this, Paul. Often when I hear of the Boston Museum School, is this synonymous with the Boston School?
No.
No.
Only
Okay, that's interesting.
I was teaching there at the time, but by the time the Boston School, these guys were all still painting, and they were the Boston School. But the Boston School was a way of thinking. Gamel's definition of it was quite good. It's a way of thinking and a methodology, but it's not a school like a building. Never was. They did teach there though, and their teaching, their ideas very much dominated the scene right up till 1913 or something.
Interesting. So the Boston Museum School was almost like a meeting place where these painters like Tarbell and Paxton and Hale all met and essentially developed the principles and methodologies that would come to be known as the Boston School.
Well, the best way to think about it, I think, actually, is to talk about the guy who founded the founding director of the school, whose name was Otto Grundmann.
Okay.
And he was a painter out of the Dutch background. I think it was Baron Leys or somebody you'd probably have heard of. And Baron Leys himself had a sort of an interesting combination of sometimes this and sometimes that. He sometimes looked like sort of an academic, strong academic painter. Sometimes he was doing something else, and the more painterly version of it. Well, the Grundmann look is the same thing, and Grundmann looks like, as you were complaining about, dominated by his teaching and didn't really get enough, really didn't have that work time, to develop himself. But what you're seeing when you see, for example, the portrait of him that you can find online, it's a black and white portrait of him, or I'm sorry, that he did of some gentleman standing there, sort of a caped figure, long thing, and that sort of thing, is a very much a lost and found, wet into wet, painterly painting, right? And entirely other than the outline-based stuff. So that's the underlying structure that went with all these guys except Paxton.
Right.
And so even when they went to Europe, these guys wound up. Gamble points this out. They wound up with Donat, and he taught at the Julian Academy as well. Boulanger and Bougreau. Well, those guys were all academics, but Donat was something else. And Donat, actually, they finally wound up, I guess, in Donat's own studios, spending most of their time there. So you see that whole way of working was this, what I'm just simply call for now, wet into wet painterly painting, where the drawing wasn't articulated by the outline and then noodled up on the insides. At one point, that was the definition of drawing. You draw an outline and model up the inside. That's what drawing is. And it moves. It was shifting already, and I think a lot of that, was related to the shift to painting outdoors, to painting things on the spot, at painting like even when you're talking about Vermeer, you're talking about a guy who was typical Dutch. He just had people sitting there. He plopped them down, and he seems to have had them sit pretty still and try to copy exactly what he saw there. And but he still has a bit of that hanging on to the outline, right? Right. By the time you get to Velázquez, that's just, I say by the time, it's the same period, or more or less, but Velázquez is actually sort of the father of that other model from the point of view of the influence in France and on the Americans. But if you get that, the Boston School is this place that was actually first like that. And then when they got to the information from Monet with the full-bodied color producing startling light effects, so seductive and true, and right, and missing, it fit well into their way of working.
Sure.
So you'd be setting out notes and drawing with them, that sort of thing, as opposed to drawing outlines and trying to color them up. Well, Paxton was the other guy, and you can, to this very day, you look at the difference between them and Paxton. It's huge. Paxton is a Jerome type academic trained person. And Gamble wanted that. Everything Gamble was doing was trying to get that for himself. He says it more than once in his writings. And he did. And he said he wanted to get it for himself and his students.
Sure.
But Gamble wasn't the delivery boy for the Boston School, but that's a misnomer. But anyway, that's not the story. But so what they were doing eventually, though, was painting. And I interpret it with my own words now. They were painting effects. They were delivering light effects with good drawing. Good color relations, the whole thing. But it was a simultaneously everything at once, all the horses at once kind of a model, which is very different. The outline and then the grisaille and then the color glued on top after a color study or something. That was a whole different linear process. This process where you're doing everything at once was Boston School. And yet it was also Sargent, it was Zorn, it was all over the place. It wasn't limited. It was so much. I just simply say it was the state of the art at that time. It just had taken everything, and it wasn't for a bad reason.
Sure. Yeah. So, Paul, just to clarify, then the Boston School's connection to academic draftsmanship comes predominantly through Paxton.
Well, it comes through Paxton and Gamble, but the school education, that the drawings I saw out of the school, the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston, that drawing of the figure, for example, was strictly academic. So it wasn't like they threw away anything that was sort of standard for the times. So these guys, yes, they were Boston School painters in themselves. They didn't paint outlines of things and then fill them in after a very short time in their careers, but they still presented it. And I think that was Gamble's intention too, presented it as if they were academics, in both senses of that word now, just academically sound information.
Sure.
Which is similar to what I find myself wanting to do as well, with some problems.
Interesting. Okay, moving on. You would come to train with Mr. Gamble between the years of 1976 to 1980. Are you able to recall how you initially became aware of Mr. Gamble?
Oh, sure. That was I talk about my days in the cafeteria. Hale said that the modern abstract painter, who was the guy who dribbles and drabbles, that stuff.
Jackson Pollock?
Jackson Pollock, yeah. He said he learned everything he knew in the cafeteria. So a famous Art Students League cafeteria.
Sure, yeah.
So in any case, though, so the cafeteria was a meeting place, much like, the left bank or something. We just got to find ourselves there, and I was finding myself there maybe somewhere between whining and screaming, right forth these conversations about where was the education we were looking for, because I didn't see any options anywhere. It felt like the world was over. It was not available. And I'm about and including what happened was I found that the basement, I was in the basement of the place, and they had a library down there. It was like in a catacomb, like a hole, almost a cave in the side of the basement. These books, these old catalogs, and there I found these amazing drawings. And McMonnies was doing one of them. He was in New York as a teacher, but he had also been a student there. And here were these solid academic drawings. And I took the book upstairs with a sarcastic, probably, tone in my overconfident youth. And so I said, "So where would I go to study this here at the Art Students League?" There's this drawing being done. And I remember without even a blink, the register said, she said, "Oh, everywhere. Just everybody does that." Well, sure, hon. But of course it wasn't there. But so what happened was, in the course of this conversation, two things happened. One was a guy that was about 60 years old and had a chance to study with Gamble, and he actually brought me a copy of The Twilight of Pain. He said, "You might want to read this. You sound just like him." And so of course I read it, and then of course I felt really depressed, because I was looking. Everything he said was true, and it was all done, And of course, any young person like yourself, anybody else, you wander around the world looking, does anybody teach this anymore? Am I some outcast that I still love this? And so, but anyway, you get that, and then so I went forth into the cafeteria and was making even more noise, and some guy came up to me and he said, Gamble still teaches in Boston. And I'm going to be meeting with some of his students at Chinatown, and you want to come and join us? I thought I'd fall on the floor, that book was written in 1947.
Yeah.
And I hadn't been born yet, I assumed the guy was dead. He wasn't dead yet. Monty Python. Yeah. But but so I did, and I brought them back to the Art Students League, and they immediately showed me things that were knowledge, which
Wow.
not like anything I'd seen before. And they showed me the line of shadow, and they said Da Vinci talks about this. Have you read Da Vinci? Well, what? I mean, like read? I had one of my teachers there. I won't mention his name, but he said, "Don't read books." He said, "Just look at the pictures."
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So who were some of the students that you met with at that point?
So the students were those. I think that three of them might have been there. There's certainly two, but I think there were David Curtis, who teaches landscape painting in the Boston area, David Lowry, who was I think the most of that group, and Tom Dunley.
Oh yes, lovely, great, great.
Yeah. So they were the three. They were having such a nice on. They're all dressed to the T's. Now Gamble was this Boston Brahmin, and they were dressed like I'd never seen anybody dressed. And they were, I guess I took it as fairly pretentious, a little off-putting. And Gamble did expect that of us, but I don't think I ever got a three-piece suit, no matter what he said. But it was like this. There was some sort of a standard holding kind of a thing. We actually stand for something, and it was actually pretty cool.
Yeah, lovely.
So it was nice. Yeah, yeah.
So
but those guys, you were actually looking for me. I might be answering your next question. Those guys were actually looking for someone. They knew Gamble wanted to keep a certain number of students in the studio, and he would keep inviting students there that would cause chaos in the studio. So they said, we want to pick somebody ourselves, and we like you.
Wow.
They laid out the problems, and this has to do with another question you bring up later. And they laid out some problems. There was a matter of self-preservation, I think. Studio intrigue and all that stuff that would go on, so that was my their interest in me, and my interest, of course, was simply in getting to the next place.
Interesting. And at that point, had you made up your mind that was it? You were leaving the league and going to find Gamble?
Well, yes, I was going to hunt. I was fairly convinced that there was no. I mean, they certainly said how difficult it would be to get in and all that sort of stuff. And
sure.
Gamble used to be clear. He said it's very hard to get in. It's easy to get out. Very hard to get into my.
Absolutely, yeah, yeah. Now, can you provide a detailed description of how you reached out to Mr. Gamble for training?
No, well, I'm not really sure what I did first, second, and third. I just remember having searched for an invitation. I think everything I did was through a go-between. I think through David Lowry, who I hope you interview. He's one of the great insiders. I'm really something less than an insider in that sense. I mean, I never quite bought in certain ways.
Sure.
And, I don't know if you're beginning with me or somebody else, so I'm probably casting the wrong kind of light for the future of this thing if you're starting with me. But anyway, but David and Tom Donnelly are both very strong insiders, in that sense. Absolutely. Of every in lock, stock, and whiskey barrel. I shouldn't even say that because it's disrespectful. I don't think that's exactly who they were, but it felt like that at the time.
Sure.
Nevertheless, so everything I did was, though, David was my go-between, but I literally went to Boston to search him out. Mm-hmm. I didn't have the brains, shall we say, to write a letter or anything like that, or the experience or the background. I just simply went to Boston to find this guy, and when I got there, I managed to find a place to park for a few days. Well, I went through the trouble of trying to get myself in. And they may have even encouraged me to just get myself up there and work it out. And so we went back and forth this way and that before I ever met him. It was almost like he was deciding on me beforehand, and my age and all these things were destroying any possibilities I had. But that was the way I got to the point of actually meeting him.
Wow. So you just went out to Boston on a limb, just took a chance.
Well, I was in New York at the time, so it wasn't it's a couple hours away.
Sure. Okay.
4 hours, something. Yeah.
Right. Now. Sorry. Go on.
Yeah. No, that's all. You're right. Yeah.
Now, are you able to recollect the very first time you met Mr. Gamble?
Oh, sure. Yes. Yeah. And actually, in a revealing moment, again, I have nothing but the greatest respect for Mr. Gamble, but he would keep on doing these things that were all double-edged swords, in terms of how good he was and how something else he was too.
Sure.
And it was all fun. It's all fun looking back. It was kind of interesting in another way. But so what happened when I was at the league, there were several people working with me there. I made all these contacts. I made these connections. And several of the people, of course, made my big fat mouth. They all wanted to join me and come up and meet him and try to get to the next level like I was doing. And but one of them had the background and temerity to actually write him a letter of introduction and got it, and he was well connected.
Mm.
Gamble, Boston Brahma, knows all this blue blood stuff, and so, it was interesting because so this guy and I walk in. The guy is taller than me by a foot, the young man next to me, and and we walk in together, and Gamble looks admiringly at this guy, and Gamble's like shorter than me, so he's looking up at him,
Mm.
and we've laid our pictures on the ground around the room, and how can you forget this? He looks down at one of my paintings and he points at it and he looks up to my friend and he said, "Did you do this?" It was so embarrassing. Yeah. And both of us did ultimately study with him, but the other gentleman didn't last very long. The conditions were such he wasn't interested in being in that circumstance.
Mm.
And I could have been disciplined to hell and back to get the good stuff, but there was something about his time there that was very unsatisfying to him. So,
Sure.
but nevertheless, I mean it's a moment, and he said to me later, he said or somebody else told me, he said Gamble said that, I think he actually told me, he said I can usually tell whether somebody's going to study with me before they even get across the room.
Wow. Okay.
And I thought, whoa, yeah, right. And that even means before you've seen paintings. That means what else does it mean? You know what I mean?
That's interesting.
That was the devastating first meeting. Yeah.
So at that point, after that initial observation of one of your paintings, I mean, did you have a discussion? Did you sit down? Did he interview you? How did it grow from there?
Oh yeah, he did that. I don't, you're in such a state of shock and other things, awe, that you don't. My memory isn't very, very great about what other went. Anything else we talked about at that moment. That was undoubtedly where he would have said to me, it's very hard to get in here, very easy to get out.
Sure.
And we spent more days trying to sort this out between us.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That first meeting was definitely the day when you asked my age and said that 26 isn't young,
Mm-hmm.
and all those things. And I of course, I really wasn't hesitant to speak back and say, yeah, well, where you been hiding? I would have been 18 if I'd seen you around, and I would have said it with a tone like that, but that was the kind of stuff though that was like, you can say that, but you're not going to get young people. I mean, just by pure luck,
Sure,
because nobody knows here.
Sure, but that was a certain tactic that Gamble used, to my understanding. Is that right, Paul?
I don't know. I wouldn't be able to interpret it that way. Gamble did what anybody should do if they're actually marketing, and that is write books back then. And he was out there. And so in that sense, he was out there. He didn't go into the trouble of advertising that his studio existed. He did not do that, But, these days, isn't that everything? To get a book out there, get your face seen,
Absolutely, yeah.
Just that whole thing, and more so than just putting an ad out there saying, come to my studio. Everybody knows that's what you're doing. So I think Gamble was actually pretty savvy that way. I don't know who he was. Well, he says he was writing those books to students, future and past, or whatever, present. So you get that he had something in his mind there. And I think it was reaching out, a form of reaching out. So I don't know how to say that was his model. I know that people say that about him, but I don't know that that's actually so. I'm not sure whether I agree with that. Illustrious and unknown, the Degas. It's true that he would paint a picture and just bury it in his warehouse. As soon as it was done, he just put it in his warehouse and then do another one.
Sure. Now, Paul, the gentleman that was with you who actually left Mr. Gamble's studio, do you care to comment on who he is, his identity?
Oh, wait a minute now. Well, let me talk about some other people that were there. You asked that. I think you asked that question in this list.
Mm-hmm.
The handful of people that were there were Stapleton Kearns, David Curtis, both of whom didn't stay much longer.
Yes.
And I took over the studio that they'd been in. Gamble's stipulation was if you were going to study with him, you had to have a studio in the Fenway Studios.
Right.
And so I did the classic squatting routine, which they may have themselves done. They showed me the ropes, and how to just be here and have been here for a while and start paying the rent. And maybe somewhere 6 months from now, the management will say, how did you get in there? But they won't throw you out, So I was, I wasn't any smarter than, or didn't have any sense of whether there was any commercial moral thing or anything like that about that. I just saw the opportunity and did it. So whatever that means. But but that was Stapleton's room at the time, and both of them were good guys. They really did well by me, and they continue to be friends.
Sure, sure.
There was another young man who was in sort of a student on the side. And what was his name? He was actually doing very compelling still lifes, very beautiful color relations and painterly. And I thought, if I remember right, more than other guys in the studio that I knew at the time, right? All those guys I think had been there less time than however was working. And I'm sorry I've forgotten that young man's name. And
okay.
I don't know what his relationship was, but the other people around there were Robert Douglas Hunter and Robert Cormier.
Yeah.
And both had and Sam Rose. They all had studios.
Sure.
In the building at the time that I arrived there.
Sure. Now, what was your reaction when you first entered Fenway Studios in Boston and discovered the systematic atelier training Mr. Gamble had preserved?
Well, that's an interesting thing. You mustn't equate the Fenway Studios with Gamble's training, except that he was there. There were like 44 studios, and Gamble had 2 of them, and we had a couple others. So it wasn't like that was going to be happening. But the question of the system, I think I took it for granted. I think I had a sense of actually what it ought to be anyway. Now, undoubtedly, he would have outlined it to me. But I think I just said, well, yeah, of course, let's do it. I don't remember having had a good sense of it beforehand, so I thought I'd died and gone to heaven necessarily, although Catholic was pretty important. In fact, one of my friends came out to visit sometime later, a high school guy, and he saw what I was doing, and he said, oh, this is what you've always been aiming at, isn't it? Cast drawing. And of course, it was. He already knew it from way back then. But yeah, no, I don't think so. I don't recall that it actually had any of these kind of awesome things about it. I did see that everybody was being systematic, that it was the thing. It was. I probably would have said this is the Academy, except that I remember continuing to be defensive about the idea of it being the Academy. But it was something. And Gamble's conversation was so much about the Boston School that it was dramatically confusing. But it was really the Academy and the academician's approach, the academic training dominating really everything except the conversation.
Sure. So as you enter the studio, you're looking around you, you're seeing casts set up, you're seeing still lives, a model stand, pretty much what you would expect to see in a traditional atelier setting.
Sure.
Great.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Except I wouldn't have, you're taking for granted that we would have thought that there was such a thing as an atelier setting or anything like that.
Sure.
No. It was just looked like somebody was actually doing business in a systematic, proper way.
Great.
That's all. Yeah.
And would that have been? I imagine that would have been quite stimulating for you.
Oh yeah, enormously so. Although one of my first experiences with David Lowery's studio, I walked down the stairs into his studio at his invitation, and there's some fun stories that go with those stairs and those studios. But I walked down the stairs, and in my ignorance about what goes on in those studios, as I was leaving and began to go up the stairs, we were carrying on a chat, and I reached my arm out to where a still life stand was to support myself, and I flipped the entire still life upside down on the floor. And the guy turned really dark, white, something like that. The painting he was right in the middle of, I think it was quite nice. And I learned my hardest first lesson about the nature of a studio. Yeah, that was a little awe-inspiring. Yeah, but yeah, no, it was like that. I mean, but pretty much what I saw at the beginning was cast drawing and still life, and I'd never seen that before. The biggest thing that impressed me was that we're going to be able to spend hours in front of nature and really study nature, and that was to die for. Yeah,
interesting. So just to elaborate on one point there, Paul, I understand that in Fenway Studios at the time, you guys didn't have gas running. Is that right?
Gas in the did you say gas?
Gas, as in like to run heating or for cooking purposes.
Oh, actually, we did, oddly enough. We had direct current electricity.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
We had, so we couldn't use anything electrical worth anything unless you could find a transformer, and I don't think anybody figured that out for quite a long time. But we actually found ourselves a gas refrigerator.
Oh wow! Okay.
I went into the ads and found this thing, and it was up in some camp in northern New Hampshire somewhere. We drove up there, found this goofy little thing, and brought it back and hooked it up ourselves, undoubtedly not caring about blowing up buildings or anything. And it worked, sure enough. It had a funny smell to it.
Mm.
Propane, a little bit like no typical gas smell, or maybe because we didn't quite get it right or something. We managed to. I think we actually did have somebody in to do that part, or at least to inspect it for us. But it was yeah. So we had it was yeah. It was but it was a gas run electric refrigerator. And then we actually did the same thing. We had no money. I was one of the things I've tried to do is be there for people who don't come from my kind of background. I had no family support of any kind, and nothing about my parents being bad guys. They just had a lot of kids and not a lot of money.
Sure.
Very sweet character people, but there wasn't going to be anything coming from home to do anything, college or anything else. I was just good luck with that.
Sure.
And they didn't bring up discussions that were going to cost them money because it'd make people unhappy. So. It was just, it was a lot of fortunate things happened, and including the Gamble willingness to teach free. I mean, it wasn't just willing; that's what he did.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't money, and so he was following that as a calling in the proper sense of that, in the highest sense of that, most elevated sense of that idea.
Sure.
And the most elevated I can do is not charge half what anybody else does. That's my model, except it's a business-wise. People say it's a stupid model because then people think you're worthless.
Sure.
But
Yeah.
yeah, it's an interesting problem, but which I've never really. I thought of ways to solve it, but I haven't done it over all these years. But the electricity, that was all you were asking about. Yeah, that was that was funny.
It's interesting because I've heard certain accounts from students that were at Fenway Studios studying with Gamble at the time, and it's very much explaining a very meager existence whilst they were training. I mean, barely any money. Just eating tin food and whatever they could find.
Totally, yeah. We loved liver at the time. It was the cheapest food around, and we'd eat liver. We'd figure out how to grind it up and make it like a hamburger and put a lot of stuff in it, and it was great. I hated it as a kid, but no. Oatmeal was probably my favorite, my most consistent thing. You could eat oatmeal, you could make it anytime.
Sure.
As cheap as dirt, almost. It's true, very true. And that was typical of probably most of us were probably somewhat like that. Actually, I don't think any of us came from any particularly wealthy parents who were supporting us. And my dad, even when the idea came to me to do this, he said his only comment to me was, "Can you make money at it? Can you make a living?"
Mm.
And I just smiled at him. The answer was, I didn't give a hoot.
Yeah.
Well, that's just me being dumb youth. But on the other hand, that takes that kind of madness actually to be in this field and keep digging deeper and deeper and not keep on doing the wrong thing, trying to get out there and find out where the money is.
Sure.
I say that following that conversation that you can read in Ang's the Amari Duval commentary.
Sure. So, Paul, when we're thinking about your time in the actual studio and your colleagues at the time as well, were you guys having a part-time job at all to support yourself, or were you just basically studying full-time? How did that work?
Well, a couple things. I would work all summer painting houses and different things like that. And I typically didn't do much work in the wintertime.
Okay.
Toward the end, I actually began to try to run a night class and that sort of thing, trying to do funds during the year. But I did actually get married, and my wife worked, and so don't think I'm some genius. But the rent of the studio was $95 a month, and the cost of food and all that sort of stuff. I mean, you could actually see your way. I mean, I worked in the painting. I made $100 a day painting walls, houses. So you could make money, a few $1,000s in the course of a summer.
Great.
And I had a good friend who was trying to make that his sort of escape business, his way of doing it, and try to paint on the side. And so I was eager to help. It was perfect for me.
Sure. Great.
And others, I don't know what they did, actually. I don't remember other guys working. I honestly don't. I don't. You have to ask them. Yeah.
Sure. Moving on. You had this to say about Mr. Gamble, quote, "Unlike the conversations of those I had previously studied with, Gamble's was replete with great sayings, the wisdom, the law of his 19th century European educated teachers," unquote. Are you able to recollect some of the sayings that Mr. Gamble would frequently recite?
Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, my two favorites are probably speaking to me in talking to my marble-headedness or whatever you want to call it. But at one point he said, "I tried to make it very clear. I stood and shouted in his ear." With this quote from Alice in Wonderland or Through the Looking Glass. Another one was, and he looks at me directly and he says, to err is human. To err twice is stupid. I say that those are funny, but in reality, the most important ones are. I'm actually basing chapters of this book I'm working on about the Boston School on these quotes, because most of them were Boston School quotes, like the discussion of all over the place at the start, or all the horses at once. There are a number of those that he everything we had at that time came from him or from literature he put in our hands.
Sure.
But most of it did come from him. One of the most important ones was make it as like as you can the first time and then make it more like. That was definitely from Gamel. Mm-hmm. And it was the quote that Bonnat offered.
Sure.
His students. And Gamel would typically give you the source. I mean, he wasn't even happy with you. You didn't know the name of the cast you were drawing. It was the character and the sculptor. It was that stuff. He was very good on the follow through. Although it's very funny that most of us here that we'll repeat the same quotes and tell you Tarbell said it, and somebody else will tell you DeCamp said it. The third person will tell you Sergeant Kendall said it. That's pretty funny. But yeah, and so the idea. But there are concepts like the idea of the backstraggler. And those kinds of the wording is very memorable. So I suspect though that it was already in the because it was so Boston School and so better Boston School than anything else. I mean, the backstraggler is good for anything. You're doing a drawing, what's the thing least like in your drawing? It's a useful thing to do, but it's even better when you're doing Boston School type. All the horses at once kind of work. I mean, one of the things I see it's funny in some of the people that come out of the Gamel background. One guy says in his little book, he says, so I go look for the backstraggler of the drawing. I always go look for the backstraggler of the drawing first. Well, that's not what it says, right? It says the backstraggler. And the Boston School approach is you're doing the backstraggler. So the backstraggler is 1 minute a color, another minute even a chroma of the color, another minute it's a size, and another time it's something to do with an angle. I mean, like,
It depends on the composition, right? It depends what's depicting, yeah.
And the circumstances of the development of the thing. So that idea can be taken a number of ways, but it's brilliant for the Boston School where you're actually wanting to say, you know what, the backstraggler over here is in this area right here. And Gamel would say that. He would say it's an area of your painting.
Sure.
That's where you're in an area is a huge thing to say. And of course, it only applies if you're painting an impressionist picture. It does apply in an imaginative picture once you've got the painting half done, and you see there's some part of it that was way behind development or something like that. But from the point of view of looking at the big impression in front of you, that part that's least like is evident. It's evidently so if you're watching the thing as a whole. And there's another one of those expressions, watching the thing as a whole,
Sure.
Yeah, so I won't say more about that. I think I've said enough.
Okay, moving on. Can you elaborate on the course of training Mr. Gamel had set for you?
So if you take for granted that what he did was he had you work from casts, he had you doing memory drawing, he had you copying as much as we could at say the Fog, which had a nice collection of drawings you could actually put next to you on a table and draw right side by side with Rubens or Degas or somebody. He had you less emphasis was on copying the museum, and I think the reason for that was because we weren't even competent in painting enough to be wasting our time in the museum.
Sure.
But all of us did wind up there. I actually was fortunate enough to have for example, a Bouguereau in my studio to paint, to copy at one point. Well, I was working for a restorer who got it, and he said, "Take it upstairs." I said, "Can I copy that?" He says, "Yeah, just take it upstairs." He's going to say, "No, don't throw me in the briar patch or anything." Yeah. So, so all those things are involved there, and in various ways come in and out of it. So it's that thing where you're seeing, and you're moving from the cast to the still life. And he quoted Rembrandt to the effect that anyone who can paint a still life can paint anything. This is them talking, and that's again one of those quotes. As well make an aphorism. I tell students all the time, a portrait is easy. A still life is not easy. I mean, you're a whole variety of complex heads in a portrait of still life.
That's
doing
true.
One potato in a portrait of a single person, a head, for example. And yet we complexify it beyond hope, by not recognizing that. But But so the still life, and then you move, and we were in and out of portrait and figure, and then we did landscape in the summertime with him at his summer studios in Williamstown.
Absolutely.
That's that part of the process. The other part of the process was literally what he was doing was processing you into an imaginative painter. So he would literally have you articulate the outline of the cast, and you'd sit until it was really good, and then show you the shadow line, and you would mass it flat until it was really good. And then he would show you middle tones, and he expected you to work that way. Now, if you ask me, if you're asking me whether we did first cast and then still life and then portrait, that's fine. But if you're asking me how he actually taught systematically, that was what it was. Everything was outline based, and when you got in his own quotes that I've copied out of my own notebooks. By the way, Gamel's thing was to have you. He wouldn't let you pick up a pencil while he was speaking, and
Wow.
he said, "So when I leave or at the end of the day, just write down what you remember." And it really was amazing because it really did make us remember. At least it made me remember. I really became a listener. It was a huge deal, at one point I asked Gamel, I said, so did you mean, he just finished saying something. He said, did you mean, he said, I meant exactly what I said. Whoa. And that must have been, he was raised in an elite high school, junior high school, whatever that is, the prep schools of his day. Very, very elite education, better than a college education in America today, I think. And from the point of view of all the basic stuff related to writing and stuff, but his teachers were good, I suspect he does. I suspect we were getting some of that in our relationships with him as a teacher. Not just the autocracy that you referred to later, but sorry. Yep.
Well, it's interesting because Mr. Gamel, from what I understand, he with his students, he really wanted to improve. I mean, of course, he was training them to be painters, but as a kind of a part-time sort of thing, he wanted to improve their education in general. So, from what I understand, he would get library cards for his students. He would often get them tickets to the opera or any kind of trying to expose them in the arts in a broader sense to develop their kind of cultural sensibility.
Yes, absolutely. He talks about it, I think, in both the shop talk and some other stuff, maybe the Boston Painters. He was rather deplored the Boston school teachers, Barbells and stuff, for lack of having that. And he said that Paxton had actually quite a fair secular background. I use that word, secular meaning versus the arts. But he would send us to the opera, send us to the plays at the Williamstown Summer Theater, which was that was where all the New York theater stock went. All those people went there in the summertime. So we saw real amazing stuff. I had the distinction of having him call me in one day after I walked out of one that was just a piece of crap. Just I just wasn't into it. And my wife with me was being offended and even beyond me. So, and we were read the riot act for not being interested in culture. No, we totally appreciated it. But yeah, he talks about it in the books, so, and you can follow up there where he. But you see, that's the conversation of somebody who values subject. And subject, he himself says it. Alfred Stevens, Gamel said to me directly, he said, subject is nothing. Story here, actually, we went down, three of us, David and Tom will tell you this. We went down to see a show at the Brooklyn Museum. It incorporated Leighton, Sir Lord Leighton, Albert Moore, British painters, and you know them, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And Watts, and came back, and of course we had to report. So Gamel said, "So, all right, sit down, tell me everything. Tell me what your impressions were." And I said, "I'm going to give you a summary." I said, if I could draw like Leighton, and if I had the color of Albert Moore, and the ideas or the subject, I probably said the subject of Watts, I would think I'd be sitting pretty. And Gamel's immediate reaction was negative, and it was, subject is nothing.
Wow.
And of course, Watts is the most diminutive of those characters, as you know, and the subject was dominant that he hadn't, in some ways, he wasn't quite a good schoolboy, when it comes down just to being a good painter. And he wasn't pathetic, but, the people around him outshone him by a lot, and Leighton particularly. But that was, that's an interesting question. But you see, what's interesting about that, though, is that Gamble himself is speaking about that when he says, you're going to imaginative painting. Yes, you want to be, if you're going to choose your subject. Well, it's very helpful to be a person of erudition, a person of some background. See, there are better subjects than others. And if your experience ain't there, but the Boston School, actually, and this is a vast differentiation, the Boston School was about the music, the eye music. And this is me now. I would ask Gamble from his grave to forgive me for saying this, but I have never seen a Gamble painting that when I walked around the corner, it made me drop my mouth open. Not once.
Wow. Okay.
Now, the Italians used to say that's the measure of great painting.
Yeah, sure.
So I'm asking you a question myself. I'm not asking you, but I'm asking the world. I've asked the listener or somebody who hears this, that question. What is this if it's not music, visual music? And if it's not successful as visual music, what do I care about what you have to say about some politics? Laugh about David's oath of the tennis court. I mean, what's the tennis court? I mean, why are people swearing on the tennis court? I mean, I guess that would be if you're losing bad enough, I mean, that's how weird it is, And then you look at the Japanese paintings and they don't mean anything, right? Look how stunning are these prints. Look how ridiculously beautiful they are. I'm talking about their color schemes, their color harmonies, their lines. I mean, we're talking about music, right? And so that's the difference between Gamble. And I think, frankly, that the Boston School is as elite, as more elite than Gamble from the point of view of visual music by miles and miles and miles. And Gamble does beautiful things, linearly and other things. But as a total package, as a piece of work, I don't think I've ever seen one. They're always interesting in their ideas. They're always interested in various ways. And they're usually well made the way he wants, from the point of view of the standards that you want to hang on to craft-wise. But this is me really differentiating probably from anybody else you'll speak to this conversation. And I hold myself personally responsible, but I don't think it's worth saying, not being there and talking about Gamble and culture without saying this,
Sure. No, I mean, it's great that you are providing that distinction, I mean, between the Boston School, the painterly approach, as opposed to Mr. Gamble and his linear academic approach.
Absolutely.
One thing I'll pull you up on there, however, Paul, is regarding Mr. Gamble's subject matter. Now, I mean, of course, there were certain paintings that he based on concerning the Hound of Heaven, a certain poem that was written by a certain writer at the time. What were some of the subjects that you found compelled him the most?
Well, Gamble thought of himself to some degree as a symbolist. And I think the nearest thing to a terrific symbol was the thing called the predicament. Are you familiar with that? Now, I would compare him with Michelangelo. The Michelangelo's captive slave that I referred to early. There's several unfinished. There's a whole wall of these things as you're going toward the David in Italy. Right. In that whatever that court's called, the Accademia, I think is what's called actually. And you're walking down there. There's the David way at the end, but all these unfinished sculptures of these muscled characters trying to get out of the stone, right?
Right.
And so I take that as my model of what's brilliant symbolism, right?
Sure.
I mean, the entire stone is repeating what the guy is saying. He's got this guy muscled up, but he's bound. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And I know if you read Michelangelo's conversation, he himself felt that way all the time, both artistically and morally. He felt like can I get to the next level?
Right.
And that's an amazing thing. There's one of the things you want to be in the arts for, right? But
right.
But the predicament actually is that, except that it's a little pedantic. I mean, Gamble's, and by the way, I mean, it's very effective, but it's the picture. It's not so much it just gets you at a blink, like that thing that owns you. Once you get it, I mean, first of all, the Michelangelo is beautiful in texture and the muscles and all that stuff, at least to a young guy, and the hand thing or whatever that is. And then one day later, maybe it's 20 years later, you look up and realize that's the symbol of everything in life. I mean, that's the human condition. Well, that's a majorly important symbol. And Gamble's is doing the same thing, except then he explains it this way and explains it that way. And so he has somebody pointing a gun at this guy and somebody drawing labels around his feet and somebody else with a rope around one of his legs. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's essentially doing the same thing, but it's doing it rather like an allegory, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like a long description of all the little things that might be the problems in your life, and then he has this big circle above his head, which is your dreams or your fears and all those things sitting up there. And it's really amazing. It's really wonderful. just doesn't have that quick impact, and if you follow today's generation, I mean, the biggest problem with Gamel's work is that it takes you about 10 hours to figure out what he's talking about. I think it's a fundamental mistake. And if you have subject, I think especially if you're a symbolist, it's got to have a fact and it's got to own you quickly.
Sure. Yeah. No, I think you said it right there, Paul. Allegory and this idea of kind of narrative, and I mean, just taking the time to actually study some of the visual metaphors in the artwork. I think that's essentially what Gamel's work. I mean, what I get from it anyway.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Gamel loved that part. He loved the area. Gamel was a scholar and intellectual and all those things. He was not a fool.
Sure.
Did you ever hear that about, was it Sargent? Somebody asked Sargent about Monet, and they said he's only just an eyeball. And Sargent said, well, but what an eyeball.
Yeah, right. I've heard that before. I was actually under the impression that was Cezanne who said that, though.
So it could very well be.
Yeah.
I'm not going to hold to that one. Could very well be that, yeah. But it's true, yeah.
Moving on. I'm presuming that your training with Mr. Gamel was predominantly delivered through the sight-size approach to measuring. What would you say are some of the advantages and disadvantages of working sight-size in contrast to comparative or relative measuring? Now, I know we've touched on this a little bit.
Yeah.
Would you care to comment a little bit more?
Yeah, with that being the entire center of that conversation, I think it's a good place to mention something. That is, the thing that you're trying to do is train your eye, right? That comes across in all the conversation. And by the way, I was the guy that went to Gamel and said, as it looked like he wasn't going to have me on as a student, I said, okay, so what should I read? He said, you know what? You're the first person who's ever asked me that. And I thought that's pretty cool. Probably part of the reason I actually got in, is because he actually saw that something there that had maybe more of the brain in it.
Sure, yeah. Great question.
But, yeah, so what should I be reading? Yeah. But the sight size issue, so things I'd be reading would be bringing information to me. And I read everything. My whole point, though, was to read the stuff that had been written by good painters. I was, and I had to say to myself, Paul, what do you know about good painters? Well, you just use your own judgment. If they're not in your mind, don't say, if somebody says they're masters, don't say that. And even masters say dumb things sometimes, So look at those things though, but let's start with only the things you really respect. Okay, just guys are good. Read what they say. And I hunted like crazy. I mean, it got to the point, like you can be a prospect, you can smell gold. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah.
You're scanning the pages, and poor life. So sad to see that brilliant, would have otherwise could have been a brilliant book on Leighton by this Russell Barrington, Mrs. Russell Barrington, and she I don't think she says a word in that thing about painting. I had to go through the whole dang thing. It's so annoying. But I was finding information like that, about things about this. But one of the conversations is about training of the eye. Gamel himself would say that it's about training of the eye. Well, what is training of the eye? It's a big question. But what is training of the eye? So the thing I deduced from all that stuff, at one point I asked Gamel, when does all this measuring stop? Like, what I was asking him? When do you actually have the wherewithal because of your developed skills to not be doing, and I was talking about sight size, to not be doing this anymore. And he said, the cure for measuring. And he would do this to his other students too. If he thought you were a complete moron at some point, he would speak like this. But measuring is more measuring.
Wow.
So I said to myself, this ain't fun. This is taking the heart and soul out of what I'm doing here. And I'm not training my eye this way. I'm just using measuring to get there. And what's that? Oh, so I'm going to be really good as a measurer. I'm never going to learn to see. That's not the same thing. Learning to measure is different from learning to see. I mean, this is me in my poor little brain at the time, So
Sure.
I said, okay, Mr. Gamble. I said, this one would have been probably clearly under my breath. And he left. Okay. I said, okay, I'm going to outmeasure you. I'm going to outmeasure you, but I'm going to do it with my eyes. And from that day forward, everything I did by measuring. And what it got me into was relational seeing. I just compared everything to everything.
Wow.
And it got, of course, the Ackman model was right in front of me. There's this, and that. So every time I saw a width, I compared it to a height. Every time I saw a width, I compared it to two other widths. I just kept doing this, right? I just made sure I did it more than anybody else.
Sure.
More than I've done it as a sight sizer. And then what I found was useful was some of those sight size things, or some of them, and I say that advisedly because some of them are really wrong. They cause problems. But some of them are good to assess yourself with. For example, if you think you got that midpoint in the right place, go ahead and hold up a ruler and find out what the mid mark is and see if you have it in the right place. But never before you draw. And that became the new model for me. Always check yourself, but never do it before you do all the other work visually. And then I found myself that all that stuff, is Boston School thinking, right? The other stuff, sight size itself is just not it, even slightly. It's not Boston School. And when people give Gamble credit for that, they're giving credit where it isn't due. None of those guys show any sign of ever doing what you call Boston School stuff. Much like, you don't find those angles in any great painter's drawing, great draftsman's drawings. You don't find construction drawing in any of them because people use that stuff. It's easy to say, oh, they did it because you saw that in, for example, Rothenstein's book, the guy says that Sargent was drawing sight size, painting sight size, but all that sight size meant to him was a place on the floor and not a method. So I'm telling you more about me than I am about Gamble. I'm not sure I'm answering your
No, it's great. It's great.
Yeah. Well, I'm giving you that because it's what it's the real deal for me. I'm just trying to be straight. Yeah.
Sure. Before I move on to my next question, Paul, I just wanted to ask, at what point did you decide that your training with Gamble had come to an end?
The day he disrespected me, actually.
Wow. Okay. Do you care to comment on that situation?
Well, yeah. And in fact, it's funny. The story's out there. I tell students, and there's no reason actually not to tell you. But the fact is, a student-teacher relationship is based on mutual respect.
Sure.
And I frankly found that to be true of my own child as a parent. Your job is to respect your child. At one point, I would find that if you told my son something and said, "Do this," like do it right now, he was in the middle of something and he wouldn't do it. And I thought, is this a disobedient child? And then I realized it was actually us not saying, "Son, in 10 minutes, could you be ready for dinner?" It's always ready for dinner. Let's just say it was something like that. And so that kind of thing, you see what I'm saying?
Sure.
So that's my of mutual respect. And I'd never disrespected Gamble in any way. In fact, I believed everything he said, tried everything he said, and found him not wanting. Except one day when I was it was in the summertime with a bunch of students, including one new one. And I said, I was working on a composition, a portrait setup. And I was pulling my hair out. It was actually finally working. I finally had something that was actually working. And I'd done everything we'd been taught, including, for example, one of the conversations was always about the avoidance of tangents. When you turn ahead, don't have the nose touch the cheek. It's a sort of one that you'll hear. And anybody who teaches aphorisms, there's tangents that are annoying and they become touchy getting in themselves. And so those are things that are just classic things to avoid. And so I'd finally set this up, finally had the portrait pose that I wanted. It'd take me far longer than I thought it should, but I was very pleased with it. And Gamble came in and said, "No, it's and he might very well have been in the wrong place on the floor or whatever, right? No, you can't do it like that. It's got to be like this or whatever." And what he said to me was so explicit, though, that I said no to myself. That isn't so. And I went to some of his favorite guys. I found Degas, found Velasquez. I found paintings by no fewer than four different people doing exactly what he told me not to do.
Okay.
It's really, I don't know, somewhere between alarmed and confused, right?
Sure.
So I was hear me holding forth again. Shut up, Paul. And so I stood before the other guys in the studio and I said, "What do you think he meant? I mean, am I right? Am I right in saying, et cetera, et cetera, So yeah, I was standing there because that was what I did all the time. I was analyzing everything everybody taught me, with the view of understanding mostly. I wasn't there to challenge him, but this one young man went and reported to Gamble that what I was doing. And the next day, Gamble just destroyed a painting I was working on with his brush, just tore all over it, and told me to go back to cast drawing.
Wow.
And so I left the studio. He called me to come back. And I didn't really want to leave the studio, but I left because of the disrespect. But I said, "How can you study with somebody who will do that to you?"
Yeah.
I mean, that was nothing that I knew. Instead of calling me in and saying, "Paul, let's talk about this," like a big adult would do.
Sure.
I mean, none of us are big adults some days, are we?
Right, right.
So instead of doing that, though, he said, he through some other people, probably through David again, he said, tell him I don't want to lose him as a student.
Mm.
So he said, have him come in the morning with everybody else. So I did. I showed up in the morning. He screamed at me. He started yelling at me for hating, for disrespecting everything he'd done for me and all this stuff. And I just walked away. I'm sorry.
Right. Wow.
So I actually want to leave. I didn't even want to leave a little bit. I was there, and it was good to be there. But let me tell you something, that gets you into the history of what had always happened to Gamble Studios. At one point, we'd been together, David Lowery, myself, and Tom Donnelly, and one or more other guys at different times, and continued to be working together for like 3 years. And people like Hunter were saying, why hasn't the studio blown up yet? What are you doing differently? We were all in agreement about that we weren't going to play those games.
Sure.
This new guy, Gamble found the new guy,
Mm-hmm.
and he and he laid out the territory, to this guy, and he became the Machiavellian informant,
I see.
So it destroyed that whole thing, just fell apart, and I was just the center of it. Other people actually went to Gamble, the guys that loved him, and said, "You did him wrong."
Mm.
But Gamble wouldn't look at me again after that. I still love my wife, but he wouldn't look at me.
Well, that's an interesting story.
I didn't decide to leave. I had no interest, whatever, in leaving Gamble at the time. I was working on imaginative work that people said nobody does in my studio. They said you have to wait 5 years to do that, and I didn't wait for anything. Every time I did something, they'd say, "Don't do this, Gamble, do that," and I said, "No, I'm going to do it." And I just did it and showed it to Gamble, and he said, "Yeah, now do another one."
Wow.
What? We had a fun relationship. I liked everything about Gamble. I loved his intellect. I loved his sharpness. And it was a model for me. I was like, what would I ever walk away from that for?
Sure.
I had an interest in doing imaginative paintings. I hadn't resolved. The only reason I actually wind up rather as a Boston School painter is because it was a fundamental search, finishing the search that I'd been on of really how to master nature. I knew that was the predominant job. You got to master the look of nature. You got to be good at what you see in front of you, or get over it. You're not any good. You know what I mean? Sure. Everything else, that's premised on that capacity. And in my search for best ways, I wound up, and thanks lots to Gamble's aphorisms and stuff, wound up searching out. Like the one that probably is the most telling is the one where he said, I was saying, well, what do you do first? How do you avoid having 40 errors in front of you within the first hour? How do you avoid that? And I was determined to not do that anymore. I didn't want to be trying to figure out which was the back straggler.
Sure.
I wanted to start out in a better place where there weren't back stragglers, and I wondered what that looked like, and I began to search out, and I found that the only thing I could find in the Boston School teaching, the aphorisms that Gamble offered, there were two that are nearly sequential. One is, though, paint as if you were coming out of a fog.
Mm-hmm.
Now, and the other one was all over the place in the start, but paint as if you're coming out of a fog is sequential. That was the only one. And I began to think that through and work that through. And that's what changed everything for me and turned me into, because the efficiencies were incredible.
Right.
When you only did strong easies and weren't trying to do everything.
Sure.
And this is me giving away what I know for nothing.
Right.
Information. Good luck with it.
Well, thanks, Paul. I appreciate it. So, Paul, can I ask, after that fallout that you had with Gamble, did you ever see him again or have any contact with him after that point?
Well, I'll tell you, I have a nightmare to tell you about, but no, I ran across him from time to time down the hall, but he would turn his face away from me.
Okay.
I would say hello to him. He'd turn his face away. He hated my guts after that.
Wow.
And, he definitely wasn't one of those forgive and forget kinds of guys. And he did things that were good for us, nice, kind things to us, including at one point buying a frame for a portrait that he'd set up for me,
Wow.
and
Okay.
made the money, it was a portrait that was a commission of a friend of his who was who was a philanthropist. And I was the student among his people that was actually the guy who was, he was very, Gamble would try to set you up in what find your proclivities, what you're good at. And he said, you're never going to make a living. You've got to paint portraits. You don't have any money. Nobody's going to support you. You can't paint my kinds of pictures easily without money.
Mm.
All that stuff was clear before you. And so he was really working to make me into a portrait painter. Good things, and he bought that frame. It was very important that frame be bought. It was way too expensive. I couldn't have dreamed about it. It was $350. In fact, it's funny. But I thought it was it might have been $20,000.
Wow.
but it was a top frame, the best gallery, best frame shop in the area and all that stuff. But he held that against me really personally. Like, but the fact is, he would have taken it. Would have been worse if I'd given it back to him.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
And he actually got it so it could be part of a show that we were all involved in. But it was that kind of thing though, where I don't know how you get to that next place, or whether that's a character defect in him or it's just simply me expecting him. Why should anybody? I mean, I was a jerk. I was a young man.
Sure.
I mean, I never give myself too much credit for that. I just did what I had to do, and it was what it was.
Mm-hmm.
You never always second guess yourself about how much of your own peak is the factor, and how much whether Gamble was just never an adult himself.
Sure.
I'll just give you a last little story. I bet you nobody else has in the studio. I bet it was 6 months later, might have been more than that. And I woke up one morning. I was still living in the Fenway studio, and I woke up one morning and I realized the Gamble was in my dreams, right?
Mm-hmm.
Vividly in my dreams.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, I knew that I'd been taking care of him. Now, what was that movie about these levels of subconscious that was out there recently? But Gamble, I'd been taking care of him. I would start visiting him in this ivory tower thing, in my dreams.
Okay.
In the buried places of my dreams. I didn't even know they existed, those places. Live dreaming, right?
Sure.
But one day I woke up, somehow I got woken up in the middle of it and saw it. And
Wow.
I knew that I'd been taking care of him, and I knew that I'd taken him from being dead, right, to being not so dead, to talking to me about Degas. And I mean, like sick stuff. I mean, truly sick stuff. So yeah, if you want to say, did Gamble ever speak to me again? Very kind of embarrassing, but but the fact is, the experience was overwhelming. I mean, it's the kind of stuff that you hear about from time to time. The overwhelming influence of a powerful influence.
Sure.
It's just like whatever that is. Yeah.
Do you think?
He's mad. You can cut this off anytime you want.
No, that's great, Paul. That's what I really want to get into. Do you think perhaps that dream may have been linked to perhaps something that you wish you had the opportunity to say to Gamble one last time?
Sure. Oh, for sure. To how much I cared for him. Oh, yeah, all that stuff. Yeah, I'm actually probably one of his severest critics. Like I just was talking about the Boston School versus Gamble, and giving them credit that he doesn't give them, that he takes away from them. These guys are the superb intellectuals of visual art. They're
Sure.
not intellectuals of intellectual content.
Right.
But so I'm a very severe critic. But man, I don't think anybody ever was as dedicated to him any more than I was. I don't think so in terms of my mental. What would you call that? Loyalties.
Sure.
But it wasn't loyalty for its own sake. It was because the value was just always there.
Sure.
It was so, and and I read you may have read it, you undoubtedly have read it, the Boswell's Johnson thing. Have you read that book, the biography of Johnson by Boswell?
I have
think
not.
it's called.
What's it called?
It's a book. Yeah, it's a book that every young guy should read. Well, I don't think they'll ever appreciate it, but it was about that kind of a relationship. And it was interesting that they finally, I never got to this place with Gamble, but they finally got to the point where Boswell was doubting some of the things and questioning him to his face. You know what I mean? Which is what you need to get to. If the guy's really been a good mentor, right? You get to that place where you get to question him. And it was just, that was never what my relationship was. Always that first part of the book,
Okay.
where he was still in all his glory, and despite, what you saw is some of his bizarre rants. I mean, we'd go to the museum with Gamble, and that was one of those questions you asked there. We would go to the museum with Gamble, and you could almost not talk about paintings. He'd be busy thumping his cane on the floor, screaming about the bad lighting or the over. You could almost not get to talking about values in paintings, because it's so worked up. So there were things that we saw as a little bit, annoying.
Sure.
At his age, he would come into the studio when we were doing the figure, and whoever got the first critique got the good one, but everybody else got the same one after that.
Okay.
That's what I was looking for. I found that in myself, actually. So that's not one of those. It's a teacher issue, But once it's in your brain, it is something to talk about. You get it out there and make sure everybody gets some, But it was just funny that we started switching. At my advice, we started switching so that different people would be in the first seat every time Gamble came in. We start with the first seat.
Oh,
so
yeah. Yeah.
It's a big. Yeah.
That's interesting. Paul, can I ask you to clarify that book you mentioned, was that by Johnson Boswell?
I think it's called Boswell's Johnson.
Boswell's
Uh,
Johnson. Okay.
yeah, but it's the biography of Samuel Johnson, the guy who sat in his sick bed being they used to say he was hypochondriac, but he would lay in his bed and not get the work done he was supposed to do. So he had this dictionary, and he just sat there and quoted this dictionary. Johnson's dictionary was a major dictionary at a certain point.
Sure.
They just said he just would read you out of his head. He would just make up what was going to be the next word and what he was going to give you the definitions and the etymology or whatever else. He would just do it sitting there. And I mean, things like that, that made you really sit up,
Interesting.
But yeah, it's a really delightful read, and it's from your end of it. This is UK stuff, man.
Right. Sure.
Over here, you might want to read Benjamin Franklin's autobiography, which is not the same kind of thing, but it's a riot for similar kinds of reasons.
Sure.
To a young man, I mean, yeah.
Now, Paul, can I ask, upon hearing of Gamel's death, how did that affect you? How did it make you feel?
Well, I actually refer to it as the Ives of March.
Okay. Right.
He died something around less than a month ago. It would have been, I think, maybe it would have been, I think it was like the 14th or whatever that day is, was actually there, or either he died that day or that was his funeral day. But yes, I was definitely persona non grata, but the other guys invited me and I would have gone anyway to his burial and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was a big deal. I mean, the loss of him at that time to me probably was less devastating than to other guys.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of the other guys were already pretty well on their way out. Tom Dunley, I think, was pretty independent. David less so.
Sure.
But David probably, I would think, might have taken it the worst. I don't know that anybody, we didn't sit around and feel sorry for ourselves. But it was significant, and but I couldn't give you any more than the telling. It was just that I really did want to honor him by just showing up. It was really incredibly appropriate. The day was totally rained out, pouring down like this. The stars, the elements were not happy either.
Interesting. Right.
Yeah.
So you didn't end up attending?
I did. Yeah.
Oh, you did attend. Yeah.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Right. Let's move on. Can you describe your idea of visual order type seeing?
Yeah, good. So seeing, when you talk about coming out of a fog.
Sure.
Now this is where you know what you're doing. You're trying to steal all my good stuff, but that phrase comes from Putfarkin, who wrote a book on composition. It's a good one to read from the point of view of actually somebody getting the sort of the lay of the land historically.
Mm-hmm.
About the nature of the changes in composition. It's just a scholarly book, but he talks about that, and it's the 1600s. It's a term that I've never saw anywhere else, so I think I must have stolen it from there. Nobody in the Boston School uses it, except that they paint it that way,
Sure.
as it were, right? So the concept of painting is if you were coming out of a fog, which I say in my book, is if you did that with Gamble, he would have he would have fainted in front of you and told you to leave, But or if you pushed it far enough, he would have said, "Oh, yeah, that's like the Boston." He might have done that, But the painting is if you're coming out of fog. This literally describe, if you said that, you'd be sitting there looking at the world in front of you, right? And the only way I could comprehend what that might be is to start blurring my eyes.
Okay.
Right? And where you're sitting, you start blurring your eyes, and you'll see that there are certain strong players out there, and lots of guys just start disappearing into each other. They just start disappearing off the map, and if you go dim enough, you'll find 2 or 3 significant players.
Sure.
Now, do you see that that's the visual order? That's all I'm telling you. There's an order visual of strength.
Right.
So it has strength of things to your eyes, and that's the nature of. See, the thing is that the whole thing is about a search for order. But if you're drawing objects, the order you're really talking about, if you're those kinds of painters, is you do want it to feel like it's a slice of life and all that sort of stuff. But the truth is, the order you need is to get the figures in the right place in relation to each other, the right size, and all those things. So that comprehends almost everything about your order that you really got to get right. Make sure the person's on the right size in relation to the doorway and all those things. But visual order is strictly an impressionist. That's when you get to Velázquez, I believe it comes out of Velázquez myself. I think it has to.
Mm-hmm.
But when you see Velázquez, you see visual order.
Right.
He's the guy he's painting from it. And it's fascinating to me that both Degas and Millet said they both talk about Velázquez, and then both of them say basically the same thing. They say, "But I don't get Velázquez."
Sure. Yeah.
And now they couldn't have meant the early Velázquez because everybody got that. That's what everybody did.
Mm-hmm.
But the late Velázquez, when he changes the entire map, so in the whole conversation, I think, I don't know who it was who said that, might have been Alfred Stevens, but he said, when you go to the Prado, once you've seen Velázquez, you don't even look at anything else.
Right, yeah.
Expression the guy uses is he's the only realist there.
Sure.
Now, that's a word in these days, right? Because today what we mean by realist is Bouguereau.
Right.
Except with more noodling, more little noodling. But if you get what I'm saying, the visual order is an impressionist idea. So what you're doing, you're looking at the ensemble of the whole thing in front of you, and you're saying, where the heck do I start?
Right.
So, because you're not starting with outlines of objects.
That's right.
So where do you start? Well, there's this wonderful thing that comes in this is the mercy, the great mercy. Gamble used to talk about the word arabesque.
Right.
And he describes it in ways that are just slightly confusing. But I asked Tom Donnelly recently, actually, and how he took that to be from Gamble. And I said, because I saw you use the word the other day with your students, and you said, so I had them mark out the arabesque of the figure. And you meant the silhouette, didn't you? You meant the outline of the figure, the contours. And he said, yeah, the arabesque. and I said, well, Gamble used it two ways. And he doesn't use it really well the second way, but he alludes to it, right? But the arabesque, as defined by the Oxford English Dictionary, thank you, about 14 down or something, the arabesque is the figure created by the leading lines of a composition.
Right.
Now, you have visual order now talking to you, right? So what the figure is is created by the leading lines is a cat.
Mm-hmm.
If you get all these dots, you start looking through all these things, and you see the cat.
Right.
So these points, this is standard, this is classic visual order thinking. First of all, if you're with Sargent, you're always drawing from points, right? There are these points of interest, points of effect that could give you locations, right? It's like the idea of geometry of the point. You have to have a point to have a line. You have to have 2 points.
Yeah.
Angles based on point based. The angles. So Sargent says, don't ever drop the plum out of your hand. You need to get the angles between the points. Essentially, is what he says, right? Mm-hmm. So the visual order literally is set up. The way of working from the visual order, which I described, is set up by looking at the thing as a visual ensemble exclusively and seeing who's on first. Right. And I use that amusing quote from the comedians, who's on first? I don't know. Who's on second? Mm-hmm. No. What's on first? But who's on first? So that's the blurred eye talking to you. And the blurred eye tells you who to work with. And then you see that they make a constellation. And if you can't get the angles in those points articulately, then you aren't going to play this game. You don't even understand. I have to tell you this, that the reason I do it, the way I found this was I was literally, as I said before, sick and tired of it. I think I literally counted 40 errors in the first half hour of one. I was just trying to, this is post-Gamble, right? Or maybe, I think it was post-Gamble. And I was just so sick of having so many mistakes. And just being off in so many obvious ways.
Wow, 40, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I just couldn't, no end. So I said, this has got to, I can't be doing this. This is like a waste of time. What am I doing that I got so many, what was I thinking? Where's my brain?
Sure.
You do that, right? And so maybe it was because I departed from sight size. Who knows? I could be blamed for 3 other things. But but the fact is we had 40 things wrong with sight size. So it wasn't like sight size was itself. But so I said to myself, I was trying to sort this out. And I said to myself, and this is when this was happening to me. I said, so what do you draw first, second, third? I was doing this visual order thing. I was coming out of a fog. And I said, all right. So I said, I'm going to do this on a cast. And I'm going to take the most complicated cast I know of that I'd never had the guts to attack before. And that was the Houdon Man, the flight figure.
Yeah.
And I set that up with all these cast shadows going every which direction. Not cast shadows, but gashes in his muscles. Mm. And I set it up and I said, now where do you start? And I said, well, there's one thing I do know. It may not be in visual order, but there's a top and bottom on this painting. You better figure out where that was just built in, right? You said, where am I placing? Placement becomes this whole huge thing, right? And so the initial anchors are purely what I call at that time, or later on I call pragmatic points. You're picking a place on the page.
Right.
To begin to place things, but what are you placing? So immediately I drew the very top of the head, and I put a line for the top of the head, and I drew a line for the bottom of the foot, right?
Right.
Or the base. It was actually the base. And I said, so how many things are wrong already? And it was like, man, where the lights going off. like, like, well, let's see. First of all, the shapes don't look anything like the shapes. They're just gashes. So you drew something that isn't really what it looks like. So you already got that, right? The angles between these 2 points isn't right. These lines are indicating value contrast. The top one is way mild and the one below is way contrastier, and you didn't do that. And their size relationships are wrong. I mean, how many more things can you have wrong with 2 points? You know what I mean? That was the breakthrough, right? Because I just simply stood there and I got those 2 points to be right. And then I got the next thing. That's to be as right as I could, right? With my eyeballs being on sight sizers. I said, now I'm going to bring in a third point. And I kept thinking, what's a helpful third point, right? To help me verify these. I'm just a big pragmatic, And so I brought in a third point, and I immediately did all the same things to that. And so that third point actually became the beginnings of what this thing called the arabesque. I began to, oh, that's what that is. So I got that figure right, the angles between those points and the shape it made. And I made it out of the stuff it was made out of. I got the value contrast right. This was the beginning of a charcoal drawing. So I got the shape right to a degree I needed it. And you do need a kind of a point in these locations. They don't, they have to be like a bend on a curve or something like that, so you can actually use them for markers. And I was sort of standing back, and I said, do I have any more back stragglers? Oh, no. And I thought, well, Paul, you may have solved the problem. It hadn't taken me long, but it also fit into that paradigm of Ang where he says, start slow so you can finish fast. And this was that part where you can't go too slow. And so, you find a third point that might have been, well, what am I going to use for left or right? So I got the top and bottom points, and so I found this point and I said, this orientation I've got here is I can tell it's wrong already. I'm going to have to move this over. So I put this third point in and I moved the 2 points that already were there. They became the back straggler, the top and bottom. Those we set wrong on the page. So, you know what I mean? So, and you get into this model of 3 steps forward and 2 back and a few things like that, where the new data you're looking for is the one that's going to inform the first and correct the first data. And because you need it corrected now. And that's sort of the rougher idea of the visual order, but also the sort of the onset of how I began to work with that idea.
That's fascinating, Paul. And just to give listeners a little bit more of an idea of what the visual order is about, you've actually done a instructional video where you go about creating a drawing and explaining a visual order type seeing, right?
Yes. Yeah, and that one I was sick as a dog that day. I'd been suffering from I thought I was going to die actually, and I was really seriously sick, and it turned out to be just all entirely stress related, but I was sick.
Okay.
And it was a bad day. So and the model didn't show up.
Right.
So the person I used was not someone that I was comfortable using. I wouldn't have picked him as that person. I don't know. I have no particular reason, but it wasn't a fitting thing. So I was uncomfortable in every way, and I was sick. So
Okay.
I wanted to try myself because the drawing should have been better, but it wasn't bad. It gave the information. Every piece of it is exactly what I would do. I mean, it's now systematic, and that shows you my thinking through the system. So it's a great one to use for that. A number of people come to study with me based on that because they saw there's a visual logic to it.
Sure. Great. Now, just to backtrack for a second, Paul, we have already spoken about this somewhat in our previous answers. Who were some of the other students that were training with you in Fenway Studios at the time? Do you care to explain anything more about that? We're happy to move on.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I mean, they're all different guys. Some of them more oriented around one thing and another, some landscape. Like Tom is very much a landscape guy, and David's an imaginative guy. You always do. David Lowery do a lot of fun, imaginative things in the studio. He had one, this will tell you something more about the Gamel situation, but he had one in the year before I left where he had, it created a platform. And so a lot of us would sort of try to use figures so that we weren't just being stuck with still life stuff,
Yeah, sure.
One of my earliest ones, I was using a little a relief of a little Cupid sort of dancing, and I created a bacchanalian thing with objects falling down and spilling and grapes and stuff. So we were all things like that. But this guy had he had taken mannequins, there was little 12-inch or 15-inch mannequins that they saw.
The wooden ones?
The wooden ones, yeah. And he had created these figures. He had draped them slightly and stuff. But so he had this guy sitting on the throne, was one of them, and he was dressed like Gamel.
Mm-hmm.
That guy next to him, and who had a sword in his hand, and he was trying to knock a guy off who was trying to climb up to get next to Gamel.
Okay.
But David was always a delight. You know, I mean, he always saw through and he read about Machiavelli and stuff. He always, Gamble probably threw the word out to introducing him to. He probably said that it was somewhat the way he thought, you know, how to control. You know, he said to me once, boys, if you guys are all friends, where does that leave me? I think he said it to me. If he might have said it again, that one, I bet it through somebody else. But he said, if you guys are all friends, where does that leave me? He was always fearful of this, you against me, you know, them against, you know. But we all thought of Gamble as a father, you know, he's a father figure, and we were family, and we definitely knew by the time we were there very long at all. We knew that we were his family, we were needed, we were there and loved him, you know. So it was just funny, but yeah. But David, those two, and yeah, David Curtis went on a little bit of a run to the West Coast in one of those hippie days things. And I won't. He can tell you about that if he was inclined to know.
Sure,
he probably,
sure.
He probably will. Maybe I brought it up, but yeah. Yeah, and there was, you know, one guy who I will mention had some issues with drugs, other things went on, but typical stuff of the era, you know. And then, but most of them worked their way through everything, and that kind of troubled stuff. And then, and we all were in and out of sort of seeing each other a little bit, and you know, we've all been reasonable friends through that since. Yeah.
Great. I understand Mr. Gamble took.
Oh, one guy I didn't mention. I really have to mention Gary.
Go on, yeah. Go on.
Gary Hall is one that should be mentioned. He was there at the time. I thought he was the greatest talent among us, so to speak. You know, as in a word that I don't even respect. But but at the time, you know, I felt that it was just he was quite a bit great feel for form, for light, for color, everything. Really nice touch. But he was there at the time too, and he lasted with Gamble about a year and was you know, found it some aspects of it really frustrating, I think. But, you know, different things, you know, I would put up with stuff that he didn't find put up withable. And he, of course, was in a slightly different relationship where he had to actually live in one of the Gamble built spaces. So I think he saw things that I never saw that weren't as comfortable for him, stuff like that. But still, he was a terrific, and still, you know, he's very much, he's the closest probably of that group to being what I consider to be truly organized around the Boston School way, you know, the methodology, whereas others do more like what Gamble does. I mean, Tom does it too. Tom's not a, you know, he's closer to Boston School, but Gary actually had that sort of a painterly mind. You know what I mean? It just felt like he was a painter through and through. And so I shouldn't mention him, but he came while I was there, and he left before I did.
Okay. Are you still do you have still contact with Gary nowadays?
More or less indirectly. I just actually did buy one of his little pictures recently.
Oh, great, fantastic. Moving on. I understand Mr. Gamble took personal responsibility for the students he accepted for training, seeing it at his work to turn them into well-rounded painters who, after completing their training, could handle a variety of subjects competently. This personal investment took its toll on Mr. Gamble, and many of his former students have expressed that he would become autocratic and overly possessive at times. Did you experience this at all during your time with him?
Do I have to explain more?
Well, you've commented on a fair bit already.
To you, it's definitely my experience, but no, Gamble was it was his place. He was totally autocratic, and he believed that's the way it ought to be. I mean, I didn't dispute it actually, but autocratic, what does it mean? I mean, I think that a lot of us have this idea. Gamble used to say, by the way, three different things. He used to use the expression "the servantless age." Mm-hmm. Then he decried the egalitarianism of the day. Mm. And then at another point, he said to me, "Now, Paul," and this was the very first one, I knew I was going to study with him. He said, "Now, Paul, you're going to be Paul, and I'm going to be Mr. Gamble. Because what would it be if we called each other by our first names?" Mm. So he just set this, you know, he just set the rules, and he did it straightforwardly, and it covered a lot of little things you might otherwise be a little loosey-goosey about.
Sure.
After that, though, I never even wanted to ever call him anything but Mr. Gamble as a pure matter of respect. Some people did call him by his first names. I would never, ever do that. I still don't.
Yeah.
I would never call him Ives or anything like that, ever.
Yeah. Many of his former students. Yeah.
I would elevate him even further, you know, and find a better name. I would have called him Lord Gamble.
Wow.
No, but purely out of respect, not out of kowtowing or anything, just purely out of way of thanking him for what he'd done.
Well, from many of the past students of Gamble that I've spoken with, I mean, they all refer to him even now as Mr. Gamble.
Yes, we all do. Yeah. He set the tone. I mean, that's a funny thing in this generation, isn't it? That people calling people come into your house and call your parents, you know, by their first names.
Yeah.
I mean, where'd they get that from? I mean, what kind of house were they raised? I wasn't raised that way, so it fit perfectly with me. And I think most of us guys,
yeah,
who are in our 60s or 70s.
Yeah, absolutely. And I agree with it. I think that sign of respect for your elderly is very noble. That's the way it should be.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, just on the assumption, I mean, just on the knowledge that they're older, but also on the, in his case, because the word wiser and all those other things. I mean,
Absolutely.
it's respect for a lifetime of
Absolutely.
erudition and work.
Absolutely.
You
So
know.
before we move on from Mr. Gamble, do you have any other memories of your year's training with Mr. Gamble that you would like to share, Paul?
Actually, I did jot something down. Let's see if I wrote it on this thing. I wonder if I did.
Okay.
I did. There were a couple points, but oh yeah, I know one in particular. Let me do that. And that was that. You said fond memories, and there were so many of them. The travels to various places with Gamble in the car, and that dream of being locked in a room with Gamble. And he just carried on, you know. He wasn't like he didn't want a conversation with you, but he'd pre-selected. But he would find himself in a conversation, maybe based on something he was writing at the time. The whole time we knew him, he was writing various books, and I think most of the later time there, he was writing about the French Revolution, the era of art in the French Revolution era.
Sure. Yeah.
And I forget what he called it. There's a word for that date, that era that's really specific. But it was covering people like David and all these guys.
Mm-hmm.
And really, really some fun stuff, which I think is out there somewhere on the internet for you to find if you haven't seen it yet.
Mm-hmm.
But that was one of them. The other one was, of course, the fondness. I talked about the museum trips.
Sure.
At one point, we were all visiting the Malden Library, and Gamble had set up an agreement. And along his lines of when he sets up an agreement, you do exactly what he assumes you're going to do, you know, as the person setting it up. And we get to the Malden Library, and the guy says, "Well, we're not open." And Mr. Gamble starts thumping his cane on the floor. He says, "Well, you're not open. You're open for me because you agreed to be open for me."
Wow.
And he was. But by the time we're done, Gamble's going through this thing. We've got this vivid memory going on of this thing. So much so that I was able to do a full-scale memory drawing of all the players standing around. One of us standing there, I won't say who, but one of us standing there looking up. Turned back, everybody's there, they got their back turned on Gamble, thinking of something really important to see on the ceiling or something. You know what I mean? And I remember each one of us having this incredible discomfort with what he was doing in an autocratic way to get back to that point, you know, with this poor servant at the library, who was very eager to please, by the way, and did please, although he'd never had an experience like that in his entire life, I'm sure. But he did the same thing in the dressing down of one of the directors of one of the, probably the American wing of the museum, and where he had the museum curator come down and meet with us. Gamble would fund things like museums and stuff. At the end, he couldn't buy his way into the Boston Museum because they probably had offended everybody in sight with stuff like that. But I mean, he couldn't buy a way into one of his pictures into the museum. I think there is one there now, but it's nothing like what should be there. And he was offering to give them to him for free, and then he would give them some, at that time, $60,000, which is a pretty lot of money. And
Wow.
they said, "No, with your money, you can have your pictures." They were dominated at that point by the radical modernist thing. But,
Interesting.
yeah, but the narrow-mindedness of that is just staggering to me. Even to this day, the narrow-mindedness. You know, you pick Picasso and call him a great draftsman, and after that, anything goes. You know.
Yeah, fair enough. Paul, sorry, go on.
If you don't want to quit, but at the point there was that he got the guy over there, and he read in the riot act about the wrong color of the walls, bad lighting, the big cast shadows under the frames, and he went on and on and on with this guy.
Wow.
And just totally said, "You people are so ignorant, you'll never understand anything. What is the matter with you people? Why don't you ever talk to anybody or take advice from people who know what they're talking about?" And he did it just blew on him. I mean, it was great stuff. I mean, not the stuff you'd get anybody to do anymore, but he just couldn't have cared less.
Wow.
You people are ignorant fools, and he would say it like that.
Wow, incredible.
Yeah.
It's he's in confidence, and his kind of level of standard is just otherworldly, right?
Totally, yeah. It was really quite astonishing. And I mean, I tell you, there's so many ways in which you could look at that and you could challenge or doubt it. But, you know, the fact is he was standing for something. And who does that anymore? Everybody's trying to be nice.
Yeah.
And we shouldn't be nasty, but do you stand for anything? I mean, do you tolerate everything? I mean, like, do you never speak up ever? I mean, what? I love that. It was a beautiful thing. It is still to this day a magnificent thing that he actually stood for something. And in fact, he taught us to see the damage to pictures that was being done while we were there. I mean, I went back after experiencing Gamble showing us. We actually watched them clean the hand off of the hornblower portrait by Gilbert Stuart,
Mm-hmm.
General Hornblower. They went off. We kept asking where this picture was. We just loved that painting. It came back with outlines instead of a hand.
Wow.
And we watched this kind of stuff going on there. And Gamble would go and meet with them and scream at them again. He couldn't get them to stop. But I then went back to Denver to my museum, which had a bouguereau, which I really, really loved. The little toes sticking out towards you with this incredible skin. I mean, that's what bouguereau was. A skin man of the first order, you know.
Oh yeah.
And I went back there, and there were outlines where the toes were. And so I did that thing.
Yeah.
But I asked to see the director, and I got to, and he said, and I said, why did you do this? What happened to the painting? He said, what do you mean? I said, you had it cleaned, didn't you? He said, yeah. I said, where? Oh, someplace in Texas. I don't know. And I said, well, you cleaned the toes off. You know that, right? He said, you're full of it. And I said, no, I looked at this thing for years and years. It was one of the 3 pictures in this place worth looking at. And you've ruined it. And he says, you couldn't possibly remember. That was 17 years ago.
Mm.
That was what we were dealing with, and that's what Gamma was screaming about.
Yeah, yeah.
You can understand. So there's a time to speak up, you know, and to not do it in a sweet voice, but tell people they're idiots. You know, sometimes you got to do it.
Yeah.
I think that people. I think of everybody. There's a redeemable side about everybody, but some days there's a noise you kind of have to make, and Gamble did it.
Yeah, that's great, and it's interesting because what you're saying about the kind of destructive qualities that conservation can sometimes have on pictures. I mean, Gamble wrote about that, from what I understand. He wrote about that quite in depth.
Yep, he definitely did. The Sergeant murals. Have you seen that one?
The Sergeant murals?
Yeah. Oh, that's where he writes about it in heavy depth.
Okay, right.
Oh, it's damning. Oh, yeah, that's it. There's a whole essay on it. Yeah, I was just looking at it actually. It's sitting behind me somewhere. But it is the library in Boston had these amazing murals. If you haven't seen them before, look them up sometimes. You can find them online.
Definitely, I will do.
And and he said they overcleaned them, and then he said they took out the lights because they were so bad. They took out all the lights, you couldn't see them anymore.
So you can see them, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So it was sad. It was sad knowing that. And you even could find reproductions in black and white from the day, and you could see how there had been damage to it. But Gamble sat there and watched them do it, so to speak.
Wow.
Yeah.
Can I ask, Paul? You mentioned that Gamble had a manservant, and through my reading, I've actually discovered that myself. Was the servant around all the time?
Yeah, sort of a Man Friday. Yeah.
Okay.
He was available all the time. No, he wasn't around like a servant. He had a housemaid or somebody. You know, he had somebody who lived in the house.
Right.
And made his dinners and all that sort of stuff.
I see.
I think this man would sometime in the summertime. I think he didn't take the maid was left at home to take care of the house, and in the summertime, I think this guy would be up there at times doing stuff. I don't remember that he made meals, but when he was there, he did. He would do stuff like that for Gamble. But he definitely had a hired man. There's a whole story that goes with that, but I think that would be hearsay if I told you more.
Sure.
I mean, his daughter Liz, the man, his name was Volson. His daughter Liz Volson married Bob Hunter, and who was a Gamble student, and so there's a nice connection for us. And she's still around. We know her, see her frequently.
Oh yeah. And
Hunter, yeah.
From what I understand, Paul, there was quite an age gap between Mr. Hunter and his wife. Is that right?
Oh, likely, yeah. I don't remember it particularly, but I think that must have been the case. I bet it was 20 years or something.
Sure.
Yeah. Anyway, something like that, yeah.
Sure. To digress for a moment, while on the subject of Mr. Gamble, I would like to acknowledge a recently published book by a friend and former student of Mr. Gamble named Alan R. Banks. The book is titled Inside the Studio of R.H. Ives Gamble, an Artist's Daily Notes recorded during the summer of 1976. Essentially, this book is a compilation of notes taken by Mr. Banks whilst he underwent his training with Mr. Gamble. It provides insights into Mr. Gamble's approach to training painters, as well as his theories and philosophy on art, which ultimately acts as a critical link to the preservation of fine picture making in the 20th century. For listeners who are interested in purchasing the book, it can be found on Amazon. Paul, have you heard of this recent book that's been released by Mr. Banks?
You're my connection. I did look online to see what it looked like he was doing, but I was there that summer that he was there in the studio where he was working, and he had gotten permission to interview Mr. Gamble, I think maybe on a daily basis.
Right.
It's a pretty in-depth piece of digging he did. And I think he probably did it. I think he was there as an outside student, you know what I mean? So I think he did it as a way of getting more data information for himself, like finish his education in a certain way or something. Maybe, I'm just saying that. But he may have had definitely different reasons, like he might have been like this now, of being able to pass this along at the right time.
Sure.
But yeah, that would be enormously valuable information.
Oh, yeah.
And because Gamble would, not only would he tell you what he meant, he would tell you clearly and he'd make you get it right.
Right.
So if it was somebody just giving an interpretation, I would say probably not so much, but I'll bet he did a really nice job. I would bet it. And I know that Alan Banks had a ton of respect for Gamble. I mean, love would be
absolutely
right.
Yeah, Alan's done a great job, and I congratulate him as well on the recent release of this book. I look forward to getting a read of it. Moving on.
Yeah, I should have said that myself.
Yeah, sure. No, that's good.
Thank you for saying it for me.
We've acknowledged it, and that's what I wanted to do. So we can move on. Now, Paul, it is through Mr. Gamble that you were introduced to the Boston School. How did learning of the school fill gaps in your knowledge of the great tradition of picture making that you admired from previous centuries?
Well, what Gamble did. See, I was in the art students league, and I was down at the MFA. I'm sorry, not the MFA. The Met every 2 or 3 times a week. If I could go there every day, I would go there every day. I'd give them my glorious nickel because it was a donation. They actually wanted $5. I would not have been able to go more than once a month.
Sure.
$5. But but I was familiar with everybody, right? I got to know names. I got to know, but the difference between being in the museum, seeing all these people, and sort of sitting there with a stunned look in your eyes, like a deer in the headlights, is so different from what Gamble did. The Gamble knowledge base, where you actually talked about these guys, where you were introduced to them with words, was hugely different. You know what I mean? So yeah, I simply totally attribute my education with Gamble. And including, by the way, having him insist that we look up the name of the painter who did it.
Yeah, sure.
Tell me about one on the third wall over, the one in blue. Where the subject was a black guy from from Turkey or something. I mean, like what? No, he was that way about that. But yeah, no. So by the time you'd been with Gamble a very short period of time, you felt like you owned these guys.
Sure.
And the difference was just incredible. I mean, you wouldn't have even quite realized. Of course, by that time with Gamble, I'd been just this ridiculous reader. And of course, you start with somebody somebody's there next to you. You're hearing conversations, and then you're reading whatever he said, and and you're being invited or being instructed to read other people's works. Where the books weren't even suggested before that, where I was in New York. There was no idea, that I ever heard from anybody that there might be words the painter said. So back to that again, but. Yeah, no, that absolutely was the case. Yeah, there's this major wake up, and it was just like you now were there. You're in the room with these. Yeah,
fantastic, and it was what a revelation for you. I mean, after all those years of searching, to have actually discovered this well of knowledge that you were able to drink from, essentially.
Oh, no question. Yeah, it's exactly the right way to say it. Yeah.
Moving on to my next question. Can you describe the place of the outline in the Boston School methodology? Now, we have touched upon this somewhat. Would you like to state anything else before we move on?
I'll tell you one thing. If you want to look at the Gamble's translation of Amari Duvall's book, have you seen that yet yourself?
What's it titled? Sorry, Paul?
It's Amari Duvall's Ang. It's called Gamble's translation of it. Gamble translates and annotates. He comments, right?
Right.
So that's one resource. There's a different resource, Kaler, Cailler. I forget the guy's first name, Henry maybe. Another Caillet, right? Another Frenchman.
Right.
And I had that translated for myself. And the first quote in that book says, color and line don't go together.
Okay.
Hang. He says it's an abuse, and he compares the abuse to trying to bring his kind of articulation of drawing into a stained glass.
I see.
And he said they don't go together. Frankly, I don't forget the wording exactly, but if you want to understand what I'm talking about when I speak about this, what's the role of outline in, you have to define terms, but what's the role of outline to the Boston School? So the problem you have just at this point in your interview is that you're thinking that Gamble's the Boston School. And Gamble is not the Boston School. Gamble is the academic world. And Gamble spoke of the Boston School, but Gamble painted with outlines. That's academic. The Boston School didn't. If they threw lines at all, there was certainly no effort to go around and find them all. And I recommend you look at something like the Blue Cup. Or the Blue Cup is by DeCamp.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
That one picture, and Gamble recommended we look at it. And I tell you what, it was so confusing. Gamble would tell us stuff, and we'd go look at the Blue Cup, and we couldn't figure out how to do the Blue Cup in front of Gamble. It wasn't what was allowed. We were just doing outlines of objects, and you always wondered how you got to these marks that weren't the outlines of, or they weren't the filling in, you know. So then you find this Hale conversation, right? And Gamble's recommending this to us, right? So I'm reading it, all of it, everything, voraciously, right? I finally started having nightmares. I had to stop reading it, but I'd read it and fall asleep with a book in my hand. And then I couldn't sleep because I'd be turning over. I was an insane student, and I got to a point, by the way, with Gamble, if you want to know about the really difficulties involved with this. Talk about fond memories. I was dizzy for like 3 straight months with that. I could hardly do any work at all.
Wow.
And it was all related to the stress I put on myself in that circumstance, right? It was like I was all there and all in, but I was killing myself.
Yeah, absolutely.
Stuff. But Hale is your guy, right? Or you can go to Benson and the Benson notes. I forget which book they're in, but they're in one of the books on Benson out there, where it's the notes that his daughter took about what Frank Benson was telling her. And he says, stop drawing lines the way you've been taught.
Okay, right.
That's what we do. That's not how to go about this. And he starts talking about effects, and he starts talking about drawing from the effects. And that's supported by Hale's conversation in the book on Vermeer. And Vermeer says we don't draw outline. If you're drawing a leopard, you're going to draw the spots. And you talk about this later on, but you don't draw the spots. You don't draw the leopard. You draw the spots. You draw what you can see.
Right.
The spots is what you say. You put down the spot, and you're dealing with the spot. That's not outline work. That's wildly different. So don't say Boston School and outline at the same time. But if you say one of the points in my book is to say that there are 2 worlds out there right now. One is the one I'm in, which is Boston School related, truly, in that sense of the effect-based impressionist work. And the other one is Gamble's world through Lack, which is outline-based, impressions like color, but it's outline-based academic work. And something that you may not hear from any of the guys. I mean, most of these other guys will sound, I'll bet you if you ask them more closely, they'll sound quite confusing or confused even about what the difference is.
Right.
But nobody will tell you what I'm telling you right now. They're articulately, flat out. Gamble did not teach anything to do with the Boston School. He used the words. And he'd say, don't paint as I say, don't paint as I do, paint as I say.
Right.
Pure confusion. And Gamble said himself, you cannot paint what you cannot teach. You can't teach what you can't paint. Sorry. You can't teach what you can't paint.
Sure.
Gamble never did the way the Boston School. So the method is the school. Gamble did not paint that way, did not know how to paint that way, and admitted that to me directly.
Wow.
He said, I never figured out how to do a tarbell. I wanted to do one. I just wanted to do one like tarbell. Right. And he said, figure it out. I never figured it out. He didn't. So now you can't say that we're Boston School, and that's just enlightening you. So,
well, it's interesting.
Yeah.
I want to return to Paxton for a moment, Paul.
Yes.
And I know I may have asked you this before, but I really just want to get to the bottom of this essentially. So just so you're saying that you shouldn't say Boston School and outline in the same sentence, right? Tell me, and so Gamble's teaching strictly academic, and then you have Tarbell and Benson, Hale, all these guys that are focused on painting the visual effects. But then we've got Paxton, who went to Paris. He studied in the École des Beaux-Arts with Jerome, which is outline-based training. So how does that sort of fit into it? I'm just struggling to understand how Paxton is Paxton the world of the outline or the world of the visual effect?
Gamble's not a Boston School painter. But now you're telling me something is radically unacceptable to most people, because Gamble would claim that he was in some way. But that's the differentiation. Paxton didn't paint, even though there's that nice start of the nude in the Museum of Fine Arts.
Right.
You can see that difference between that and any start by anybody else in the Boston School, that one is maintaining the shape of objects that don't even show yet.
Okay.
If you look up the starts, you'll see the difference. So I'm telling you that he's working from the outlines, and then he applies this thing to it, which is like, make sure it's in a visual order.
Right.
But he's the shapes of outlines of objects and people and stuff. He's doing that now. Now, I'm not saying anything except that Boston School method is not that. The Boston School method is actually literally the arabesque. It's the figure created by the leading effects. And if you and then try to look at Paxton the same way, you will find it's not true. But what you will find in Paxton is he's the nearest proximity to Vermeer of those guys in the simplistic sense of it, which is that Vermeer was an outline guy too. And he's totally dedicated to the beauty of the color relations and the light and all these things in exactly the way any impressionist would be. And that defines Paxton. But I suggest, and this is not me, this is my interpretation, right? Not Gamel's. And in fact, I would love to have had this discussion with Mr. Gamel. But my interpretation is that you can't get there from here. The method is the school.
Right.
And what you look at when you look at and this comes really clear in my book, when you look at, for example, a landscape or even one of the figures outdoors, by Paxton, you'll see this dedication to the outline. He does not know how to work to just simply paint the light. He never does it. He paints things and gives them the light, and that's what Gamel's model was. He thought he was, and he believed he was, and I guess both of them did. They believed they were incorporating the best of the Monet thing and gluing it on to. And Gamel writes about this almost so explicitly. Where does he do it? What's it? Oh, it's in the Paxton biography, which I don't know if it's out there or not, where you'd find that. But he does it. It's quite, articulate about saying how Paxton is the model of what great painting should look like.
Right.
So, but the reality is, you can see it in the work, though. The Gamel would say about the Boston School guys, their subject was light. If you look at the painting, even in Light Outdoors by Paxton, the subject isn't light. So you'll find him, and I refer to him as a naturalist. Do you know the guys, the Pages and stuff?
Oh, yeah.
Where they paint and all that stuff?
Absolutely.
Well, there's a painting, an outdoor painting, where he's got this really nice light effect on a building, and every brick is counted. Now, what Boston School painter would ever do that?
Right.
It's not being a total waste of time, but it's more than that. It's counter to the idea of you're there for the effect, get the effect, and go home. What are you doing? Because the thing that keeps the conversation shifting, we would do this with Gamel. We'd get a beautiful light effect, and then we'd start finishing up the details and screw the whole thing up. That's exactly what a Paxton painting is. But she doesn't stay true to the light, as the light is not the subject. The subject is the subject. The object is the subject. Whatever you want to say. But that's just me. That's who I am. That's what I found. And if you haven't gotten all the way over, like I did, to painting in the visual order, you may not appreciate that. You may never have seen it. You don't grasp it. But I remember being in that state as a student with Gamel, where I said, "What is it? These aren't the same things." I didn't know what to do with it at the time.
That's interesting. So the key, to get to the bottom of this, Paul, do you think that we should really be looking at the Boston School starts to understand more about the place of this outline, so to speak?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. The key to drawing, to understand the Boston School, to bringing good drawing to Impressionism, is to study the starts of the Boston School guys.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Hey, you know what? Any of these things you actually want something, I can send it to you if you want. Just ask me if I need.
Great, that'll be great, Paul.
I do it as presentations for students. Some of them have more or less writing, but I can give you, for example, 7 or 8 starts that absolutely clarify what I'm talking about.
That'll be great,
Paul. My book will too, which I hope is out by the end of the year, which is an answer to one of your other questions.
Sure. Is there a specific palette that was favored by the Boston School?
That's an interesting question, too, because Gamel never credited, or in my presence at least, now this might be something, if you've asked other people, you might get a better answer, but Gamel never said to me, now this is the Tarbell palette, we're going to paint with that. Gamel just said, you're going to use my palette. And we used his palette. But I never heard a conversation that said that. And frankly, Gamel, about Paxton, for example, he said he didn't use cadmiums, right? Well, I made a copy of a head by Paxton. You could not hit the reds in his face without cadmiums. And I'm a good copyist by the time I'm doing this.
Right.
So I know he had cadmiums on there. Gamel had some cadmiums. He had tons of earth colors, like 5 or 6 of them, and he had besides black and white. And then he had some handful. He certainly had Viridian and ultramarine blue and alizarin, but he had I think he had cadmium lemon yellow as the primary yellow, but he also had yellow ochre and yellow Naples yellow, and see, the thing I found as an impressionist is those colors are really useless. I mean, if you're trying to make broken color in a rich area, how does Naples yellow help you?
Mm.
It's useless. It's a waste of paint. But if you need a highly chromatic, if you're painting in a highly chromatic area and you need yellow, you've got to have a cadmium color. And I'm not making this up. You can't. It's just that, but that's what. But so I have actually. So I was raised with Brackman on a palette of 19 colors.
Wow.
I counted as 19. Some people had it 21. I mean, I think we didn't need, you know. And I know we'd have 5 yellows. I mean, that kind of stuff. And you know, cadmium's come out of our ears, never kind of blue. I mean, crazy stuff. Well, 3 basic blues, probably cerulean, cobalt, and ultramarine. But still, it was like all over the place. And of course, that in my belief is probably what those guys were reverting to. There's a start I have by Tarbell that suggests to me that he wasn't using any earth tones in this outdoor picture. I've never seen one where it looks like there's some that looks like he could have used a tiny bit of yellow ochre, but truly you can mix yellow ochre. Why would you want to mix a dead color? Why would you want to put a dead color in your palette? Right? Well, if you're painting all dead pictures, so you might want to eliminate the Boston School stuff. I mean, the Impressionists. But the Impressionist model is different, and the degree to which they're trying to paint outdoors suggests to me the degree to which they've been using those hyperchromatic notes, you know.
Sure.
But the answer to the question, the short one, is I never heard anybody discuss the Boston School palette. We just use Gamels.
Right. What is the preferred Boston School painting medium?
Oh, well, yeah, now that's Boston School. Now let's talk Gamel instead of Boston School.
Okay.
This is really about Gamel. Gamel's advice to us was Paxton's. The simplest is best. And the only medium that we used, I used when I was with Gamel. I tried everything in the world before and after that, and found them all. The Paxton was right, but he said the simplest is the best, and we use nothing but. I don't use anything now, but I know Paxton didn't. But linseed oil.
Right.
I've tried everything, and some things do astonishing things, but they cause you all kinds of headaches in different ways too.
Sure. And regarding the concern of the yellowing that happens with time with linseed oil, is that to concern of you? Do you worry about that at all, Paul, when you're painting, or you don't really care for that?
It's funny. It's like talking to Ang, you know, where he says, "Well, it'll be all right. The colors will all get right in about 5 years." No, you know, I mean, there are limits to what you can perfect out there.
Right.
What I do is I have found linseed oil. I think it's the Utrecht brand. Right. And I've sat the oils and watched them sit there for years and not have them change. So okay. I just say, I can tolerate the level of yellows there if as long as they're not getting browner. But tell me which DeMar varnish isn't going to get browner.
Sure. Yeah.
They are famous for getting browner.
That's true.
So the mediums, I worry about the unknown mediums. So, but the fact is, I've seen DeMar varnishes by other companies. I'm thinking Winsor Newton, but I might be wrong. I don't want to trash anybody, but I've watched them in my studio turn brown.
Sure.
Turn dark.
Yeah.
Love this. I just barely see a change in the. I don't know how it is now, but in the stuff I got years and years ago with Utrecht, I still have some of.
Sure.
So no, never seen that. The one thing I do though is one of the things that I want in my work is a viscous white, and
okay.
So I do use linseed oil in the white. That's what's in it already, right, or something. And some people argue with it. Why not safflower oil or something else, which actually is more famous for not doing that? And I wouldn't argue with it. I just have never found a problem over time. I see my pictures and I'm not unhappy with anything. I don't see something I should have, wish I hadn't have done that. Right. So what I do though, when I mix the linseed oil into the whites, what I do is I get the whites at just the right viscosity, knowing it's going to be in everything I paint, and I want that viscosity predictable. So I mix it really, really well. I put the oils in there and I mix it really well, so there's not one drop of it that isn't well into white. Right. That's all. So that's the way I attempt to save myself from anything that might become spotty. I've seen that. I think that it was with one of the bunker heads. I think there's yellows in there that look like he was maybe even putting linseed oil along the entire edge.
Wow.
You know, in preparation, and then putting stuff into it, little touches. Yeah. And they've wrinkled up over time and they've turned brown. So there are definitely ways not to use linseed oil.
Sure.
If that is, and I'm thinking that's what it is. That was Paxton's first teacher.
Sure. I understand Mr. Gamel made you aware of the writings of the Boston School artists and their teachers, which ultimately helped you arrive at a comprehensive understanding of the craft of picture making. What exactly are these writings?
Well, so Boston School, the only ones we have the primary writer was Hale.
Right.
And I never saw the Benson writings till years after leaving Gamble.
Okay.
Gamble did not put them forward that I know of ever. I don't know if he referred to the woman. I don't know if they came out, if we saw them. I don't remember ever having a discussion with anybody about Benson's. But that was a quote for, the stuff that where his daughter's quoting what he said in the studio critique.
Mm.
But the biggest one, the biggest several ones, there's actually, Gamble produced a thing called Art in Search of a Criterion. And at the end of it, he has this book list. And the book list is about, I want to say 13 or so books, some number. And but it includes Vermeer's Hale. It includes all the writings of Kenyon Cox, who was anything but. He's another one of the wannabe impressionists. He's like Paxton. He draws outlines and then tries to color them up, but he hangs on to his outlines for dear life. He's not. He's painting the model with light on her. But he wrote 5 books. Gamble recommends those. He wrote, and then he recommends Stevenson's book, which is is the nearest thing probably to an analysis of the Velázquez connection to the modern, shall we say, impressionist mind.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm an impressionist in that. Gamble did a really great service by using the small I word, impressionist and stuff, because you can't find another word for it. You're painting the impression on your eyes, and it's sad that it's become Monet. You got to defend yourself against broken color and people like Pizarro who look like they're in trouble mentally or something. I mean, I'm sorry, that's not what you think to say, but you know what I mean. But that's a different world. So I think Gamble did a major service by talking that way about that. I'm trying to think if there are any others. Hale did write other things. He was a contributor to. Well, actually, no, I find that Tarbell has actually written something. I think he wrote something about Winslow Homer. I found some stuff myself when the Gamble had never read before that became part of suggested reading, but included was an article by Tarbell about, I think, Winslow Homer. But and maybe somebody else, maybe a couple other people. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there are any other Boston School, because Benson wasn't a writer. Tarbell wasn't a writer. There is the 24 Sittings by Tarbell, which was a deep in talking about what happened. So that's a translate, a kind of an interpretation. So yeah, Paxton never wrote. I think Gamble's the guy. Yeah. And of course, we read Gamble wrote, and mostly without credulity. It's even to this day. I mean, Gamble is a very intelligent and knowledgeable, erudite scholar. I mean, the guy's. I've never met anybody like him personally. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
In this particular field, and there's very little you can gainsay. I just don't like it when he goes personal and starts saying that, basically undermines the Boston School by implying these guys had no intellects,
Right, yeah.
It doesn't just imply it. He says they didn't, but he means it in a way that you don't need in their field.
Sure.
And he admits that, but it just does such a damage to him. Those kinds of things I find just annoying, really, like crazy,
Right.
I'm sort of on the edge of doing some of the same thing to Gamble in this book, so I'm trying to keep myself away from it a little bit, so. Anyway, yeah.
Now, Paul, did you at any point meet Richard Lack?
No, I never did, actually. I was there when we had a show, and the work of his was included, but he never came to the show. And I've had a couple different of his students in my studio working with me because they had to leave the area and found themselves there and were looking for somebody to work with. So I know I didn't have any direct knowledge. I never had one conversation with him, no.
Okay, right. And in your own opinion, I mean, what is your observation of Richard Lack? I mean, and the impact that he's had on the survival of traditional representational painting in the 20th century. I mean, what is your opinion of him as a man?
Well, I don't actually know him as a man, but as a painter. And as a teacher or as a person who offered the education vicariously, through other people, his effect has been major. I mean, the follow-up, if you want to put it that way, from Gamble's writing and all that sort of stuff, where between them all, they create this realism revolution, actually do a major marketing thing and get Gamble's writings out there and all that sort of stuff, creating a virtual cult of the Gamble cult thing. I think of it as that. I would attribute that all to him, but my simple opinion aesthetically about him is that he's not a Boston School painter. And much like He's a Gamble painter. He's a Gamble Paxton. And even when he says, actually, at one point, he tells people to draw the outlines of what they're going to paint. And by the way, I bet you that I bet everybody who works, I could be wrong, but I'll bet you everybody who works doing portraits, has studied with Lack, still does like a brown paper outline and all that sort of stuff, and then traces on.
Yeah.
And all that stuff people did. Pure academic thinking. But at one point in his conversation about, I think it's in his own book, Ingbretson writes this book about it, but I think he has him quoted, or else it's in the other Realism Revolution book. But he says, yes, and you can paint a picture directly on a canvas from scratch, but I recommend against it. You know, it's not preliminary drawing and all that sort of stuff. And I think now I might be wrong about it. He might have been saying that you can approach the drawing with straight paint and not do any preliminary work. I'm forgetting how I'm saying this, but there are ways in which it's clearly the Boston School never was thinking that way. That was Gamble.
Sure, yeah.
Like that, tell you that this isn't. See, that's where Gamble said this. He said the method is the school. So, I actually would love to have had a chat with him about why they used the word Boston School, but I wasn't even that smart myself back then when he was still around, would have been available. I've actually come to full terms with this by actually having to market what I'm doing and trying to differentiate it from what all the other Gamble students are doing. And I find myself saying, "Oh, this is the Boston School. What's up with this? They're Gamble." So the whole difference really is the outline mindset, which you won't ever see him quite getting out of. But man, he has beautiful color notes, makes beautiful pictures, has great surfaces, great sense of form and all that stuff. And if you wanted me to give him one dark side, it's that he evens up edges. He falsifies. And pictures turn candy-like and they're sweetened in a way that I think of as Midwest America in a very bad way.
Right.
Where the sophistication of anybody, Gamble included, of anybody coming out of Europe, nobody did that. That's kind of like Booz did that. You know, there are a few other guys in there where they're carrying their edges. I mean, why would you paint a false edge ever?
Yeah. And do you think that's taken predominantly from Gamble?
Oh yeah. I was actually talking to Cormier about one of his portraits, and I said, your edges are all really even. And I forget what all the conversation was, and I couldn't quite get out of him. I don't know if he just didn't understand what I was saying. Like, why is there no order to the edges? Now he's long since gone, and it's hard to talk about it, except they're ideas. I'm an idea person, so in a way you have to have names to get to the idea. But I remember him saying, and then it was repeated again by another student. He said, well, and Gamble said to me exactly the same thing. He said, well, you can adjust the edges later. It's too, you know, or he said, I think he used the word accent. You can always provide a little accent later.
Right.
Well, school painting is the edge from the beginning, as much as it's the color from the beginning, as much as it's the shape from the beginning, as much as it's the design from the beginning. It's all there on the page, and the visual order demands that the edge differences exist.
Sure.
And the truth does too. So what I find in Lack is that probably, and so a lot of people, if you go to an art school, you're going to be afflicted by that forever. You think you're making art, and you're in trouble. That's all there is to it.
That's interesting.
If you're lucky, you find yourself there. But people who make art are, you know, you put yourself at huge risk.
That's interesting. That's a very interesting philosophy there, Paul. Just to think about the kind of visual order and that specific way of seeing. So it's very scientific what you're saying.
Totally. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's absolutely predictable, and there are best ways. I'm going to tell you that if you're talking about what the Boston School did, I can tell you exactly what they did and why they did it. And I'll say this, that they're like, I didn't give you a dozen of these aphorisms. If you don't not only know these aphorisms, but do them every time you paint, you don't even understand the Boston School, never mind doing it.
Right.
I'm telling you, yes, it's totally predictable. You know exactly why you're there. I have this with students. I was this guy who was teaching what Gamble taught me. And I thought, well, the right thing to do is to tell them to draw outlines around things, then show them the shadow line, have them noodle it all up. And the first thing you know, they're trying to paint that way, right? Well, it's good. And if somebody actually wants to be a Gamble type painter, I just keep trucking down the road with that, right? But it's so difficult to get somebody who actually wants to paint, say the way I paint, or to get what the Boston School is doing, to get them out of that box.
Right. Yeah.
Guys, we're not painting objects. We're just collating effects. We're collating color data. And in fact, Gamble himself says that what seeing is seeing the relationships. Well, the relationships are what? People in a room?
Mm. Mhm.
No. It's the relationships of the color and the chroma and the size and the spots of value and to each other. And in fact, Sargent uses the same phrase. He says, you're classifying the values. That's what you're doing. That's a purely scientific thought.
Mhm. Sure. Moving back to Mr. Gamble just for one moment, Paul. Was Mr. Gamble married at any point? Did he have any kids that you know of?
Yeah, you should only have to ask this once. No, he was never married, never had any kids yet.
Okay, sure.
I can tell you a story. You want a dark story with that?
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay. So somebody else will tell you a better version. Some people are better storytellers. I'm not going to pretend to be one, but I can certainly get the dirt out there kind of easy. This is a kind of a dark one in a certain way, though. But at one point, we were talking about his background, and he said that his first teacher was Sergeant Kendall.
Mm.
And somewhere, not very long into the conversation, and I don't know what point, maybe it was the end of it, though. Actually, I can't remember why it was, but he gives this offhanded comment, and he says to me, he looks me in the eye, and he says, now, and he was referring to some critic at the time, and he said, now, Royal Corteses, now he was a royal ass, but Sergeant Kendall was a horse's ass.
Mm.
I was looking at him, that's not me to get into conversations like this,
Sure.
And Gamble says, well, you want me to explain that to you? He says, because he stole my girlfriend.
Okay.
He says he moved out and he got this nice job teaching at Yale. And the girl that I went to school with, I don't know what place or when, but he knew her well from society or whatever. And he really had his eye on her. And Sergeant Kendall married her, like way younger than him. I mean, I bet 25 years difference or something.
Wow.
And I don't know anything more except that's a story. You can try to get that one corroborated, but that's an amusing one. And he would never speak particularly respectfully of Sergeant Kendall. He never said it was bad. And he would say that he was unpredictable. He did say this one thing about Sergeant Kendall. He says, first of all, you never get quite away from the influence of your first teacher. And Kendall was his first teacher. But he said, but he was not very smart in one way. He said, because he would have us do cast drawings and then come in and show them to him. And he said, how is he going to correct our eye? By looking at a cast drawing that wasn't next to, wasn't where you couldn't see what he was, what I was actually working from. So there are values you can bring to somebody that way, but it's, the training of the eye ain't there. And Gamble recognized the enormous value and the need for that. That's why you want to hang around some guy who will not come in and teach you stuff about painting, but will actually tell you you're blind as a bat and you haven't even seen a color yet.
Sure.
So that's his background with Sergeant Kendall. That's the sort of the stuff that was actually, he would tell you that in a respectful way, and then he would tell you about the horse's ass story.
Sure. It's fascinating to think, considering how autocratic at times Mr. Gamble could be. I wonder what his relationship with women would have been like.
Well, I've never bought into the idea that he was gay, but and it doesn't matter to me one way or the other. But I think a lot of people of his culture could easily have been mistaken. It's the way they spoke. There was a certain affectation to the speech. Boston Brahmin speech is not like any other American speech.
Sure.
And it looks very pretentious. And what you see is when you see somebody go to Harvard and they've been there too long, they're speaking that way. I don't care if they came from West Texas. They sound exactly like that.
Right.
Well, so does that make them all homosexuals or something? But yeah, and when I arrived there was one guy who was really obviously and clearly one, and in your face with it, so much so they would keep getting beat up by people and stuff. But I think that gave a sort of a lasting feeling to the studio.
Right.
But I'm not even buying that. I don't care what people say. People say things and I don't believe it. And I'd never seen any evidence of it. I never had a guy come around. I mean, there's nothing going on there.
Right.
We never heard these strange visits at the house. I mean, nothing. You would have known something. I mean, I just don't believe. I don't even think it for a second.
Sure.
And there was nothing in his. He was so. I have a feeling that his life would have been a mess. In some ways, more of a mess than it was if there had stuff going on.
Sure.
Especially going on with students. But I will say though, he would definitely fall in love with students.
Oh yes, I've heard that as well. Yeah.
But that's just the prince and the latest prince, the latest savior for the whole thing, that he's going to load all his data into and it's going to save the world and stuff.
Sure.
But I'd never, ever, ever, ever. And one of them was there right in front of me and a couple were there near us. And one of them was clearly in that category of flaming. But no, it wasn't anything. It was I didn't believe it. It doesn't make any sense.
Right, right.
That's me talking.
Sure, sure. You had mentioned that Mr. Gamble was quite fond of your wife when she would be around you when you were in the studio. Is that right?
Not in the studio, but in the summer studio. She was a doubtful thing when I told her I was actually quickly married after arriving. And Gamble says, I said, I'm getting married, Gamble, Mr. Gamble. And he said, well, make sure you leave your key when you go. I didn't say congratulations or anything. So I said, I'm not going anywhere. Are you crazy? I'm not going anywhere. I didn't say you're crazy, but the Truly had a wonderful relationship. I think she reminded me, my wife reminded me a little bit of the portrait of his mom. And I think a tiny bit of a look there. But I have a suspicion that my wife, who didn't take anything from anybody in New York, sort of a Trump kind of tough. She that I still haven't adjusted to in my genteel upbringing. Not fully, shall we say. But she would speak back with a sense of humor to things he would say. But she was his driver, so every morning she would drive him down to get the newspaper. It was a ritual,
right?
And anything else the studio needed purchased because he was the money bags. He was taking care of all of our food and everything. He said you could have anything you want but steak and lobster. And well, everything was more expensive than steak and lobster in those days. We had the nicest cuts of meats and stuff. But anyway, so she was that driver, and then she had these nice conversations, really touching. Got to the point where Eleanor was making him, for Christmas, she'd make him slippers. She made some really nice slippers. They're beautifully made little, I forget what the craft is, but they're a form of not macrame, but they were all tubular, soft, round thing, all these tubular cushions all around the whole thing.
Okay.
And colored nicely and stuff. And she gave a pair to Mr. Gamble, and he loved them. He really. And so the next year she gave him another one at Christmas time, and he came around one day and he knocked on the door, and this would be in the studio now, and he said, "Eleanor, I'm here to speak to your wife." So I got out of the way, of course. And he said, and they had this little chat in which I could hear there's something going on that was very curious, and it turns out she'd put bells in the toes of these. He thought it was the funniest thing on earth that he could walk around his house with bells dingling. Eleanor would put in the toes of his slippers that were the same kind of the year before. Now they had a wonderful relationship. Eleanor, they saw this black creature and Eleanor said, no. Gamble said, I think that's this money. He had this exotic thing. He has books out on the animals. Gamble was a bird watcher and an animal lover. And so he was analyzing this animal that somebody had seen and trying to figure out what it was. And Eleanor just, she said, Mr. Gamble, I think you're wrong. Now, who said that, right, to Mr. Gamble? She said, it's a melanistic chipmunk. And she was right. And Gamble confessed, he admitted it, and gave her credit and all that sort of stuff. But she was just like that, It's just like a regular brother-sister thing. It was really, really nice. It was really nice for me, and it was really nice for me that they actually were friends after I was a total outcast.
Sure.
That was very good.
Sure. Yeah. Now, Paul, I understand Mr. Gamble was independently wealthy. Did he come from a particularly well-off family? I mean, how did he inherit his wealth?
Yeah, big money. I have somewhere between shipping and slaves. I've heard tales. I'd be the wrong person to ask that. I love to repeat things like that, though. But so he was from. I was told Brown money related to the Brown University, the Brown family, big family in Rhode Island, and I've since heard that the money was also the money of Bank of America and stuff like that. There's some serious banking stuff.
I see. Right.
But I've heard interesting things about their start. Gamble himself, I think, told a story about his family being in textiles, and they actually wanted to buy this method, this to make a copy of this loom that was in this factory in London. And they wouldn't sell him the thing. Of course, they didn't want the competition. So Gamble's family, I think Gamble tells the story. Gamble's family sent a spy over there, and who had a memory, and he went and literally memorized the entire thing.
Okay.
And they were in textiles. The latest and greatest. little China trade stuff going on there. Stealing the enemies.
That's interesting.
That's stories you hear. Who knows what any of that means? It's funny though.
Sure, sure. What do you think is the single most important piece of advice Mr. Gamble gave you?
Huh. Yeah, actually, I remember you saying that, and you know, I don't know about advice, but I'll tell you what, the single most important thing he did was he lived it.
Mm.
What I mean is now you could argue, yeah, we had all the money in the world and he could just live it, but he didn't he didn't worry about what people thought of what he said when he was in the museum and was trashing these people. He actually was there, and every day in his life he was in the studio and he's there at time. I remember the Summers, the quote from Summer, what's the guy's name? Summers, the painter, the writer in England. Somebody said, "What was your? Do you write under inspiration?" And he said, "Do you have to be inspired to write?" And he says, "Yes, my inspiration starts at 9 o'clock every morning."
Mm.
Gamble, you could flip a coin out the window and hit Gamble on the head if you did it at 8:01
Mm.
or 59, I forget. But you know what I mean?
Right.
You could bounce off his shiny skull because he was that close to being exactly the time. And he would be in the studio working, and if he was tired, he'd be writing or taking a nap in a timely way. But it was a worker in the field every minute of his wealthy life.
Wow.
And what kind of a model do you want? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
yeah.
He kept us. He really gave us the sense of the nature of the critter. You know what I mean?
Mm.
This appreciation for the aesthetic, for the beauty, for the and for the grand tradition, of a craft. The grand, like it's worthy. There was nothing about, none of us were attracted to modernism. I would have been doing this, but I didn't even see reasons to be attracted. I didn't, it was like, why would you do that?
Yeah, yeah.
But Campbell gave you the reason why you were that guy that you were, So more than anything else, you could pick up an aphorism here or there, make it as like as you can the first time and make it more like. You can do, those are big deals, There's a lot of stuff. Like the idea of saying, the back stragglers is one of the hugest pieces of information from a purely practical point of view. But you know what? Nobody I knew, there's nobody in New York that gave me a sense that there was an aesthetic.
Right.
It was all about, I saw this thing about ambition. I saw this stuff about making a name for yourself. I saw all these guys going through 6 wives and to getting the next girl, I saw trash. And I don't mean to say it in the sense of judging anybody. Just saw stuff that didn't fit. It didn't fit the pattern, of that thing that we define as aesthetic, But Gamble, the reasons I doubt that he was any kind of a, amoral person. I don't think he was.
Mm-hmm.
I think he had difficulties, like in his relationship with me.
Sure.
I wouldn't call that amoral. I would just call it, just momentary poor judgment. But I tell you what, everything he did for us, everything he was doing was a giving thing. And the fact is, he fought his own family. He was supposed to stay in the family and take care of the money. He wasn't supposed to become a painter. He could pay on that side if he wanted to a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't care. He just took some. They took care of him, and it was relatively speaking, it was a modest amount of money compared to what his brothers had.
Sure. What an incredible man.
He was.
Moving on to your school. The original Ingbretson Studio of Drawing and Painting was founded in 1982 and was located in a spacious Old Manchester, New Hampshire mill building with 23 large north light windows, large 2-person studio, and a spacious figure studio. However, I understand that a year ago you moved to a similar mill-type building in Lawrence, Massachusetts. This new building has a similar number of windows and working bays that hold 6 students with large working areas for each student. Your school's ethos is based on the teaching methodologies of the 19th century Boston School, which, to reiterate, include direct painting, academic draftsmanship, impressionist color, sound composition, and painterly crafts. At what point in your life did you decide that you wanted to open a school of your own?
Okay. So your question out there has put a bunch of other stuff in front of you that you want to probably hear a little bit, but because I think it's worthy from my point of view.
Absolutely.
I don't open a school at any point, actually, and I don't consider what I'm doing a school. So I want you to get that in your audience's mind.
Okay.
But the thing is, what I did, though, I was a young guy, and you have a question that comes up later I can answer now. I was a young guy, had left Gamble abruptly, and actually literally was in a position of where the hell am I now, So so my question to myself was, full of stuff like, what do you do? Actually, you're going to need some money and that sort of thing. And so I thought to myself, I can offer an evening class. And I put out an ad, and in no time at all, I filled up a class with 8 people, just like that,
Wow.
just blink.
Yeah.
And I was charging them. So that was good, and I would have kept going, except that, and I can't remember if it was one of those people in that class or somebody around it. But they said something to me that was very disturbing, but also inviting. And that was that this person had worked with Cormier. Cormier would do a Saturday portrait class. He'd been doing it for a lot of years. And he would do a Thursday night, maybe a figure class or something. I can't remember what it was. But so he was doing these things, raising himself a little money, and he was also teaching in one of the schools around the Vesper George Art School or something. And but nobody was teaching like Gamble. Nobody was taking anybody and saying, "Look, I want to take you all the way."
Sure.
So somebody came to me, a person with a little bit of money, who just happened to be an Oxford scholar, doctor of zoology from Oxford. She said to me, "Lindsay, you're the most lovely woman in the face of the earth in some ways, in so many ways." I say that because I don't want to put my wife down, but she's just this special person in these ways. But she said to me, when she came to visit me, she said, "Look, I've done what my parents told me to do. I did all this stuff. I'm a doctor of zoology. Now I'm going to do what I want to do. I want to study painting. I'm starting to study painting. I want to know how to make a really good painting since I was a kid," or whatever. I forget what she said. And she said, "Will you take me through what Gamble took you through?"
Wow.
And I just said, "Look, I'd love to, but I don't know how to do that. I would never be able to charge anybody anything because I wouldn't have had the nerve. Anything over $50 probably would have made me think I was ripping somebody off." I said to her, if you can get 3 other people and a space in this studio, according to Gamble, right? I'll do it. And she did, and I did. And that was the studio.
Wow.
And before I could, it was a matter of very short years. I had 17 people in the Fenway studios in various locations.
Wow. That's a good number.
Yeah, that's a ridiculous number. So it was too many, and the studios, the Fenway studios, were being turned into their uses. They were becoming co-ops and stuff, like condominium almost. And so basically, I could not keep doing what I was doing. Whereas the sort of the random thing was so doable, I could just wander down from room to room. Well, so I had to find a space. I found one in Roxbury only after I took the lease to find out that somebody had been murdered in the alley behind there the last week before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so Roxbury was a pretty dangerous section of Boston at the time. This is sort of the fringes of Roxbury, but it was still Roxbury. And had people coming in there and sometimes being accosted. So one person's famous story was somebody offered her a saw, and she said, "It looked like I better just go ahead and buy it." And I said, "Yeah, what do you want for it?" That kind of environment, And it was so worrisome, some of these really beautiful women and coming to the, going in and out of the studio as well as guys.
Sure.
And a little worrisome. But so that was the first studio, the second studio, and then we wound up in Framingham, where I really had some really good space, really highlights, very nice stuff. Best space I've had up till that point. And between all those times, that probably got me up till 1990, something, 3 maybe. At which point they just quadrupled my rent. And I was out of there. I just couldn't do that. First of all, because I was loath to raise my prices to people. I remember the guy offered me, he said, it's nothing. Just like, haven't you seen the kind of cars these people drive? One of them's driving a Rolls Royce out there. And I said, I don't look at people's cars. I just have my standards, right? That's where I want to be. And so I'm not going to look at people's cars to figure out how much I can rip them off for. Okay. But I found this guy in New Hampshire after looking at 13 different places. The 14th place was this guy named Herb Langer. And we spoke about the arts and what I was trying to do. And he spoke about Rubens and having been to visit a museum, and tears came into his eyes about his experience. And I don't know if it was there or if it was, he went to a chapel in the woods in the Black Forest of Germany, where a guy had painted, carved, built this entire chapel.
Wow.
And he was so emotionally moved by the arts. And everything, everything was a wreck in Manchester at the time. The place was a total loser of an area. None of the old buildings were full, and most of them had broken windows all over the place and stuff. And so there were a couple of people sort of not squatting, but paying nothing in the building. And he He said, name your price. And he considered me after that to be family.
Wow.
And very good price. And I got this bay of windows that was just studio space and a walkway. I had nothing but studio space. I didn't have any extra junk to deal with.
Fantastic.
And it was just couldn't have been better. And he offered to build anything, to put whatever electricity I wanted and all that stuff. And I just kept saying to him, look, if you add more, you'll charge me more. I got to stay low. Whatever I need to inside, but we'll minimize everything so that you're not having to charge me more, okay? And he was just amazing. As I said, at one point I was sort of balking at a sudden big increase that one of his family members was not a family, business members was putting on me. And I said, I don't mind doing that, but just can we do it like not during the middle of the year or when people don't have time to adjust? I forget what it was. And I said, I'd tell people or anything, advise them there's going to be a rent increase. And I think she said, I'm going to go talk to Herb about it. And she came back with your family. And I was, that was where that 20 years was spent. It couldn't have been a nicer experience. And all the time we were there went from being a really nasty place to being really nicely built up. And by the time I left, it was full of people. They were doing great business, and my rent should have gone up.
Sure.
In fact, they had to sell it to a university that wanted the space. The whole building was sold to a university. And so that's that story. So we wind up there. It wasn't, but I didn't have this gift of a studio, and I didn't build a school. And the point in Manchester, that would be done in Framingham when I had 25 people, I knew that it was the wrong activity. It was like a school. I was exhausted at the end of every time I critiqued, and I knew I wasn't delivering as much of the quality as I needed to. And I knew it wasn't the Atelier model. Mm-hmm. So I went north. I didn't look for any more space. I said, well, let's try for, if I can minimize, if I do 12, I can probably manage okay. So I'm not losing as much time as you tend to lose teaching, I won't be. And I make it so I can go as high as 18 in case it doesn't pay for itself. And so I sat there at 18 for all those years. Just sat there at 18 people, or sometimes more or less, but mostly right around that figure. And it really could have been nicer, except that it wasn't close enough to Boston for a lot of people.
Sure. So
largely bit of an improvement that way, more accessible to jobs down here and stuff.
Right, sure. Now, my next question, you've touched on somewhat in the answer that you just stated. Can you provide some information on the process of establishing your school? For instance, did you have any help from other artists getting the school on its feet? Did you receive any patronage or similar support from others?
No, over the years I have received patronage, most certainly, but I didn't at that time. No, everything was done on speculation. With when I moved from time to time, I would just know which people were going to go. I would talk to people and see who were going to be there, and would just transfer all that stuff. So there's no real difference. I was just paying rent somewhere else.
Sure.
I did, of course, being the rent payer, where in the past at the Fenway, they were all the rent payers. I never liked them. I liked that model better because it was more like the European model. You say, we want you to come and teach us. We'll get the space, and you get all your space. That guy doesn't deal with anything like that.
Right.
And still to this day want people to think of it that way. Don't think of this as I'm this landlord guy who's doing this thing. Can you guys not realize what the model is? Because I really don't want to have to hire people to care for the space. I don't want to be a janitor. I don't want to, you know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
I just want it to be your space. You guys are going to have it as a mess. It's your mess, but don't ask me to clean it unless you want me to pay more. Unless you want to pay more. If you want to pay more, we can do that way. Raise your hands.
Sure.
So it was always after that it became sort of my studio, but I never took that as a different model. I never was this guy who ran a building ever. I'm still not.
Interesting. Sure. Great. Now, the course of training at Ingbretson Studio is commonly what one would expect from an atelier pattern school, a 5 to 7 year program that progresses from cast drawing to still life to figure drawing, portrait painting, and figure painting. However, your school is somewhat unique as it firmly upholds the Boston School mantra of painting the visual impression. Are you able to break down the system of training offered at Ingbretson Studio and how this emphasis on capturing the visual impression is tied into the curriculum?
Yeah. That's been probably the greatest difficulty of the education I give. I think I said it before that I would teach these people the academic, and then I would try to move them over in paint to work in the visual order. And I find that it was like it would confuse the heck out of them, and probably in exactly the same way as what Gamble said confused me when I was painting. I was doing drawings of outlines and then tracing them onto a canvas and then coloring them up.
Sure.
And so that's always been the greatest difficulty. And I've had mixed success trying with a pure Boston School approach. And right now, my mindset is that I will take people who want one or the other, but I have to approach them slightly differently.
Sure.
The similarity at the very beginning, though, is strong. And that is that at the beginning, I tell students that we're going to do this like an academic because it's the most efficient way to give you the data. So really doing at the beginning is just naming the stuff that you're going to be working with and making sure you've played with it. So when we talk about an outline or a contour, when we talk about the line of shadow, when we talk about shadows are flat, when we talk about the middle tones or the idea of form, or we talk about modeling, all these things are a naming process. And, sort of like I forget what it is. I think it was Luther who said it once. He says there's a German aphorism that says you got to name the pig.
Right.
I rather like that one. I have a friend who actually had named his pigs and then he couldn't eat them. But that's a New Hampshire story, right? But so I call it a naming process. But what I do now is I try to get them painting like within months and not wait a year and stuff.
Yeah,
so they're not so convinced that by the time they get done with this drawing now, they're going to paint with this drawing. You know what I mean? But the model you're seeing out there is a drawing first model everywhere. And I'm saying, again, I'm not a fan, even a little, of the general approach to construction drawing that then leads to realism. I really think it's a mistake. But that stuff is still an outline-based model. It's still an object-based model. And even anatomy studies is object-based. It's not, I laugh about it because I say, so you study the anatomy of a human, but what if you have to paint a tree?
Right.
Do you have to study anatomy? Oh, yeah, there's a book called The Anatomy of Trees. Oh, yeah. Well, cats. You're going to paint a cat. Oh, yeah, anatomy of cats. Oh, man, it's going to take a year. Isn't that a little funny? It's like kind of a hypocrisy in that, right?
Right.
But I'm trying to get it so that students can render what they see in front of them, and it will be a brilliant cat, better than anybody else's cat. And it will be the absolute truth about the visual impression at the same time. But I try to get that across to people in the painting process. So what I'm just saying is, what we're doing is we're offering you the idea that there's data out there, and your job is to collate it. And that's what seeing is you got to do classifying of values. What's the darkest dark in your life? It's like everybody knows that, and everybody says that, right? But they don't say it about everything, like edges, for example. So people draw outlines, and maybe they get to some edges sometime. But correlating as you go along of these edges, as you would do it if you're talking about light to light and dark to dark. You don't talk about the lost and the found. You don't talk about the leading edge and the last, and the order of edges between the two, between the lost and the most found and the most lost. So you see what I'm doing. So this is that window. So I try to get people into this place where they're actually doing both at once. And I'm not going to tell you that's easy, but that now I've tried to reserve that for the guys who really want to paint my way or the Boston School way.
Sure.
And it is, I say the Boston School way, but it's better, honestly speaking, that, like I say, Gamma wasn't Boston School. You can't say I'm Boston School. I'm just Paul,
Yeah.
But my entire methodology is organized. As I developed it, I just kept looking up and saying, wait a minute, that's the Boston School. Wait a minute, that's how wait a minute, you know what I mean? So, but it was all based on the idea of what greatest efficiencies for bringing home the greatest truth of and we're talking about impressions, the visual impression in front of you, the world, the scene, that's the mise en scene, that's just sitting there in front of you.
Sure. And it's great that you're not, you're obviously, you've got a great curriculum, but as well, you're kind of a little bit, you're familiar with differentiating your teaching to accommodate for various students' level of abilities. So,
yes,
you are somewhat flexible within your curriculum.
Yeah, yes, I have a student now who studied with. In fact, I had black students come to me, and that was not an issue at all. I usually ask somebody to do a cast so I can see where they live. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
what they've been through. But I'm not interested in making them go through cast. Now now you're going to find my thing, and now 10 years later, after being with somebody else. No, I've worked well with people. I will say this though, I was very surprised, and I'll give you this as another reference to the LAC experience, that the 2 LAC students I had, neither one of them knew what a light effect was.
Wow.
And I said, your values are wrong here. And they would say, no, they're not. They look like nature. I look back and forth. It looks like nature. I said, well, so why doesn't nature has a light effect? Why doesn't yours? And they said, one of them said, looked at me like, what? And it was, what do you mean? What's a light effect? So there's a conversation out there about whether we paint with effects or not. And there was a number of times people from my friends, especially with Gamma, would say, we don't paint from effects. And the Benson says, stop drawing the way you've been drawing. Draw from effects, draw from effects. And then, because as I said, Hale says that's about the effects. So, but I'm saying though that why do I care? I'm just giving this person some more data, and but I have found that me getting to the point, and this is a fairly recent revelation, where I say to myself, you're perfectly capable of showing somebody how to be a Boston School academic. You've done it. It's on your website. The one you look at with the red picture in it is a Boston School. I call it my graduation piece.
Sure.
I just set it as like, if you can do this Boston School style and do it well, with all the beautiful things of the craft and everything, and great drawing, then you're done. You can graduate. Move on. Now, I wasn't necessarily trying to move on, but you have this ennui about Boston School if you weren't, because Gamble was sitting there the whole time you were with him. And this is maybe in one sense the dark side of the good stuff, right? And he was extolling the great values of the academic world.
Right.
And you're totally bought in, and you're sitting there looking at Boston School stuff and these best ways of dealing with impression in front of you, which is what you're doing. And you're looking for just best ways of actually, like finishing my education was saying, you're not good enough at drawing what you see. So, and then I started looking for best ways. And before I knew it, I was doing more Boston School than Gamble, because Gamble was actually an impediment to that.
Right.
And the truth, there was enough stuff that wasn't true. It was almost like style. When you work from outlines, it's a stylistic model. It's not a truthful model. And all the line guys will tell you it's a convention. I mean, that's a truthful thing.
That's interesting.
So that gets you. So I know that I can give people either one. And I now have moved a couple students through giving them almost exclusively the Boston School model. The difficulty I've always had, though, is that if they don't stay long enough, they'll go trashy on me. They'll start just doing stylistic and not be strong and not respect other stuff. And so they start doing artsy stuff. And it's happened a couple times. It just kills me.
Yeah.
And yet, yet they will come back on their own to, the missing values of good drawing and, solid stuff. So, but, that's the problem, giving treats to kids,
Sure.
They could wind up with diabetes or something.
That's true. I understand the school's idea of sound painterly craft has been extracted in most parts from 17th century Dutch thinking. Can you further explain what this particular way of thinking about painterly craft involves?
Well, I think the most dominant thing that Gamble talked about was the smooth surface.
Yes.
And he referred to them as almost inevitably about the smooth surface. I don't know what you want to say, the difficulty of it. I mean, at one point with Gamble, I was looking, and by the way, the rest of it, Gamble didn't do. The Dutch model didn't do it. That was Otto Grundmann and this painterly way of working.
Sure.
In my book, I clarify that. In fact, I might have something online. I think I do it in the video on Velázquez. If you haven't seen that, you might look at it. But I do a side-by-side of a Boston School painter and an Ang. And you can plainly see that both of them are beautifully articulate portraits of women. Beautifully articulate. And I say, I don't know if I say it on there, but I say, so pick one, which is best. And you can't make a decision like that. It's impossible. I mean, they're both great. These guys are both great draftsmen, by the way. And that's a funny thing to say about one of the Boston School guys. Nobody wants to believe that about your neighbor. These guys are practically your neighbors. But Camp is a great draftsman. You have to be more than a draftsman to do. You can't just noodle your way to this kind of realism. You actually have to learn draftsmanship. And anybody who knows what they're talking about in this knows that. And Sargent is a model of how that works too, as he incorporates all this. And even before that, when he was just doing the Velázquez version without the color.
Sure.
The Carol Duran thing,
Yeah.
What was I saying? I'm sorry, I lost that a little bit.
So we're commenting on your school's philosophy on painterly craft that is based on 17th century Dutch thinking.
Yeah. And so at one point, Paxton had a painting there that he had in his studio. Gamble did, or somebody brought in, and he was showing it to all of us. And here he had beautiful, beautiful colors in a really, really, really rough surface. And we were sitting there looking back and forth between that painting with that really rough surface. I mean, you could feel it with your thumb. It was crumbly, sticking up stuff. It wasn't that it was dragged or anything. You know what I mean? It was just paint crumpled up, and it was sitting there. And I don't remember if it was on a person's skin or where it was. And I pointed to it, and I pointed to the new necklace. which is a model of that flat surface.
Mm.
And I said, did he do both? I mean, how did he start with this surface? Gamble was referring to that. It was a start, and he was referring to that as a start. I said, did he start with this? How did he get to that? And Gamble says, his answer, this is one of those times when he has, like, you wonder how weak an answer it can get. And he said, well, Paxton had various dodges. He might have sanded it.
Mm.
People do that, but that's more out of necessity than out of a. That's not a. There's no evidence in anything else he ever did that was a way of working with him.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I mean, anybody might do it as a result of having to get out of something, but you might be. But you'd wind up with a surface that's nowhere near the kind of. It would be slicker than anything else in your kit. I mean, there are reasons not to do that, But I just didn't find that adequate in it. But it would give you an idea what he was referring to. We were actually talking about the smoothness of the surface because Gamble referred to it. But I think that's probably the most important thing, and maybe even the only thing that he referred to when he talked about the Dutch surface. It was the Dutch. I mean, it was the surface.
That's interesting. Fascinating.
Yeah. He would say paint highlights thickly, keep the surface smooth. He would say that to us.
Yeah. Now, landscape painting also forms part of your school's curriculum. What is the general methodology you teach when approaching the genre of landscape?
Nothing changes.
Nothing changes. Wow.
Nothing changes. That's actually one of the rationales for one of the things I was looking for is I wanted a methodology that didn't change when you went inside from outside. And you'll find the same thing is true at the Boston School. They don't change inside and outside. They're the same painter. And not actually neither is Sargent. I mean, people who understand this way of working don't have to change. But in reality, Gamble's landscapes. He's still painting inside paintings outdoors. He's still doing academics when he goes outdoors. He never actually walks away from that and starts painting from effects. He never does. It never happens.
That's fascinating. So is there any ground that's painted onto the canvas before one starts with the landscape painting in the Boston School methodology?
No, for two reasons you wouldn't do that. And the first reason is you have too much respect for color and the need for that bounce you get out of the lights. I mean, by the time you've laid two layers on a dark area where you didn't quite hit the note at the beginning, you put the second one down, there's nowhere near as much glow in the dark that you wanted, that you would have had in that first layer. And that's annoying. So you have to do things to get a version of that back, or the quality at least you're talking about. So why would I lose a layer of white? Why would I separate the colors further from the white? So there's never a time for that. No, and I've done it all. By the way, I've done everything because I was at the art students' league. We tried the face of the earth. We tried, and I've done landscape that way. Even after studying with Gamble, I tried in Colorado, and I found that there are certain things that were pretty cool. Like I was painting trees in the mountains of Colorado, and there's so much orange rock. I could never get enough orange in there, and I did that. And man, I just painted the trees, and there was the orange everywhere. It's like. Well, I put it in my thumb and pulled out a plum. But I never think that way. I've never much liked it. I don't even much. I mean, I can know how to use pastels in a way that, and I do teach pastel, but in pastels in a way that incorporates the background as part of it. And so you're really influencing rather than pushing. It's not solid painterly pastels. It's just eluded color. Whatever you call it, that influence color.
Sure. Yeah. And that's interesting that you do teach pastel, because a lot of the contemporary schools nowadays are pretty much teaching, graphite pencil drawing, and then basically as a segue into oil painting. The pastel medium, to my understanding, was very big with Gamble. Is that correct, Paul?
Well, Gamble, I don't know how big it was in the one sense, but Gamble, if he thought you might be struggling in some way with incorporating color, he would suggest pastels because it's like a linear medium. You can hold it like a stick.
Yeah.
It was sort of a natural transition. That's what he was saying to me. I actually haven't used it, but I was already doing it in New York because it fit perfectly in the Brackman model. I don't remember why I picked it. I don't even have a clue why I did. I mean, I don't know how I even afforded the pastels. $180 in those days was a lot of money.
Yeah.
106, whatever it cost, was a lot of money. But the pastel is actually a far more natural medium, of impressionist medium, than anything else that exists apart from paint. And in some ways, it actually is better for getting your head across to broken color because there are many, many notes you cannot hit without admixing color, leaving them side by side.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And so it's really good that way. It's very interesting that way, very helpful that way. And I have my first student actually. She had to leave me because her husband, who was also one of these great erudite educated guys, got this great job in Washington, in the area of Washington, D.C. down there, at the National Institute of Health or something. And she had only worked with pastel with me because she already had a pastel set with when she worked with Cormier, who taught pastel on Saturdays, and she and she's done just fantastic work. If somebody wanted to look her up, it's Lindsay Harkness, and Harness. But you'll find her website. Just look her up. I mean, you'll see some really beautiful work done with it. And she's one of those people, by the way. I really love what is one of the characteristics of the Degas conversation, or even Gamel's, and that is the never-ending study. She's one of those who's always hung around me, keep staying in the conversation. And frankly, I've so evolved myself that I sometimes look around and think, what was I telling people back then? You know, they'll say, you told me this. And I say, yeah, don't shoot me, okay? But that whole thing about the evolutionist, she's been this really a fantastic example, you know what I mean, of why it's just deeper and deeper and more wonderful. It's a great place to have spent your life.
Sure. Now, Paul, what is your usual process of critiquing a student's work?
Well, so there's two things I look for. Your first job is to not look at the work with any agenda, right?
Right.
Which is what I tell students. But so if you would say, do I come in the room and I have this list of things? Well, in a sense, you do, because you're in the cast. So you already know that if they're not doing anything like good proportions, you don't really want to talk about three other things like getting a great effect, you know?
Sure.
And it's not really, the beginning drawing isn't effect based anyway. So you know when you come into the room, though, that you're going to primarily be doing what's the back straggler.
Right.
And the back straggler provides you the vehicle for a conversation about the ideas related to drawing and painting.
Sure.
And it's no different for me. And what I become is the model for the back straggler. I remember working with Gamel, and I remember him coming into the room once, and I said, and I started saying to myself, now, I got to anticipate what he's going to pick as the back straggler, because I want to get into his head. I want to know, why did he say that? So that did two things for me. It got me to look at the picture bigger, and it got me into Gamel's head, which is a big deal, you know, really big. At some point, you were asking about the color in relation. Maybe you ask it later about color in relation to Brackman. Do you ask that later? I'll bring it up later if you do.
Color. Well, what I mentioned before was that your sensibility of color was predominantly gained through Brackman.
Yeah. Well, that was the sensibility of light and the use of color and extending it, all that stuff, and having playtime with it. You know, really getting to know it. But it was with Gamel that actually it was conveyed to me precisely how to be relational, right?
Right.
And it was after Gamel had corrected a color note of mine the third time and made it the same color every single time, and I thought, man, every time I look at that color, it changes. I could paint it green today and purple tomorrow, and I wouldn't know the difference.
Yeah.
And I said, I'm going to stand here. And this is getting into the mind of Gamel, right? I'm going to stand here, and I'm not going to touch this color note. I'm going to sit there and stand there rather until I see Gamel's note. And I said, now what do I have to do? I tried using my eyes this way and that way, and I stood on my head. I mean, did dozens of things, and I couldn't figure out how the heck, because the note was way better than mine. But it was the fact that he came back and painted it the same way every time, and he didn't do it from a formula. And I was always giving up hope, and I was really getting annoyed, you know. I probably spent the whole morning trying to figure it out and watch it and stuff. And it was time for lunch, and I put down my brushes and started walking out the door, and I saw his note. And I saw it out of the corner of my eye. And I said, oh, that's different. Oh, huh. And so that moment, you know, that begins to tell you something. And it tells you, well, if you read Lindsay Harkness's wonderful article on the eye, she wrote a book on an essay on the eye, you'll have that in mind, that the cones of the eye are on the side of your eyes. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so these aphorisms about how to look askance, or Gamel's comments to you were to maintain a roving eye and keep looking at what you're not looking at. You know, look hard at what you're not painting.
Sure.
That was a Sergeant Kendall quote, by the way.
Sort of like throwing your eye out. Is that along the lines of that theory?
Yeah, that looks that, yeah. But there's the inside of the focusing part of your eye is the fovea, and it has the cones are fewest there.
Right.
So the cone where the color is. So anything you can do to move your eyes around is good. But once I saw that, I just started doing all kinds of stunts, and I came with 10 different ways of making myself see the colors. It wasn't precisely the relational, but it was just seeing color itself. So I wouldn't give, you know, Gamel tons of credit. I mean, really, because, you know, he was really, you know, still, even with Brackman, you knew he was just trying to paint the thing but there was no intellectual conversation about that. You know what I mean? Whereas with Gamel, you knew why you were doing it, and you knew you had to be good at it, and you knew that you had to be good in every aspect of it. You know what I mean? So it was really much, much more like a science with Gamble.
Fascinating.
Including, yeah.
Now, Paul, just going back to your school for a moment, how many students are currently enrolled?
I mean, about a dozen at the moment.
Oh, great.
We're my ideal is in that range, but with this new space, I would like to. This is something I didn't talk to you about, but I would like to try to do something that I wish Gamble had done, and to do this earlier. So Gamble's comment to me one time, and to all of us, he was my only regret in painting was that I never had that none of my students became teachers. And then someone mentioned lack, and he said, "Well, I guess that's true. Actually, he did." You know, and so he's the only one though. And I thought to myself, all Gamble actually had to do was he had the Fenway Studios. He could have bought the dang thing. It was for $1 probably at the time. And I thought to myself, now if he had done that, and then said to David Lowery, David, I want you to start finding students. You're going to become an atelier, and I'm going to coach you because I want somebody to replace me. So I've that's like my new model now. I'm trying to not so much take on new students as maybe teach people in more advanced states. But I'd like to start trying to figure out how to get students in this in-between state, especially ones who haven't been raised with money and can just walk around and do what they want,
Right.
to be able to become teachers, but not teachers in a school. I don't want to run a school. I don't want a school. I think Gamble's right in every way about schools. And you don't want to be confused by two different people talking to you. Even Gamble talks about that. You go into the Julian Academy, Julianne, and Lefebvre tells you one thing, Boulanger tells you something else, and Bouguereau tells you a third thing. One of them says, add more color in there. The other says, why do you have so much color in there? You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. Why are you coloring so soon? Why are you drawing so soon? You know what I mean? Like, that's what will happen in any school setting where you have you're working with several different.
Absolutely.
So that's one of that confusion is significant. So, but the other side of it is, though, that the time you spend with somebody really getting into the mind of one person who you respect is needed time. You need to be into a mind, you know what I mean? And so but the transition for students that they can get, the transition financially you can get, if you had 2 or 3 students, you'd have enough money to not have to work much of an extra job when you're not bringing in painting money. And most people aren't necessarily bringing in much painting money because they're really not very good yet. I remember as a student, I wanted to show the work. I was just humiliated and embarrassed for 10 years after I stopped studying, because it wasn't good enough, Sure. And you can call that pride or something else, but the reality is what you're dealing with. So, you're talking about, this, why I do it at the end of this thing. Well, I did it actually out of necessity. It was actually, I found myself needing to do it. And then I found myself so thankful that I'd done it because of all the things that had done for me. And I don't mean money.
Right.
But that's done for me. It made me a way better thinker about painting. It made me way more analytical.
Oh, yeah.
And then I had to go in and do the things I was telling people and make sure I was doing them consistently.
Sure.
And every kind of thing it was just no reason ever not to teach. And so I'd really love to have every student I ever had adopt that model, or maybe even be forced to graduate, some silly stuff. Like the mentoring in colleges, I guess, is somewhat like that sometimes.
Sure. I understand past graduates also work as instructors in the school. This would ultimately free some of your time so that you can focus on your own painting. Do you find that the pressures and responsibilities of running the school to have a negative effect on your own painting?
If I was running the school, it would, but I don't run a school.
That's right. We've come to that understanding. Yeah.
Right. No, the atelier idea, and especially if I can say, you guys, this is your space, take care of it, and they clean it on a given day. I mean, I might have to say, why is this place so dirty sometimes? Because I'm not sure I want to show up here again. But I don't offer to take care of that because I can't do that. I actually am really bad at organization of that type. I'm really good at organizing painting and colors, but I can't organize it. And I can't manage students. At one point, I had a student come to me and she said, so-and-so, this other student really offended me. She did this and she did that and blah, 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 blah. And I said, huh. And I saw, so somebody's putting me in the position of a father or something or other, or something.
Yeah. And
I said, you know what? I can't do this. I said, but I know something. That person isn't like that. Yet there's got to be a misunderstanding. And I said, would you just do this thing? It's going to be brutally hard, but would you just go talk to her? So I was walking down the hall and found them crying in each other's arms. And I never had, after that, ever had even a slight inclination to run a school. People can themselves, they're big people. people are all adults. I mean, the best part of the teaching I had was people who had worn out every institution and were finally arriving knowing exactly what they wanted, and then it wasn't out there.
Sure, sure.
In the new schools, they haven't figured that out yet. Even in the new ateliers, they haven't figured that out. And they're right. They actually think they have something they don't, but that's a different story.
Right. So do you have a mixture of full-timers and part-timers, Paul?
No, I actually demand 15 to 20 hours per person, and it's up to them to how much they get. You can't get mastery with less than that.
Oh, of course, yeah.
I say 15 to 20. 20 is the right number, and I find that students, if I tell them these numbers and they're below 15 at all, they'll tell me, I know I'm not doing very well, and that's my fault.
Sure.
They know it.
Sure.
And that sort of thing is just related to somebody said to me once, you remind me of the Suzuki methods and what he said in his book, Nurtured by Love. And it's a good one to read. It's one of the books I wouldn't have ever known about, except one of the students said that. And, but there is a model there. First of all, he's the first person I read who said, give me 10 years and a mediocre talent and I'll give you a genius.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. And he also talks about synapses. He talks about training a parakeet. And about how important these repetitions are, and then all of a sudden they have the capacity to teach themselves. And I was making a different point. What was that? What was the initial question there? Do you remember what? It's too dark in my throat to read these questions anymore. So,
so we were talking about the idea of mastery. I was asking if you had full timers and part timers, and you said so that you basically asked for at least 15 hours from your students per week.
Yeah. That's all it was, yeah. And so the question of mastery is a big deal. And there's an article that was talking about even retired people that you get, which are important to maintaining a studio. And even for them, minimum 15 hours a week to gain mastery for the age and things like that you're at. And I just assumed that everybody wants to be good, or they wouldn't be hanging around me paying me money.
Right.
But if you do your part, I had one woman with me. It turns out she was with me 8 years, and I couldn't get much progress. And she turned to me one day, and it was after some middle, and she wouldn't be mad at me for saying this because she said it back to me. She said it's true that she came back after 5 or 6 years, and she said it was like a little bit accusatory, and she was faulting me for the progress she hadn't made. And fortunately, one of my other students about her age was behind me, and he said, "It's your fault. You're not here. You're never here." Dang, was that helpful? Because it's one of those things, though, where I'm the guy who could be guilted to heck, you know what I mean? I'm always assuming that I'm not doing a good enough job. There's such a thing as overteaching, and I'm guilty. If I'm guilty of anything, it might be that.
Sure. And when you look back at historical accounts, Paul, when we look at the idea of the atelier in the 19th century, I mean, the master was only there probably twice a week, would pop in, give a critique, and then be out of the studio. I mean, you would imagine they'll be there a lot more, but twice a week, that was it.
No, in fact, I found, and when I had the 25 people in Framingham, I found that they needed 15 hours between critiques, or I was painting their pictures.
Wow.
In other words, they had to have time to get in serious trouble.
Yeah.
And that 15 hours is about the model, so that's not bad, right? So I'd give them 2 a week, and they'd have if they were there 40 hours a week, they'd be on. Even if it was 40, they'd be in good shape.
Sure. Now, would you say that the curriculum you've developed for your school is in most part derived from what you learned from Mr. Gamble?
Well, I'll tell you what, philosophically, in terms of education, absolutely and totally. In terms of education, in terms of what I teach, considerably less so. But it isn't, the reason I say the first part is because there was nothing going on anywhere else. You had 40 people in a space that was too small for 20, climbing over each other, trying to paint portraits and stuff. And there's no systematic anything going on. The only thing that you might predict was that at some point during the year, the teacher was required to do a demonstration. But one teacher that I hung around he would just walk in and find the prettiest girl and spend a half an hour with her, you'd be lucky to get 5 minutes from that guy. And I don't remember ever having him say anything about my work that was useful. Yeah, I heard things that were useful, but not about my work.
Sure.
And that kind of thing was predictable. So how could you even compare it? I mean, I'd be silly to say anything else, except, of course, Gamble's the only model I've got. He was like a good educator. I mean, the stuff he did, I swear to you, though, more than anything else, more than any other place he worked, it has to have been based on the Groton education, that school, that elite school that he went to, because he was so systematic, and he was so. The idea that I said what I meant, and I meant what I said. Were you listening? Those kinds of things. That's basic stuff.
Sure.
Yeah.
moving on. I understand the Boston School methodology is not concerned with a direct mimesis of life, that is, slavishly rendering that which is before you, but rather an interpretation of it which has been analyzed, dissected, and then orchestrated into a composition which is unified. Taking this into consideration, do you believe that the Boston School is solely concerned with exposing the truth of the scene?
Yeah, as much as Ang was.
Mm.
Ang said that about himself. Do you know that?
No. What can you? Sorry, can you state that?
Yeah.
What did he say exactly, Paul?
Yeah, I will. At one point, somebody said to Ang, "But you know, I think he's used the word idealizing." He said, "I am not idealizing. I'm painting exactly what I have in front of me."
Right.
Now, that's an interesting point. But if you keep reading, if you haven't seen them, by the way, ask me for them. I'll just forward them to you. I have them online, but these Ang things are gold. I mean,
absolutely.
And by the way, pass them on to your kids. I mean, do this thing,
Sure.
But I don't hold any of this stuff close to my vest. It's not mine. Gamble would make one of the things he'd make clear. We don't own this stuff. It isn't ours. In fact, the right to be an artist is an absolute privilege, and you don't have any right to do with it what you want. You're a piece of work if you do. You have to find your job. You're a servant of the arts.
Mm.
I remember the time Gamble said that to me, by the way. I'll get back to this other point. But he said that. He said, you're just a servant of the arts. And I remember my hackles rising. I remember being really irritated with him. I was thinking, later on I thought to myself, man, I didn't even realize how much ego, you big fat. What were you here for? Who's ever there for the right reason? But eventually, the only way you can get there is for the right reason. I remember standing in front of some colors, doing some relational looking. It was in Gamble's studio. It wasn't in Brackman's, where you didn't have all the time and you didn't even know to stand there and the model shouldn't change. You know what I mean? But I mean, something like that might have come across. But I remember standing there one time and I was watching some color relationships, and I remember having this stir in my soul. I mean, like, wow. I saw something that I've never, ever seen before. And the kind of stuff that you spend your time looking for after that, right? I said, so what do? Do you take off your shoes? I mean, I remember actually thinking that. I felt like Moses. Because I'd seen it. There's something, this is the gold, right?
Right.
Now, it begins to answer your question about the museum, about Boston School thinking, about Impressionism, though. I mean, if you don't understand that this is a search for the gold, and that when you get the gold, you stop. It's not realism, isn't the gold. It's not gold nor the goal. It's just a little exercise along the way.
Sure.
To the degree that Degas would say, and he was extremely noisy about this stuff, about this got nothing to do with executing details and noodling. It has nothing to do with that. That's the great forms and the great lines and the great relation. And he says it's nothing but the harmonies. When the thing is harmony, you're done. Well, what harmonies, right? The harmonies of the girl's cheeks? Like what? No, they're abstract. It's the world we're in. If it's music at all, it's about color harmonies. It's about the various kinds of relationships. The music is in angles of all the crazy things, right?
Right.
I mean, you sticks on a table, and if they're not dancing, they're not. I remember looking at a Degas once. There was these girls resting, 2 or 3 of them in a row, with their feet on the floor. And the poor dancers are exhausted, and if you know anything about ballerinas, their legs are killing them, right?
Right.
And I noticed looking down there that the feet were still dancing. Now, do you see what I mean?
Right.
Now, what has that got to do with anything except, does anybody paint any truer than Degas in one sense? You know what I mean? The guy's rotten with the truth. He just isn't with realism. He isn't making camera work.
Sure.
His point, and proving who can do the most noodling and get the most of a drip of water coming out of a pore. I mean, like what?
Right. It's true what you're saying, Paul. Like, I think, if you were to train someone in shape copying, say, for, extended period of time, I mean, a lot of people will be able to come up with a reasonably good depiction of nature. However, that bit that you're talking about, that visual music, that visual poetry, I mean, that's what is taking, a craftsman, from status of a craftsman to a painter, an artist, essentially.
Yeah, so say painter, but it's a better word, but it takes them to that better place. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, so now you have the discussion that's really fascinating, and that's where Ang is also speaking, and he says he keeps confusing with everybody, conflating beauty and truth. And another reason to read that stuff. Now, how can you do that, right? Except I can tell you how, because if you're working like I do with your eyes, well, I could get into 3 other discussions on that one. But if you're working like I do with your eyes, the only way you can get accuracy is by understanding the relationships and adjusting to them until all the relationships are in sync with each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you start counting more than 2 relationships, you know what you're talking about? You're talking about music.
Right.
When you start to talk about a red to another red to a third red, and they're different in color and they're different in chroma from each other, and they're even different in size, you're talking about a flow. Do you see the music, the potential for music there?
Yeah.
So when an impressionist gets all done, he's done finding so much music. The thing is so full of music, he just better stop.
Mm-hmm.
or he's said so much, right? And so that's why you'll find a Benson like the 3 girls that I refer to from time to time that are just so much almost less than a start. They're sitting there, and the music is like, it's more music than I've heard in almost any painting in the 20th century.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen anything in the 20th century as beautiful as that. And I'm talking about, now, I mean, apart, there are other painters who are good. I don't mean to say 20, I mean us, our little world.
Sure.
And Gemmell didn't, I'm telling you, Gemmell didn't hear that kind of music. Now, Gemmell did some linear stuff. He did some really fun things in that Hounds of Heaven and stuff. I mean, really in that world, right?
Right.
Some of the Art Deco based games and stuff like that. And it's true, it's the same stuff, but Gemmell was more like what your statement was. He was more working on manufacturing it.
Mm.
The school guys are interested in finding it.
Right.
They're mining it. And that's the difference between an actual impressionist and why the two don't ever meet.
Mm. Right. No, that's a good differentiation that you've made there. The difference between the impressionist and the realist, essentially, or the impressionist and the academician.
Yeah, the subject painter versus the impression painter. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Now, it's obvious that Mr. Gemmell and other exponents of the Boston School were fine painters. However, throughout their lives, they also felt a deep sense of responsibility in preserving and teaching the tradition in which they work so tirelessly to reconnect with. And in turn, this obligation to teaching and passing on the tradition has impacted your own life. Why do you feel it is necessary to continue teaching into your later years?
Well, it's the later years thing. It's kind of interesting.
Sure.
It's, one of the difficulties of painting in your later years, meaning your greater experience, is it's very hard to teach because you can't get down low enough to give people the information they want. It's like trying to feed babies.
Right.
And your spoon is too big.
Sure. Yeah.
You can't even remember what babies are for,
Right.
So it's kind of annoying, meaning like, come on, you can simplify, you can back down. I mean, you can do that, and then another way you don't want to do it because it's like you don't want to talk down to people.
Right.
So you tell them, like adults, and I've always done that even when they were beginners. I would always speak to them like a real painter. I had 5th graders working with me in the studio once, for fun, right? Just because they were part of a group and they asked if they could work in my place.
Right.
So we sat them down and we just did what we really do. And I had them do a painting, and then we analyzed the paintings together and all sorts. And one of them at the end, he said, "Thank you for not talking to me like a kid."
Yes. Yeah.
And I mean, that's all there is, right? So it's difficult for me, I have to admit, to just not be where I am. And yet it's not so difficult in one sense. But that's the part that is kind of exhausting.
Yeah.
Because there's a ton of work to do all that stuff of getting yourself back to where they are and all that stuff. You know what I mean? I don't know if it's imagination. I don't know what it is that I lack, but I do find that the people around you, that's why so often people complain and say the students around me did all the teaching.
Mm.
Well, watch out that could be less than, you shouldn't be complaining about that. That might be your best way in.
Right.
And that was around me with Gemmell as well. I mean, the guys around me, and I would watch other people's critiques for the purposes of getting a sense of something that I didn't feel invested in because it was easier to hear him, but in the meantime, we'd be able to have discussions about that stuff where they would tell me things that Gemmell had already told them in different settings, which would wake my, in fact, the first time anybody explained anything about sight size, it was not the student.
Mm-hmm.
It's loaded with student fears and phobias and stuff like that.
Sure.
So it's that after a bit, and you do, but still, it's a better way in. It's like it's forgiving, and they tell you something that's going to be useful to you now because they're close enough to you.
Right.
But that question is kind of an interesting one. But I think the other one is Gemmell's. Why was Gemmell still teaching at 88?
Mm.
The answer is because of love. It's just like you live there, and it wasn't less. I don't think it was anywhere near as much as teaching. Teaching was like a responsibility, right? So his idea was, you have a job. This isn't yours. It's ours, right? Did you ever read that? I don't know if you've seen that, but in the Old Testament, you'll see the some guy does something really bad, and all of Israel suffers, right?
Mm-hmm.
and it's rather like that, right?
Sure.
So if you have something, I think everything we have is ours. Everything I have is ours, right?
Yes.
It's a privilege to be the possessor of it, but it ain't mine. What is this? So, and I've just found that the more I give, the more I get, and I've never actually been anything except a receiver.
Right.
The
Right.
more I give, I receive. You know that as a teacher, you know it's crazy, but
Yeah.
but the more selfish you are, the less you lose.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. Stingy just has a way of sort of chopping you off. Yeah.
But there are so many artists out there, and I'm talking historically, and I'm talking of our contemporary time as well, that are so secretive when it comes to passing on any kind of information or even just trying to watch them work. I mean, it's it's a shame really, because as you said, I mean, it should be free. This kind of information, this wealth of knowledge, it's taken us that long to piece it back together. I mean, we can help one another out by kind of being a little bit more generous and sharing with our information.
Yeah, and I have found that they say that in the world of giving, that poorer people give as a percentage of their income more than rich people.
Yeah.
But it's funny how it is in painting. It seems like the poorer you are, the less you want to share. It's funny that it isn't quite the same pattern, and I don't know what that is. But it's more personality, and I'm not sure what it is. There are people who just don't get that the benefits are going to be theirs, and who can tell you that? You're going to believe it, But I think there are fearful people and mindsets and stuff where, what are you going to do? I mean, that's just us. That's just humans, and that's part of who some of us are, more than, unfortunately, for us.
Sure.
But so I wouldn't pick on them, but I've just found that there is nothing you have that you're possessing that tightly that's worth anything. It's worth as much as if you'd get if you gave it to somebody.
That's great
You don't
advice.
even, if you've expressed it in words. I don't believe you do, even for a minute. And I know more people around me who I've said things to them, and they said, "Well, I should have studied with you guys who are my own age and experience."
Wow.
And what you should have stayed with me, you should have taught somebody. You should have been a teacher.
Yeah.
Because you're forced to say this to somebody and forced to move to the next place.
Sure.
And stay ahead of your students. I mean, things like that. But you know that.
That's great advice, Paul.
I think the gifting is all yours. But I did have a friend who he wouldn't do it except for a lot of money. In fact, I found that around several people around me in the Boston guys, and you had to pay them a lot of money to do it, or they wouldn't do any of it unless there was money.
Right.
And I'm with Gamble. I would do it for free if I could. The time you lose is serious. And when I was younger, I did it literally because I needed money. And so, but what was I going to do? Hold back on them?
Right.
They said, "Well, you teach me what Gamble taught you." What the deal is you're going to pay me to be given what was given to me. What am I going to do? Give you some? That's cool. Well, what would that be? So I never found that was even. I don't think I even thought to do that. You know what I mean?
Sure.
But you do live in a kind of fear that somebody's going to surpass you.
Yes.
And then you just laugh at yourself. After a few years, you realize that nobody's going to surpass you as long as you're still learning.
Right.
Because they got so many years to go.
That's true.
Even a talented person can't do it. They got to go through all the pain that you went through. Right. Everybody has to go through all the same pain if they want to actually be really good at this. And the best teachers aren't the talents. They're the guys who suffered.
That's great advice, Paul.
Yeah.
Moving into your affiliation with the Guild of Boston Artists, I understand you maintained presidency of the Guild between 2003 to 2014. To provide a short background of the Guild, it was conceived in 1914 by three painters of the Boston School who included Edmund Tarbell, William McGregor Paxton, and Frank Benson. The Guild's purpose is to serve as an artist-run gallery that supports emerging as well as established artists living in New Hampshire and surrounding areas. As a way of promoting a fine traditional picture making within the community, the Guild holds frequent lectures and demonstrations which helps bridge the gap between artists, collectors, and galleries. Are you able to provide information as to your relationship with the Guild over the years and how this led to being elected as president in 2003 through to stepping down from the position in 2014?
Yes, yeah. The first part of that, though, is the Guild has never been there for up and coming painters.
Okay.
But there were Boston School trained people, museum school trained people that created the Guild, the Copley Society next door.
I see.
And specifically what that was created for.
Okay.
And Guild never was. It was actually always a professional. it was always there. They were trying to create. They were losing to modernism in some places in the best galleries in Boston. I forget the name of one particular one that was they'd always been able to get in and sell through, and all of a sudden they weren't working for them anymore. So they created their own. But their model, the purpose of it was literally it was a marketing thing for themselves. They said their purpose was to educate the public to a love of the arts. Well, yeah, the love of the Boston School to buy it. It's cynical. I mean, it really was as big as that. But part of that phrasing came when the IRS came in and told them they had to be a nonprofit or they're going to get taxed to hell.
Okay.
And then they had to find a phrasing, which was an educational model. And I think so. I'm not saying they're disingenuous in that one way, but that's really what they were doing. They were trying to actually sell their own pictures.
Okay.
And it was all. Now, when it comes to the regular history, and that stuff I just know from having been the president and reading some of the stuff that goes with it, but I've never read anywhere, and I'm not the guy about chronologies and about history that way. I'm not even I am just not. Gamble would not have loved me at all for being this way, but I couldn't care less. What I am is the historian of the methods.
Sure.
So that part you'd have to ask somebody else for about how it started and all that stuff. I don't recall Paxton being part of that initial thing, but I would like to say just one thing, and that is that whoever came up with the idea, the person who really did all the work to make it happen was Lilla Cabot Perry.
Okay.
And Lilla Perry, yeah, a woman of some means, I guess, and a painter who spent a bunch of years in love with Monet and on Giverny. And was some kind of an influence in relation to these guys, and the Boston School and the connection. But she like so many times women don't get the credit. They'll get guys get the credit because weren't they the names and all that sort of stuff.
Right.
But I think it wouldn't have ever happened without her based on what I've seen. I don't think so. I don't think so. And partly probably her money and other things, but I don't know that. I do know that I found out that the Guild was charging $100 in 1914 to be a member.
Wow.
Do you know what that would have been?
That would have been a lot of money back then, right?
About $2,500 today.
Yeah. That's a lot of money.
So we were sitting there charging ourselves $100, $200, finally got to maybe $100, $250. And I said, one day I was sitting there as president, I said, you know what? The reason we're having struggling is because we aren't charging the right amount. And so my idea was totally against my own interest was let's at least go to $750 or something like that, a year.
Yeah.
Because I was out these third-rate places where you got nothing from them was charging you $1,000 a year or $1,200 a year.
Sure.
There's a guy on the main art drag in Boston.
Sure. And that money for the membership, Paul, will that entitle members to, attend lectures and demonstrations and view current exhibitions? Oh,
all that stuff. Yeah, they could do. They could have exhibitions as often as they wanted to, as long as there was time, as long as they were, they weren't ahead of something. They weren't doing it twice. Nobody else had a chance to do it once.
Sure.
But that stuff was there as they had the gallery, and they would have it like it was a three-week show, and. Yeah, and of course they could do their own demonstrations. They could do anything that parties, things like that. Anything was related to the whole marketing thing,
Sure.
But yeah, it really was a gallery to sell pictures for those guys, and the model was a very good one. I mean, they, paint a bunch of good pictures and have a show.
Sure.
The Guild has never ever done a good marketing job, though. And I was as the president, I can tell you, I never could get us there. I didn't fully understand what marketing was at the time.
Right.
But so they're still struggling with that. When you said having events, lectures and things like that, yeah, I've done any number of those presentations and lectures and tape panels and things. I've done the demonstrations on all that stuff where you get maybe on not a bad day, you get 60 people.
Wow.
Well, that's not marketing anymore, though. I mean, you can reach 1 million people on the internet. Yeah.
Sure.
And we've never done what we would legitimately call marketing. So that's really what is going to. That's where the Guild is right now, where it needs to actually break out.
Sure.
And the other part of it is what I had in mind, and I never could accomplish these things, and I didn't have the funds to accomplish some other things that other people have. But the other idea was we need to create names. So you get big people who are good, and then you do the work as a gallery of making a big name out of them.
Right.
And people say to me things like, "Well, they'll leave." And I was like, well, why would they leave? You made a great name for them. Why wouldn't they have loyalty? Well, some people might leave. So what? But then the next person would come along and they say, and you can make a name for them. I mean, like, well, what's the big deal? But if you make names for the number of people we had, we're up to 70 people at different times. Suppose you had if you made names out of even 30 of them, you know what you're going to get for sales.
Mm.
So that was the kind of stuff I never could get across, and partly because the thing is a painter-run operation, and none of us really could spend the time thinking about that.
Sure.
And you even asked me about how I managed to be a state rep at the same time. It's insanity. It's a version of madness. I freely will pass on to somebody else if I could get rid of it myself.
So, Paul, these sort of factors, these disagreements that you had, was that what led you to stepping down from position as president in 2014?
Oh, no, I think I was just exhausted. Everything that happened there that was bad, I would take personally, and I was also not particularly well.
I see.
So,
right.
The stress levels, when things aren't even serious, particularly serious, the stress levels would be way high,
Yeah, sure.
Like, again, if I was personally wealthy and could just throw something at it, if there was an emergency, I could just use my money or something like that. It wouldn't have been as stressful.
Yeah, sure.
But every time something happened, I was thinking, where's this going to go? Is it going to collapse?
Yeah.
I just couldn't thinking about it anymore. If I was out driving back and forth, not even having a life, So
yeah.
it was never. There was no wars going on there. We were friends. The nice part when I was there is that the people who volunteered to be board members were either my students, or I would ask my students because I knew them and knew they respected the Boston School and the foundings and all that sort of stuff. So it was a very nice relationship between me and about several of my students. Some people were bitter about that, but all they had to do was volunteer and join us anytime.
Sure.
Because all my students were eager to get out too,
Right.
Some of them did it for me. But yeah, it was. Otherwise, that would be true of all the rest of it. But yeah, there was a significant turnover. I was actually probably, I suppose you could say, one of the major factors in getting it to be to shaking off one of our prior presidents, who he was dragging it down. It looked like he was on the edge of a mental issue himself, but he was on the edge of causing a problem with maybe I shouldn't be telling about this stuff, but he was on the edge of causing a problem with a person who would probably have sued us.
Okay.
And it would possibly been the end of the place. And so it was time. I created a special meeting. I found the bylaws. That was hard to do, and I found out what you had to do to get a special meeting. We had a special meeting, and I didn't have to do anything else. I had to go literally make sure we had enough people there, because you had to have like 2/3 of the membership.
Wow.
Either there or with papers and with what do you call those? But so I literally was driving door to door to get everybody to show up. And once everybody got there, they took over the meeting and fired this guy and elected a new board. And I wasn't a member of it. That's what they say. If you do something like that, you've done the damage. You've done the damage. Your damage is good. So, but I would say that without any question. But people like Tom and others stepped right up, and Tom was the next president out of that board. He was the person with the most. I don't know, between seniority and knowledge of the guild, probably was the best, most logical person. And but I wish I could say we just turned it into sterling successes after that. But the one thing that happened that I've been very proud of was we really did use the opportunity when I was there to really, really extol the Boston School itself, which was, because so many of our members were students of mine, and just the way things work is nobody else was teaching. I wasn't dragging them in. In fact, I wouldn't even vote for students of mine.
Right.
Say, no, I'm out of here. You guys figure it out. And I'm hoping nobody voted for them because they were students of mine. But no, I think for the most part, they picked the right people. And, but we wound up with a nice opportunity to promote the values of the Boston School and have presentations and stuff like that, lectures, shows,
Great.
That made some people from the Cape Ann and there's some other circles that, certain individuals, not many, but certain individuals thought we were becoming this Boston School thing, but that's what we theoretically always were.
Sure.
But we never quite were. That was the founding of it, was pretty much entirely the Boston School guys.
Sure. Now, I understand you're also a former Republican member of the New Hampshire House of Representatives, which you were involved with between the years of 1998 to 2016. In fact, you represented District Grafton 15 from 2014 to 2016. Why have you felt a need to involve yourself with politics throughout your life?
The simple answer is I was born and raised with the Constitution in my hand and parents who talked about for liberty.
Okay.
And that was it. I mean, I saw the stuff happening, particularly one particular vote in the House by our representative was calling. He was calling for a constitutional convention, which at the time I thought was pure madness.
I see.
And I just said, I've got it. You can't just sit here, because you get enough states to make these calls, and you get the call, and before you know it, you have an out of control. This happened to us in the very beginning of the founding of this country. You have an out of control, potentially an out of control conference where they can do anything.
Yes.
And and I said, are we really greater minds than those guys? Those guys were focused on liberty. Now we're focused on 10 other things. And the great value, I think the reason America is great is because America's free. I mean, it's also because America historically was a significantly moral body of people.
Yeah. That's interesting.
That's all it was. And then you get there, and how do you walk away? You get responsibilities. My favorite job was as the chairman of a redress of grievance committee, where the job was to listen to how we, the government, had injured people. And that was like, that's exactly why I'm here. Yeah. And that ended, and I was actually on my way out anyway. I'd spent too many years, and I was losing too many pieces, including, the stuff that was happening with the moving of the studios and all those things. It was starting to become a danger, to myself and others.
Sure. But that's fascinating, Paul. Like, considering the amount of years you maintained, this state in politics in the House of Representatives, you also were the president of the Guild of Boston Artists. You also had your school, not school, quote unquote, school to run, and also to maintain your own painting. I mean, that's a lot to maintain.
Yeah. Now, and painting is what you can personally suffer, what suffers the most, and you can't afford to if you're a teacher. Actually, you have to keep painting.
Yeah.
And so that's your salvation too. It's also your day of rest is to paint.
Sure.
But no, I did. The nice thing about the state rep job was that it was a 6 months a year thing, and it was no more than usually than 2 days a week.
Okay.
And I could coordinate those around teaching often. So I found ways. And Manchester, Concord and Manchester are very close to each other. Concord is the state capital, and Manchester is just 20 minutes away. So there are ways to do that with some economy. But yeah, one does what one feels one must. And I was asked by many people who were ready to be my shrinks what I thought I was doing. And some of them are my friends too.
Wow. So you must be pretty well known amongst the community where you live.
Yeah, I would be now, yeah. In fact, I lost an election because of a vast influx of voters we'd never seen before. We had voters in the levels. We still think to this day it was probably some kind of cheating, but that was the year I was going to quit anyway. Sure. And when I lost, decided I had to come back. I wasn't going to go out that way. So I wasted those 2 years you just referred to were the ones but they were also, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they were also the two where I was the chairman of that committee that was so gratifying. So, but I came back and I lost by like 60 votes and I won by hundreds. The districts were only in the range of, I think maybe that district was a multiple district, so it might have had as many as 1,200 voters, 12,000.
Wow.
But to lose by a few votes is terrible.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Nobody ever come closer to me than 70 votes in the past. But it was just one of those things. I felt two things. I felt the obligation to make sure it remained a Republican seat.
Yeah.
And for people think of politics, I'm not here to. I've never been a Republican or Democrat. I'm really a liberty guy.
Sure.
So I don't try to defend or get mad about anything. I don't get offended, but I don't mean to offend anybody else either. Sort of surprised you brought it into the discussion, but it is significant when you're trying to figure. It wasn't there for money. There's virtually no money in being a state rep.
Okay. Interesting.
Yep.
Now, I understand you are married and have 2 children. How has sharing your life with another person and having children impacted your work as a painter?
Yeah, that's all part of my desire to be a full person, to be balanced.
Yes.
I felt that you can't think of yourself as being an adequate sort of spokesman for anything unless you are, right?
Right.
And that was my sort of moment, have a family, have kids, be there and go through that, be there and be a full person. Mm-hmm. That's all it was. I shouldn't say that's all it was because I was from a big family. I wasn't this guy that wanted to be isolated, I was never the hermit in the woods kind of guy, whose folks were never around anyway. And it just felt that's who I was.
Sure.
So I think that kind of thing can be a factor, but no, I actually considered that and said, it's better to be balanced.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Gamble, I use Gamble as an example. It didn't feel quite right. Some of the things he said, did, and acted. I thought that wouldn't have happened if he was married. That would, some of those things he would have had somebody with perspective on him. He did say once. He did say once to my wife when I changed to still life that I shouldn't. That he had told, it was moving nicely along as I was trying to set it up. He said to her, and so this is the friendly advice. He said, next time he does something like that, will you just put a straight jacket on him and call me? But that's a potential that a wife might have. Jacket on you quick enough or something.
Sure. And how have you felt, being married and having children of your own? Has that helped your work at all? Has your work changed because of it?
Huh. I don't know if it has. I mean, I think that the one thing that you probably would say might have an effect would be the idea that you want to stand up as a pearl of great price to your children.
Yeah.
But in that sense of, like, for example, being an artist for the right reasons, in other words, doing the right thing for the right reason. And how do you do that if it means your family's not going to be rich or something,
Yeah.
or have the amenities and all that sort of stuff? Well, so those kinds of questions are fairly significant. But on the other hand, I found that the example of trying to maintain the straight path in the field was more important than money. And I never thought that was a bad thing for kids, partially because I was raised that way, actually. And to some degree, I mean, my folks were conservative, conservative Protestants who actually were very, like, Scots people, maybe some Australians, very missionary minded. So it could be a mission-minded thing, or I sometimes find myself flailing my arms out here and thinking, man, you look like some of those preachers. Used to irritate you when you were a kid, or whatever. But no, that's one thing that I've always been. I thought if nothing else, maybe that would have caused that. But I think that having family sometimes puts pressure on you the other way,
Sure.
And I'm just very pleased with my wife is such a she's never done that kind of thing. I mean, she certainly is aware of it, and I can tell when she's aware of where we're going to pay this bill from, but she's never been a person who felt the necessity of trying to pressure you into that place. And I've just couldn't be more proud of her. It's the most marvelous thing, and more beautiful,
lovely.
Stunningly beautiful thing. Yeah.
Lovely.
And I say that maybe selfishly, but I don't think of it selfishly. But you know what I mean. But it's meant a huge thing to me. She's never one of these people who comes around and just admires my work and tells me how great I am or anything like that. But just allowing me to stay the straight path. Not putting pressure on. Even though sometimes I can feel a certain angst and stuff like that, which is definitely pressure.
Sure. Now, Paul, you mentioned that you were raised in a Protestant household. Do you maintain faithful spirituality in your own life?
Well, in my personal life, I'm not much of a churchgoer. I am when I can be, but I'm actually a Sabbath-oriented person. There are not a lot of churches that like to do that.
Okay.
But yeah, I still maintain a Sabbath day, one of the 10 Commandments.
Okay.
Read the scripture, pray, and I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have succeeded if I hadn't prayed from the very beginning. I mean, everything I've done. Gamble actually said it. He said it in his own words. He said, your very being here is providential. And he didn't say it based on my experience. He said it based on his. But in my experience, everything I did, I had no place to go, had no money to do it with. But I prayed. And so if you want to say I'm one of these modern anachronisms, I don't deny it. Yeah, I'm a bit of a piece of work.
Great.
And I still do. Everything I have, I credit to my Creator and to His faithfulness. And I haven't been the brilliant saint that I'd wish I had been.
Sure.
But the mercy of God is that He actually keeps calling us, and He keeps on being faithful to us, so to speak. So yeah.
Lovely. Paul, sorry to go back to Gamble for a moment. I just want to ask, to my understanding, Gamble was secular. Is that right?
Yeah, Gamble was fairly secular. He actually did attend services at one of the Episcopal, I think, type churches. The biggest church in Boston, it was a church that was just heavy with the Brahmin types that still went to church. But the fact that he would use a word like providential,
Yeah.
Those aren't words that you use if you're really secular. But he did have these moments. I mean, I know that somehow or other it came across to him. I don't know if it's because of the way I spoke to other people when I first knew them. But through David Lowry, I actually received information that he was dubious about my faith and stuff like that.
Okay.
So he would look at me. Well, it's dubious about it, but he would look at me and he says, "So I suppose you're one of those people who thinks if you pray hard enough, things will turn out okay."
Mm.
and I said, what tells you that? I mean, like I say, but I wasn't. I knew that we have our own responsibilities, but I know that if you don't pray, there's something else there too. So, but that would come up, So I suppose that, and I said, no, it isn't me. But I said, but another time he said, I forget what he said about. He would bring these up, and I think to get into either to get under my skin or get to know me better, right? But it was always these edge of things that were like that, like finding out how religious I really am. Am I one of those nuts,
Yeah.
What it was, and he would say, well, there aren't any really great hymns, great poetry. They don't make hymns, the hymns aren't very good poetry. And I said, and I didn't do anything. I said, well, there's God of our fathers, that's Kipling.
Mm.
He said, you're right. I never took crap from him. I didn't just bow down,
Sure.
And he said, you're right. And then I said, and the music, of course, and you have Beethoven and all these guys, the great hymn writers of the, and even some of Luther's poetry is actually great poetry. It's amazing poetry. The Mighty Fortress stuff is quite impressive poetry. But, he took it okay. I mean, it didn't throw me out of my ear because I had some issue. But I think he was worried about the idea of having somebody, and maybe he had somebody around who didn't work. He just prayed a lot, or then, had reasons to not be in the studio all the time and stuff like that. And I think I can understand that, as
Sure.
a model. It's, I think I read somebody back when I was a kid. I remember somebody saying that he said to work is to pray. And I held that there as, if you don't, you can pray all day, but if you're not working, there's no way God is, And I say that about even the provision. If I was out there praying and not looking to see where God's going to provide, I don't think God would have provided. I had to be out there saying, where? I was looking around the corner. Where's the guy I need to study with? Where is he? He's out there somewhere.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
But I was asking for it too, and I knew there was no future. And even when I was with Gamble, I was just, I wasn't with Gamble trying to get in. I just said, to God, I said, you're going to provide this. I know you are because you brought me this far. And the whole time, by the way, that I was studying painting, at the League in particular, I was sitting there saying, are you just being selfish? And I would be praying about it. And I would be saying it prayerfully. Yeah. Are you just being selfish? Tell me. And I would say prayerfully, do you want me to do something else? Because I was raised, you're the pastor or missionary, you're nothing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not in this will. And so I literally was that guy. I didn't want to be out of the will of God. So, but there's a beautiful thing that happens with John the Baptist, and he starts talking about straight paths, and people say to him, and he's challenging people really seriously. The Messiah is coming, you got to straighten out your paths. And he said, somebody asked him, he said, what's a straight path? And and I think it was a taxpayer. He said, stop charging people more than they are supposed to pay.
Yeah.
If you're a soldier, stop threatening and intimidating people. What's a straight path, but it's so easy today. I don't know if you ever saw that movie, The Big Simple. What was it called?
No.
Fascinating movie, but it's got a character in it who he finally gets to this point where it's all about this money bubble thing, where this real estate thing, and there's people are selling things that didn't exist and stuff. He basically, at the end of the thing, does this little lecture that sounds like John the Baptist. He says, is anything straight anymore?
Right.
Is education straight? I mean, everybody's out there they're trying to just turn this country into what they want instead of teaching people honest, truthful things. Is the straight? Are people doing justice anymore? Are they just getting rich? Is medicine straight? Look at these pharmaceuticals hurting people as much as they help them. There are more people dying deaths from pharmaceuticals than there are at least as many cured, like a couple 100,000 a year in the U.S. alone.
Sure.
I mean, these kinds of things are coming out, and I say to myself, I'm so thankful that you can actually begin to think that maybe your calling was to do something straight in your field, in a different field from preaching. Sure. Although calling, that's the way it is. So if you understand the Protestant ethic or the New Testament ethic, there's a going that everybody is involved in, right? His job is to live it and say things. But yeah, I never wear a sleeve, and I don't jump into people's faces. I will never do that. I had a couple students do it and create wars in my studio at one point, but I've never encouraged that or been that person. I don't even want to bring politics into it. I like to talk about ideas, though.
Sure, yeah.
That's into politics and religion. And I did have one student who I knew was a died, two of them who were totally dyed-in-the-wool evolutionists. And I said, you know what? you can't prove that you're from Iraq, and I can't prove to you that I'm from God. But I tell you what, I'd rather be coming from God than from Iraq.
Sure, sure.
That's the kind of stuff I'll tell people. But that was only because they bring it up.
Yeah,
I don't go.
yeah.
I don't go into that stuff.
No, that's a good position to be in, to have that kind of that outlook. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, at this point in your life, how many days are you able to commit to being in the studio?
Well, right now, because of this shift, I've had to be in the studio a lot. I'm there 2 days a week, and mostly, sometimes a little less. So it does leave me with 3 to 4 days at home. I'm painting portrait out, so I go to clients' homes and things like that when I'm doing that. But mostly, I'm able to get the time I need. I'm trying to remember. I skip Saturdays, so I don't paint on Saturdays, even though there's the most beautiful days in the world. Some years, it's a real test your faith. But yeah, so the studio twice a week. I'm still there twice a week, and I'm there primarily on the basis of either need or, and I say that because beginning students have way greater need to see you twice a week than once.
Sure.
The other thing I mentioned, using it as an assistant, I have a helper, and when I'm not there, that person is there on those days, and that person is just one of my best past students he just doesn't mind doing it, and he gets a studio space for his trouble.
Sure. Great. Now, the late Robert Douglas Hunter was a fine painter and influential bearer of the Boston school tradition who taught and inspired countless pupils throughout his life. Unfortunately, Mr. Hunter passed in 2014. I understand Mr. Hunter was your friend. Are you able to outline Mr. Hunter's approach to painting and teaching, as well as other fond memories you have of him?
Yeah, Hunter would have liked to do this with you. It is a sad thing that and Cormier probably would have been happy to do it too. Both of them. Yeah, that's an interesting one. I think as soon as I hear the name Hunter, there's two things that come to mind. One, no, the first one, by the way, he was the president of the guild too for some while, 7 years or something like that, and then he came back and actually was willing to serve on the board as not the president.
Sure.
Which was really amazing and helpful to get us to. And I think that was when I might have been the president. It was helpful to get us a stabilizing factor, because he'd been there doing it for a while. But the one thing that comes to mind is he used to say, you can't teach taste. I don't agree with him, but you could tell where he was coming from. And everything he did, I mean, if you look at like Realism and Revolution, I don't care who you look at, his pictures separate themselves completely in taste. I mean, his color work is dead on the money from the point of view of color play. Sure. He has the best colors that probably anybody in America has ever done on a consistent basis. I mean, the guy's good. Now, look, he's a limited painter. His painting was 1, 2, 3, you balance me, the model for, he did pyramids. And he said, why not? Why wouldn't I do? I said, why do you just do pyramids? He said, because I want them in the middle of the couch, in the middle of the room. If you do a diagonal painting, if you do an asymmetrical painting, it won't be over the couch because it won't look right there. So, he had this need, and he actually was setting himself very pragmatically to try to produce 50 paintings a year or something, sort of based on what he thought would be able to give him the right kind of living,
Sure.
But but what he did instead of being a slouchy painter was he limited himself to the still life. And virtually all the work I do is a 40-hour job. I don't think I do much over 40 hours. I could go over. I mean, I can go over, but I get all the qualities I want in about 40 hours. So if I was that guy, I could see how somebody could do, that's a work week, right? So I could see how you could do 50 paintings. I've never done 50 paintings in a year. I mean, that's an amazing feat. And I don't know if he did. I'm not sure he said he did, if he said that was his aim. But the fact is, he simplified the problem for himself. He made it a old school figure grouping problem where all you had to do is make one figure grouping and then paint the hell out of it. And he did. His pictures were all outline based. He's never been a Boston school painter in that other sense. He's really a Gamble student. And in the sense I'm talking about, the subject has never been light. He paints beautiful light, but he's got probably the most truthful brush of anybody I know that works that way.
Mm-hmm.
And guy's just like amazing. I can't say good enough stuff about him. And the fact is, I don't say it for this reason, but I'm going to tell you this anyway. At one point, I did a nice portrait, which I think is probably online somewhere. I call it Chloe in the Sky with Diamonds. It's a pastel of my daughter.
Okay.
But he's done this before when he was president of the guild and when he wasn't. But he would send a note if he actually respected it. And he said something to the effect. He said, that may be one of the greatest paintings I've ever seen at the guild.
Wow.
And Who does that? You know what I mean? Who
Yeah.
does that? This guy's big, and he was a guy. The only thing I really felt bad about with him, he would have people paint with him outdoors and stuff like that, but he seemed to never be able to get around the idea of actually educating in an atelier, creating his own. But he didn't mind having people around. He'd have anybody around. I never did paint landscape with him much. I would love to have done. At the time when it would have been available to me, I didn't want his influence, frankly. No other reason though. But really, I mean, like just his efficiencies. I mean, I remember when I was a young student, I remember looking at his efficiencies and saying, there's something wrong with this. Look at his edges. I mean, like, look at that. Because he would sort of paint up to an edge and stop, and sometimes that'd be gruelingly scratchy and stuff, hard to look at. There with our perfectionist little student minds, we're failing to see the big picture. And yet, I was in a position actually a couple of times to almost buy them. I couldn't afford. There was like $350, the price in the 70s. And I couldn't afford that, and I thought, but I knew enough to say, but I should own that, no, the guy actually is I would make him literally more than anybody else the dean of the Boston School.
Wow.
In the Gamble way of thinking about it. He's the guy who had the best of the most of the Gamble way, the academic side, without doing a figurative work.
Sure.
He just had it all. He was a through and through. He's an artist, and he very rarely knocked something out that you didn't say there was enough in it that he lived at a high level. Just like he just lived high.
Sure.
When it was all about taste, but he was an eye. He was a fantastic relational eye.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just funny. I say that. I mean, you can look at him online, and some of them will blow you away, even online, and other ones are better in person. But he's just like special. Yeah.
His work is, when I look at his work as one, I've only ever seen it online, Paul. His work is very, very slick. When you look at his work, clean, sterile, lovely delineated outlines, and his color harmonies, like you mentioned, are just spot on.
Right. Are you wanting me to comment about slickness?
Well,
it doesn't come across in person slick. Yeah.
Well,
no, but it is clean. Yeah, it's old school clean. I mean, he really did take that Paxton model. Look at Paxton's. Do you ever see anything by him that isn't?
Well, I'm reproductions, not in real life. No.
No, well, Paxton's the same exact way. It's the outline-based thing where everything's impeccable in between the lines and what they do at the lines. No, but if you would pick on him for that, I wouldn't actually. But it is true. I used to pick on him in person and say, why'd you do an asymmetrical one once in a while? Well, he would just give me an answer instead of doing one.
Yeah, right.
I said, I know why, because you don't know how. Because there's a certain thing that if you buy into it too early about composition, if you just buy into the pyramid and just do pyramids all your life, you can paint pictures that'll go over the house all your life, but you're not struggling with the big problem, which is how do you do any kind of composition? Much as I was saying, I'm trying to find a way of working outdoors that's the same as I work indoors. I don't want to be out there becoming three people, It's just stress brain. Who was I? But not just that, but what he did is by picking on that one thing, he enabled himself to make a living and to paint a bunch of pictures. And I don't fault him even for a little for that because he did it brilliantly. It's like the greatest, limerick writer of all time. I don't care as long as you wrote a great limerick. That he won as good as you did, 3 or 4. I mean, it's not my problem. It's a form. It's an art form. But the fact is, he was an eyeball though. He was a color light. Order guy. He was a visual order. He was taught in a visual order. I don't mean it in the Boston School sense, although he was. He was in visual order, but he wasn't. He was way more outline. It wasn't always about the edge, but he understood relationships and painted to the beauty of relationships. Period. It was not realism, and so I think if you want to call it the slickness, it was more like cleanness than slickness. I actually think of Lack as more of a slick painter.
Yeah, definitely.
And I don't think of Hunter as slick, and in person, never, not even a little bit. In fact, that's why I say you come up and look at him, and there's scratchy edges and junk like that, and you're thinking, man, but back here it's perfect.
Yeah, right.
Drawbacks of the sight-size distance. You stand back that far and don't walk up to your painting. I mean, don't draw your painting back from time to time. You're not going to get as quality edges and stuff. It's very easy to fall into that stuff because you can be so good and then run out of energy.
Right.
So good with having done that.
Sure.
So that's where Steven's comment, you want to paint, pictures that can be seen, that look good up close as well as far away.
Right.
It's a good one to have in your mind, yeah.
Sure. Now, the Boston School coined numerous terms in which they used to describe ideas related to the processes of drawing and painting. I would like to go through several of them and ask you to explain exactly what is meant by each one and who it is attributed to. So the first one I have is impression instantanée.
Yeah. Now that is Monet talking. Are you
Monet.
familiar? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But if you want to know how it fits the Boston School, in his case, it's not much different. I mean, some people attribute that to, but he says it more explicitly, but it could be attributed to the fact that he was trying to paint an impression that was going to blow away any second, right? And so he would stop his paintings in 20 minutes because it had already changed so much.
I see.
So that instant impression. But Gamble said it in kind of a different way, in the Boston School way, that's closer to actually what he was meaning. And that is that he said, and actually it's slightly like actually Ang saying, you have to be able to paint a man falling from a wall.
Right.
Falling off or whatever. But Gamble used to say to us that you look at it as if you were flying by in a car, and there it is.
I see.
And gone. And so grabbing a sense of that, right? That's actually the way. That's actually a pragmatic way of using that. But there's several other things attached to it. So when you're talking to students, what you're trying to get them to do is to own this as a whole, right? So it's an instantaneous impression, but it's one thing. Whereas certain ways of working, people just go like linearly versus conceptually. They just travel through a picture from left to right and up and down, or whatever. They travel their way across it, but they never have this grasp of that one great unit, that one great moment.
Sure.
What it is in that blink. When you start thinking about it, it becomes 40 different ideas, right? Mm-hmm. But if you blink, if you just take that one blink. But I've actually forgotten what that's that use that Gamble actually expressed himself. But I wish I could remember the Monet one, because Monet actually says it in enough words that you're not confused about it. I think it's in the Sargent book, actually.
Okay.
The Chartist book on Sargent. I'm sorry, I can't remember that better than that.
That's okay. No trouble.
You didn't ask about Monet. You're asking about the Boston School use of it.
Yeah, sure. That's fine. We'll move on to the next one. Spots on a leopard and alternatively spots on an apple.
Yeah, those are from Hale, and then the Sargent. The second one's a Sargent quote, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, and that goes to again painting the kind of visual impression rather than the outline.
Yes, yeah, it's working from the well, in the case of an impressionist, if you're talking about spots of color, if you're a Monet impressionist, you fleck colors around,
Sure.
and you gradually choose some drawing. So in that sense, that's spots, but that's not what Hale meant, and it isn't what that phrase means. That phrase actually means that you paint visual order. It means what I'm saying.
Sure.
So if you glance across the room and all you see is spots, I say to students, you treat yourself like you're a Martian who's never seen. They're not built like us. But they have some capacity of seeing what we see, but they have no idea what we are or what we're doing or anything. So what are they gonna take home with them, right?
Right.
So all they can do is they can paint what they see, right? And they're going to paint the strong things strong and the weak things weak. And, the whole thing is just going to be sitting there they'll just spot it on there.
Sure.
And it's sort of maybe in even roughly the same place. And they say, we saw this, and then they'll have to have their scientists sort it out and figure out what in the heck it was. But so in that sense, though, of the I'm sorry, it's now starting to wear on me. What's the thought?
The spots on an apple, spots on a leopard.
Yeah. So there are Sargent was referring to a head, right? And he said you're not painting a head, you're painting a collection of features, right?
Right.
Now, so that's one difference, and that's much along the lines of Degas talking about the great forms. He's talking about, he doesn't use the word egg, or even Ang modeling himself after. And when you see his drawings, you see him drawing eggs on top of people's heads, right? The form of the egg actually sitting there. But so that's spots versus the apple, right? Spots on an apple is the eyes, noses, and stuff. It's stuff on an apple. We actually were offered the Grafley example. Grafley was sculpting away, doing a demonstration at the Museum of Fine Arts School, the Museum of Fine Arts, and when he taught there. And he said the students were getting nervous after about 45 minutes, because they didn't see anything going on.
Right. Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, he took two little things, and he set one here, and he set one there, and he had an entire finished head.
Wow.
Yeah. He put the spots on the apple, right? And so that's the kind of stuff that gets conveyed by the Sargent one. But that's different, and it means something slightly different. But if you're talking about Hale in the Vermeer book, he's actually, now, if you want to look at something really explicit, look at an Ang portrait head and look at the portrait of the servant. Is it Juan Pareja by Vasquez? Look at them both close up where you can see the eyes. Okay, and you'll see exactly why what he's talking about. And it could very well also be in the Velázquez book by Stevenson, because the concept is what you're going to do physically is you're going to go over to where the eye is. You're going to set that spot there.
Sure.
Of it right, and then you're going to manage its size, shape, gesture, and all those things by the edges and leave. And it's a whole different model from drawing outlines of things. So that's painting by the spot in that limited sense, right? But in the same way, it's actually saying, when you talk to Benson, he's saying, but not from the outline. So you get the combination of the two. And the Boston School guy is saying, not from the outline, if it's Benson. And Hale is saying, but from the spots.
Sure.
So if the line's sitting there, you're not drawing the outline. You're just drawing what you can see. That's the impression, right? And the first impression's first, strong impressions first. And that just weighs on you when you're a young student getting these words in your head. It weighs on you a ton when Gamble sort of won't let you do that. Because your drawing's already sitting there and you start drawing around the shape of the eye that you made. You know what I mean?
Right, yeah.
That you traced from the drawing.
Sure. Okay, I'll move on to the next one. All over the place at once in the start.
Yeah. Now, all over the place at once is one of the most defining characteristics of an impressionist. And all you have to do is picture a Monet.
Okay.
Because you can see that the Scots, all the value, the spot at the beginning, something just jumped. It's scattered all over the place, right? And it's a search, actually. Why are they doing it? It's because it's a search for color relations. It's a search for spots of color and notes to talk to each other. Well, what's happening is they're prioritizing, and in the case of Monet, some people would argue that he never did anything else, but they're prioritizing color values, color relations, chromal relations, et cetera. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
And because they're doing that, they're sitting out there and having this big discussion. I tell students, and out of my version of the Boston School, I tell students, look, guys, the drawing is so important that you've got to get all the color out of the way first. So, and I say it's like a king coming in, you lay out the red carpet, everything's got with beautiful colors. And then the king comes marching in. Can you get that in your head? But there's a model there that is fundamentally what the Boston School thinking is. Let's get the colors out there to draw with. And the other part of this thing that you're asking about is related to that, in the sense that if you're not painting wet into wet, you're not painting. That was Gamble explicitly, and it certainly does sound like he's talking Boston School.
Sure.
And I mean to say Boston School doesn't just scumble, and they don't have joints meeting up, not being wet into wet joints. They are painterly painters. So if you combine those two, what are you going to put together wet into wet? Two colors that are wrong to each other?
Right.
You do that, you know what I mean? And then you'll find Hale sort of excoriating the rub-in that covers the whole canvas with bad drawing and bad color and bad everything else, right? Because you're trying to do it in a half hour.
That's really interesting, the way that you've explained that, Paul, and it reminds me of it's an Italian term, the macca, which is like a discrete kind of patch of color, and the Macchiaioli, the Italian impressionists, used to use it a lot in their paintings. Except how the Macchiaioli differs to the actual Boston School is that they didn't have that underlying academic draftsmanship. I'm not sure if you're familiar with their paintings.
No, but it sounds like the school, the Pennsylvania School of Impressionists. Where they do all that stuff, but their drawing is inferior.
Yes, yeah. Well, this is similar to the Macchiaioli. Essentially, they're still concerned with that, the visual impression, but the drawing, the underlying solid drawing, isn't really there. So yes. It's very fascinating to compare and contrast the two. I want to move on to the next saying, all the horses at once.
By the way, in the previous one, let me go back just for a second, because
sure.
I said that about color, but it isn't just about color. That's just a scattered shot thing. You have to be all over the place, but you have to be the color that's over here, this red. There's this red down in the corner here that needs to meet up with it. At least they need to see each other on the page and adjust themselves a little bit. But we're talking about the idea of the arabesque. Remember the points? These points are also set out there apart from each other. And all over the place at once in the start really does not apply to academic painting. Pure and simple, it just doesn't.
No, you're right. Yeah.
Yep.
This idea of window shading is very much more of the academic approach, to my understanding.
Oh, well, more so, yeah. In fact, the way that even the Boston School allowed you to do the figure was you would do the outline perfectly, and then you'd start drawing the head and model all the way to the foot.
Right. Yeah.
The difference between what people are doing today, who I won't mention, but they have stuff online, is that they do crappy initial drawings and then they noodle it from the top to the bottom.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the only difference. In the museum school, you actually had to articulate beautiful line. You're not doing construction slabbing and stuff like that, making a big mess out of your surface.
Sure, sure. So moving on to the next.
Oh, yeah, the next one, yeah.
The next one was All the Horses at Once.
Yeah, now you know what that is, right? All the horses all you can put on painting is color, right?
Right.
I mean, darker and lighter. So you have values. That's one of the horses, right? But you have red, yellow, and blue. So there's a horse. There are three parts to the color horse, right?
Mm.
Chrome is another part. Now, do you deal with all of them at once? And the answer is yeah, you do. So, but that's only the color part. So if you're talking about all the horses at once, you're talking about doing design, doing color schemes, doing drawing, doing values in the drawing, doing proportions, doing angles, doing all that stuff, everything that you can name.
Sure.
That's Boston School painting. That's Boston School at its most astonishing, really. What's funny about it is it's way easier to do this. I've done it both ways. It's way easier to do good work this way than it is the other way. It just sounds confusing as heck. I've never understood Benson, not Benson, but I think it was DeCamp who said, easy to understand, hard to do.
Mm.
I don't think most people would say this is easy to understand. I think most people would say that's impossible.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
But it's actually, if you play with it adequately, you'll find it's way easier. And one of the things Hunter said to me, by the way, was he said, isn't it wonderful to be a painter? I mean, it's so therapeutic.
Mm.
He said, what world are you living in? I was a student at the time, but I live there now. You know what I mean? He's dead right. And I'm glad that he was there in his phase, his way of working and stuff. That beautiful set of relationships and just finding the music and getting out of there. I mean, what's bad? And every time you turn around, you're eating candy. It's all candy all the time.
Mm.
I tell students, what are you doing? Why are you doing work? You're supposed to be eating dessert and dancing. But they sit there. I mean, it's funny because people aren't looking for where the fun is. I mean, people are just doing their job. I'm working at this. I've got to make it correct,
Yeah. And that's interesting, Paul. So you're saying that you find that the academic approach is more challenging than the Boston School all horses at once approach.
Yeah.
That's right.
Well, I find it more challenging to actually do great truth. See, somebody said to me, why don't you just admit that there are many different ways to the same thing? And I said, no. What's the thing?
Mm.
What's the same thing? What do you mean by the same thing? Because what you're finding with the guys who wanted the truth of nature in front of them is that they adopted the same methods, whereas the academics adopted different methods. And they aren't going to the same place. That's why they adopted different methods. It's not that hard to understand, is it?
Sure.
So if you're going to the same place, okay? But if you're going to the same place, meaning you want all, I always say it to my students, I want you all to think of yourself as the modern girl. You just want it all.
Right.
And that's all. So, and that's what my model for myself was. I don't want to be the second-rate draftsman. I don't want to be this or that. I want everything, so now you're just talking about getting to the end of your education. What does that mean to have everything? Does it mean to be a good sergeant-like painter?
Mm.
No, it means to be confident about every aspect of painting, to know what it is and do it well, right?
Sure.
And I don't mean painting as an art form. I don't mean that. I mean the eye. So, I mean, you have to be good at color relations. You have to be good at proportions. You have to be good at articulating form. You have to be good at everything.
Right.
And you have to find a way in which you can put it all on the same page at once. I mean, today's modern realism just has discarded color, or they also just do.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't understand that they can't get there from there. And that's one of those things that differentiates what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to say, guys, why I write in the book even. I'm trying to say, guys, have you forgotten the baby? You dumped the bathwater out and the baby's down the drain now.
Sure.
Those crazy who understood the Boston School guys weren't crazy. You keep using their names. You're taking them in vain if you don't get this.
Right. But I find that, like what you were just saying, that again, talking about going back to the idea of the academic approach being easier than the sort of all the horses at once win to wet approach. I find that sort of opposite. I find when I'm trying to work directly painting wet into wet, I mean, it's so easy to make mud if you're not wary of what you're doing. And if you don't have that experience, then it's really hard because you're essentially doing everything at once. You're doing your drawing at once. You're doing your tonal work at once, your color, your composition, all the horses at once. Yeah, really, really challenging.
I'll help you with that, actually. See, what's actually happening there is what you're doing if you're an imaginative painter is you're a linear thinker.
Mm.
Right? Now, there's a linearity to what we're doing, but we're conceptual thinkers, right?
Right.
People in that world are applying conceptual stuff in the middle of stuff, but we're applying linear stuff sort of at the periphery, right? So what we're doing, everything was concept based, right? So when I ask you what color that is, you don't look at the color, right?
Mm-hmm.
The realist, you don't, right? If you're Boston School, you look at the three other colors that relate to it.
Sure.
You get me?
Yeah.
So you have that. You have a concept. Now you're painting a concept, right? Now, I can tell you this, though, in the Bobby Jones quote, I love using the Bobby Jones, the golfer from back in the U.S. early days,
Okay.
back in the flapper days or something. I forget where he was, 20s. But he said, if I think about three things, I make a bad shot. If I think about two things, I make a better shot. But if I think about one thing, I make a great shot.
Mm.
I don't know how to play golf very well, but I mean, I really do I spend a lot of times getting wet in the woods. But the point is what you're going to find is exactly the same problem with us in this way, in that it's linear. I'm going to tell you it's linear also, right?
Okay.
But it's linear, it's conceptual linear. But what it is you have to know what the name exactly of the problem is you're dealing with right now and not don't do two things.
Mm.
The reason you're making mud is because you're trying to do a dozen things.
Right.
But if I say to you, can you get this color right to that? And you say, I think so. And then I go over there and find your drawing and there's mud. What will have happened, right?
Yeah.
You've gone into realism, right? I say, no, can you just get the color right? And you'll say, yeah. And I'll say to you, now, can you be systematic about it? Look, it's a color problem, right? So it's three things. It's values. It should be darker or lighter than this other color? Oh, lighter. Yeah, good. Should it be more chromatic or less chromatic? Oh, yeah, more chromatic. Now, but they're both red. Should it be more red, yellow, or blue than the other? Or should it be more intense? It should be more yellow or blue, right?
Mm.
And with adjustments, because you're that systematic, you nail that color, right?
Right.
Now, your brush is full of it, and it's ready to work. And if you did that with a color next to it, you can now draw the edge.
Sure.
But you have to, when you're drawing the edge, you have to say, well, now what exactly am I drawing? You have to preconceive the edge, and you have to preconceive the shape, right? Now, that's two things. So I find that I'm way better off preconceiving the edge and articulating it, and then getting the other thing in my head after knowing what the edge is doing, right?
Right.
That's a little bit more like golf. But in a sense, though, it's no different. It's just that you spend 10 years in the linear phase as a academic, whereas the impressionist is actually getting joy out of color 1 minute and location or size the next, or angle the third. You know what I mean? And because he has to be in this relational world, he's always hearing music. Because the truth of the thing is in what they're doing together. If they're not playing, but if your picture's, by the way, not doing music, then you've got a piece of crap in front of you. If you got beautiful in front of you, your job is to find the music and take it home.
Sure.
Take it to put in somebody's house. But I don't know if that's a clear enough way of saying it. But the only way you can even talk about all over the place, all the horses at once, is to believe what I just said. Now, it's true that you could be, like when you do a Boston School, I mean, any kind of a start, Paxson would talk about the floating line, right?
Okay.
He would put the top of the head and a piece of the toe and a piece of the hip, and he'd float lines around, right?
Wow.
He'd say, any fool can close that line. Well, that's all over the place at once, too. And so that's actually the model you'll see the Boston School guys applying, and it's being applied there by Paxson in drawing. He ends, of course, with this deliberate dedication that you won't see in the drawings, for example, when you see one by Benson, this dedication to closing it off as a clean line. He still has this funny need to do that, which tells you his morals come from Jerome and not from and not Velázquez.
Yeah. That's interesting.
Same principle, yeah.
Moving on to the next statement, make it like the Bonnat rule. So the Bonnat rule I had in parentheses because I had heard you mention it, that it was derived from the Bonnat rule, but I just wasn't sure what make it like actually referred to.
Yeah, that's really a marvelous phrase, the word make it like. And Gamble also had, or the Boston School guys had one called the look of nature, which is a magnificent combination of things. But making is like, you're making a likeness, right? We're talking to students right now. In fact, whatever you're doing, there's an aspect of likeness, no matter what, right?
Right.
But the Bonnat rule is make it as like as you can the first time.
Make it as like as you can the first time, I see.
And then make it more like. And I'm sorry I didn't writing that out. I was actually making those notes to myself and forgot I hadn't finished writing them.
That's fine.
But making as like as you can the first time and then make it more like. Now, you're talking about people trying to draw with crappy colors because they haven't put the time in initially to make the colors more like.
Mm.
In fact, they probably haven't, if they were like me, they probably haven't put much time into the colors at all.
Right, right.
Our preliminary work with Gamble was to block in a charcoal drawing, maybe with a hint of color, but a charcoal masked out thing with full drawing and all that stuff, and then tracing it literally onto a canvas that we pre-stretched to match.
Sure, yeah.
And then you filled in the colors like almost, well, really like local color. You never did any kind of an impressionist search.
Mm.
But make it as like as you can the first time, though. So that all that means, that's one of the reasons I like the long line, not instead of construction. What is construction? You can make construction lines as like as you can, then hack into it and make it more like it.
Right.
I mean, yeah, whatever. But if you're talking about drawing, like the long line, that's Sargent's expression, to draw a long line, draw a line as long as you can.
Mm.
It's a memory-based operation, but it actually gives you greater continuity. The longer the line is, the more you're going to see parts as they relate to each other in a line.
Sure.
But to make it as like as you can, so you look at a line, you've learned it, you go over there and make it as like as you can. Picture this in paint. You're drawing the shoulder down through the to the not the pectoral, what's called the deltoid,
Mm-hmm.
and down into the upper part of the arm there, to the biceps. And you have that very distinctive shape, and you can memorize it all the way down to the bicep start, right?
Right.
So you made it like as you can, right?
Yeah.
And now you see that how it's not off, and you do it exactly again. And Paxson used to say, "Remember how much fun it was the first time? It'd be twice as much fun the second time." Which of course we all cringe because we weren't even thinking about going to a second time. But that model though is, so when you set color notes around, like I said to you at the beginning, if I do the top and bottom of that flayed figure, immediately I put the time into making them as like I did make them as like as I could.
Sure.
Now, but the time I can actually see that the angle's off, and the values of those things should be different to each other. You know what I mean? So I'm making them like as I can, then I'm making them more like. So there's this model of putting something down and then making the adjustments to make it as like as you can, which is so you make it as like as you can, and then you put the time into making it more alike while you're at it.
Right, right.
You start way more elevated. You start in a way higher place than if you just sort of put something down and start drawing. That's what it's just talking about color itself.
That's a great concept. Like just the way that you've explained it there helps me think about it a little bit from more of a different perspective. But yeah, great saying.
Oh, absolutely amazing. Yeah. And it certainly applies to everything. That's coming out of the academic world, but it applies most wonderfully. All these things really apply wonderfully to the Boston School.
Absolutely. So the next one was the searching out of the long line, which you touched on briefly.
Yeah. Well, the long line has so many meanings. So in the easy one, it was what I just described. You know, so you're memorizing as much of the shoulder down into the wrist as you can, and trying to blow it off at one beautiful blow. Maybe even adjusting edges as you go, and so on. And which you really can't do because the arm isn't going to stay the same color value or anything. But I'm just saying that if you're just purely drawing, you'd understand the long line.
Sure.
And there's also a line, say, right? But when I say that contour, that means the same thing in paint. But that's okay. But there's a better use of the word long line, and the reason I like this one is because what you're really talking about is if I give you those same 3 or 4 reds in a picture, and you see them as a set, it's like if you're playing, if you're playing poker, right?
Yeah.
Whether you're going to win with this or not, right?
Right.
So you see those as a set. That's a long line. You see what I'm saying?
I see. Right.
So the sight size has this dilemma of trying to get accuracy per note. And the impressionist has no interest in that. He wants to get accuracy per set. He wants to see the song.
I see.
And so the song is longer than the note, right? So what's a ding to a musician? Nothing, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's no pretty note. There's no ugly note, except the ones in the right place at the right time, right? In the right lane.
I see.
So that's a much better idea of a long line. Do you follow what I'm saying?
I guess it's kind of like searching for coincidences within a drawing, right? Angles within the same degree of angle, color harmonies within the same tone.
Sure. Yeah. Exactly. It's that way of working. But you see, those are like runs.
Runs, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, extended. So when you say line and you say, well, I'm gonna get the angle on the jaw just right, well, so good for you. Yeah.
Sure.
So what does that mean? Until you've seen the jaw to the other jaw and to that portion of the shoulder that actually plays off of it in this marvelous kind of linear way. By the way, Michelangelo talks about that. It's one of my introductions to music and painting is him talking about counterpoint. Have you heard that conversation?
Counterpoint?
I think he uses the word counterpoint. it's a lot. I mean, I think probably what I heard was, it might be something like contrapposto or something.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, I was sort of about to say, if you're referring to contrapposto.
Might be that. So, but what it is though, that the way he describes it in this one quote is that if you're looking at the figure there, and there's this beautiful, beautiful arc sweeping down and picking up this form of the hip, and then if you're watching the whole thing, you'll see it picks up the inside of the calf, and the way they play and the size, and the sizes and the angle, the tilt in relation to each other. You're hearing music there, right? He describes that play though as a specific phenomenon in nature. But that's what I'm calling a longer line, right? So you could just say, draw the line all the way from the head down to the foot. That's a long line. It doesn't have the musical content, does it?
Sure. No, not at all. No, you're right.
And as an impressionist, that's far more important.
Absolutely. Are you able to add any more great aphorisms to the list that we've just gone through?
Do you want me to pull up one or two?
One or two would be great. Absolutely.
So if you have, I don't want to take all sorts of time, but
No, go for it.
Just pull this up, and I'm just going to throw gamels at you, okay?
Sure thing.
So most of these are gamels, somebody else's via gamel.
Okay.
And you were asking, as part of your question earlier, was just, that is the question now, isn't it? The shop talk thing. I mean, the quotes, the aphorisms, right?
Yes, aphorisms, yeah.
So, here's one that I actually gave to you. Don't build up highlights, learn to paint an even surface. But those aren't in that category. That's nowhere near as quippy.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, here's one from Kendall. He says, look hard at the line you're not drawing. Now, that was in the class of an aphorism.
Okay, yeah.
Hard at the line you're not drawing. Well, what that does, actually, is it gets you into the longer line.
I see.
Here's one of Gamel's. One thing leads to another, he used to say, in the Temple of Venus.
Okay.
He would do all these things. He would talk to us young guys, and it'd all be this on the edge of risque.
Yeah, sure.
One of them was, you have to have a roving eye.
Oh, yes, I've heard that one before. Yeah.
You've heard that one, yeah. But the idea of one thing leads to another, things set each other up, and once you've done something, you're forced into other things.
Oh,
so
yeah.
in the lay-in, in the visual order Boston School lay-in, that you don't go after multiple levels of detail at subplot level is because you'll have to do it everywhere just to get unity.
Sure.
Are you crazy? You haven't even started the painting yet, and you're having to get unity of every little detail. So one thing leads to another. So you never let yourself go past the points of things being useful to the big, and you're into the great discussion, the great forms, the great effects, the great play, whatever way it works, right? But not into the minors that you can see only when you're looking hard at the thing or looking into the thing.
Sure.
Let's see. Fortunately, this is all in a stream, so I can just jump through them.
I see.
I've got so many. This is probably 35. I think 30 pages of quotes.
Wow, that's a lot.
Which you're perfectly welcome to, by the way. And some of them I can't even tell you who said them. I've done, but I mean, because some of them I wrote down, and then I don't remember if Gamel quoted somebody else, and I've heard other people claim that these are. So Gamel has three. This is something important. Somebody else has said it, because I've done some rather fascinating work in memory training.
Right.
Thanks to Gamel.
Yes.
And nobody's ever showed me anything more impressive. And I don't mean to say that to be cute or to be self-serving, but I just died. I practically killed myself.
Right.
It was the sources of this enormous stress, because it's really hard, right? But I found any number of quotes from Gamel, and he said, for one thing, if anything will make you an artist, it's memory drawing. Do it first, last, and always. To mine the ore.
To mine. Can you repeat the last part, please, Paul? To mine the ore.
Yeah, to mine the ore. Yeah, to get the gold out of it.
To get the gold. Okay. All right.
Yeah. So that was certainly a delight one. Yeah, and I have several, but I don't know where the rest of them would be, where he talks about. But I'm going to give you this one because this is a big deal, and it's just a quote. It's not a aphorism.
Sure.
But he said the great tradition, the grand tradition of Impressionism. And this is the end of a sentence. The grand tradition of Impressionism, whose probity lies in respect for visual truth. And the thing you were asking me earlier about whether we're playing around. I mean, the idea you get in there and you decide where you're going to move the tree to and how you're going to change this color. That ain't the game. Just so you say that, because that's really the answer to that. And Gamel was right there on top of making it very clear to you.
Sure.
Let's see, there might be one or two others I want to. I want to find one more that's that's in the aphorism sort of category.
Sure.
Now, he did actually recommend, this is an aphorism either, but he said, pursue the avenue of memory drawing wherein one just blinks at an image to retain it.
Wow.
And he said, do that patiently and persistently. That's an interesting one. I actually was working so long at this that one day I was sitting there waiting for my wife to come out of a building, and I was parked against a wall. My car was parked there, and I was looking up at this blank, light-colored wall. And then all of a sudden there was a shadow of an eagle,
Mm-hmm.
or more likely a crow, and it just stuck in my head. And I had enough capacity to actually examine it for a second. In other words, to analyze it, redraw it. And that was the thing that, I was just playing stuff after a while. I could memorize anything, and I could usually do it I could do an entire cast in one sitting.
Wow.
But with values and everything, like I did the Discobolus that way, or 3 sittings or something, and these sittings would be like 1 minute, 2 minutes long. Now I do color studies, driving my car. It's evening light, and in the morning I just do the color studies.
That's incredible.
It's really serviceable. I don't know how many times I've pulled them out and used them in pictures, when I'm doing in the imaginative direction,
That's fascinating.
Go, Gamel. Oh, let's see. Oh, there's a couple. All right. Oh, he said I might have become a painter if I'd learned a type of memory drawing earlier, and I don't know what type that was. So here he says, look for the farthest. This is my first writing of this. I wrote this when he first said it to me. Look for the farthest stragglers, the area least liked. Make it as right as possible.
Mm.
And then he added to that later, and I don't know if he said it then at the time, but he said, don't fuss on one area too long or the flock will become dispersed. The Boston School is brilliant at that because you actually know exactly what you're there for. You go to, say, this area, but Gamma would have you settle into that area. And I used to teach that, but I found it's counterproductive. You don't go and settle into that area. You find out what's wrong in that area, get in, fix it, and get out.
Sure.
Always a limited thing, like I was saying with the golf swing. If you can just say, look, get in there. It's a color problem. Get the color corrected, but don't think you have to get ambitious.
Right.
Your job is not the area. It's the problem in the area. And if you know to isolate it, see, that's really just knowing your stuff. You know what I mean? The names of the players. But that's me also. And one thing I should add to my general approach is I need rewards every 20 minthat's just me.
Yeah.
I was working on a portrait with Gamma once. We're 30 days into it, and I had no idea whether it was going to be a good portrait or not.
Oh, yeah. It's a tremendous help because you would essentially you'd wear yourself out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's no such thing as you get to the end and you still don't know what you got. Well, so then I read this thing recently about neural energy. It's about organizing the mind.
Yes.
It's maybe called. And the guy says, you know what? You run out of gas. You've all seen that. Everybody's worked with pictures knows that you run out of gas.
Oh, yeah.
Well, so you work with all kinds of little details at the beginning. What are you doing? Where's the gas going to be when you sort of look up in some big problems?
Right.
Oh, too bad. Well, but the thing is, what's important, and this was the great harmonies, the great relationships. This is the God talking. Those are what you work on when you're strong. Because maybe even Gamble used to even say, your grandmother could probably do the finishing if you can get that big stuff right. Yeah. That's where these guys, new realism, possibly even out of the Lock School, they're so into the little stuff. And Gamble wouldn't even let you push drawings like that. You'd never do anything for 6 months. You work for 2 weeks, and if you work for 3, he'd be yelling at you.
Right.
On a cat, Why aren't you getting it yet? But it was always about the major, the most important stuff.
Mm-hmm. That's good advice. That's really good advice.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so here's one. Pay no attention to objects, but first paint the thing farthest back, the first thing that catches your eye, and other things will then appear. But that's one of the hardest things. I remember when I was trying to figure out the backstraggle, I'd go look and find 5, and I'd know where to start.
Right.
So that was a very helpful one at the time. And it must have been me even asking him. I got so many. I mean, where do I start? He said, just open your eyes and whatever hits you first, just go get it. It'll do. But I mean, of course it'll do if you got like 80 back stragglers, But I get where I immediately do 2 things. I correct the back stragglers, so I don't have any 80 back stragglers. And I just went out of way to live. Okay, I wonder if there's one more. I have quite a number of really amazing Malay quotes, but none of these are apropos. Oh, they're apropos of being these greatness in the arts, but like avoid the theater. But here we are. This one I love. This one. Shadows are flat, as flat as a hat. Why they're flatter than that?
Yeah, I've heard that one before. Yeah, that's a great one.
Everybody quotes that one, yeah. But he also said shadows are loose, light's precise. He would say the atmosphere is in the shadows, the form is in the lights.
Mm.
Those are grand point counterpoint things, really grand. Yeah, that's probably. I'll give you one last one, and this is one of my very favorites of all time. But talent is almost nothing. You can't tell about talent until a person knows something, but talent's just a lubricant. That's good.
That's a good one.
That's the one for all times.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Any of the stuff you actually want, you're welcome to just yell at me in the email. I'll try to stick it all.
Will do.
For you. They're all just PDFs, and they're not necessarily particularly well put together. They're just junk stuff that's sitting here.
Sure.
But there's enough in it, though, that a student is going to get great benefit if they actually read it once or twice. And
absolutely.
I find over the years that I look at these things and I say, man, I forgot how fine that point was being made back then. I took a big idea, but look how precise he was.
Just the sometimes explaining it so simply can really open your eyes up to how to see it in a practical sense as well.
Yes. Oh yeah. I did have a funny experience though. This guy was very good. He was a guy with some sort of serious issues, was struggling with stuff, but he said to me, he said one day in the midst of various drawing struggles, he said, I hear what you're saying, but you're speaking in riddles.
Mm.
and you know what? They are kind of all riddles. It's the funniest thing to say that they're riddles because they're such precise statements of something, and yet you can't have them until you play and paint.
That's true.
That's what's funny, Yeah. What curator can get the meaning of these things or use these kind of sanity, or historian? No, you can't get there from here.
That's true.
You have just workmen, and then they come into your possession one little bit at a time if you deserve it, if you've worked hard enough.
Oh yeah, it's strange how that happens. Absolutely.
That's wonderful. Yeah.
Moving on to my next question. Can you discern ways in which the Boston School approach differs to the stricter academic approaches taught in the current crop of teaching studios around the world? Now, we have spoken to some depth about this. I was wondering perhaps if you just want to state maybe a final few points on this particular question before we move on, Paul?
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I think we've probably said enough, except that there's a certain confusion today in certain places with Trump and not having the capacity to separate virtually full the eye articulation from realism or from simply good representation.
Sure.
And that can be enormously confusing. One of the sad things, I mean, and here I am speaking of the dead again, but if you take the time, if you know what I'm talking about, and you take the time to look at Nelson Shank's very best paintings, I mean, his personal ones, you'll see he does a series of Trumps, and the parts don't to each other. And that is a failure of Impressionism at the first level. Now, color-wise, he's trying to be an Impressionist in every way. He's trying to be basically like a Lack or what Gamel says, right? He's really trying to be that guy. And I've always admired his work, by the way. I don't pick on him that way. But this kind of stuff, these anomalies are huge, and take a guy who really ought to be hugely admired to a place where, nope, don't do it like that. It's a massive, and there's just a lot of that today. It's really Trump. It's really fool the eye stuff. And there's no sense of perspective. And there's no sense of like Degas talks about the difference between attacking things on the great lines or through the details. Well, that's the problem in the schools today. So everybody's attacking it through the little details, the parts, little teeny parts, and nobody's saying anything big. And that's what's so beautiful about the arabesque. The arabesque is big. Get the arabesque, and you begin to realize what we're talking about.
Sure.
By the way, it's easier to get there. I remember when I was a young student thinking, the thing is a whole, the thing is a whole. I mean, this was like the classic paradox. What? The thing is a whole, the thing is a whole. And all you can do is paint parts. I tell students, by the way, now, you got to think like God, but you got to paint like an ant. You got to just creep around little things here and there. But the thing is a whole. I remember thinking that. What the heck is the thing as a whole? The thing is a whole. And I said, one day I said to myself, Paul, I don't think you can paint the thing as a whole. I think you're too stupid still. But maybe you could just paint something a little bigger. Let's get bigger. And I remember saying, I'll just paint these two things together at once. I'll try to get them right to each other because that's bigger. And it wasn't a sort of like a minute later. I mean, it was weeks and maybe months later. And all of a sudden I knew what the whole was. But you know what I mean? So There was a handle So I think that was very much like Suzuki talking about training the parakeet. It took him a half a year to get the bird to say, what did he say? Hello or something. I forget what he said. But it took him 6 months repeating this over and over ad nauseum, right? And they said it took him like 3 months to get him to say, John, hello, John. You know. And then he said, and then one day he came in there and the guy was singing. The bird was whistling, "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star." And do you see what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So you get this moment when you just say, I'm not big enough boy to do this. In fact, I think I should have written the book called Painting for Dummies, because idiots rather, because everything I did was saying, I used to have this picture in my mind of this scene in an American Western, where this guy was an apple dumpling gang or something, but this guy had a bunch of stupid kids. And he was himself a bit amoral, you know, and he didn't mind his kids stealing stuff. He just didn't want them to get caught because that was stupid. And I just remember him saying at one point in the scene where they're all sitting in jail, he says, you know what? I'm smarter than you, and I'm only an idiot. I remember thinking, of course, of Socrates, you know, who said, I just have to know I know nothing. Degas says something very similar. And that thing is, though, that you can get to better, even if you can't get to the best yet, you know. And it's a very encouraging thing, though. And I try to tell that to students. Don't think your brain does have to get some. I think they have a word for it. I almost had it there. It starts with an A, I think. But there's these feelers. You develop something, and then it can, from there, it can actually evolve more, or whatever that is.
Sure.
So, and that's all I'm saying about that. I'm just saying I finally got to where, the hole. Oh, that's easy. But the thing is, you think you have to see it in a little and a hole at the same time. You actually just have to grasp that it's there as a whole and let yourself have it.
Right.
But you don't go in and start analyzing it and think you're going to have the whole at the same time.
Sure.
Anyway, that's the discussion. Yeah.
Now,
but that's it. That's probably the key thing. And the idea that you can work from the lesser to the greater and not have the greater in mind, you can't. You can never get the greater unless you have it in mind. You'll just you'll get toward it. You'll never quite get it.
Sure. Great advice, Paul.
Yeah.
Moving forward, are you able to provide information on the videos you are currently creating concerning the Boston School with support from the Tarbell Charitable Trust?
Yeah. Thank you for that question. I really do appreciate that. No, we did that as I started that as a marketing thing, Boston School marketing thing, with the idea that some marketer told me, by the way, this marketing thing is, the reason I'm doing it is because I don't have enough awareness out there, and I've really never wanted to market. I've really told myself I wouldn't, because all the students I've ever had are word of mouth, right?
Right.
But all of a sudden I'm losing all these students to people who don't know what I'm talking about. They can't offer what I'm offering, and I can't figure out how to get past that. So the first thing you do is you differentiate you figure out how you're different from everybody else, which I did. It was really helpful to me to write the book. Then what you have to do is you actually have to ride somebody else's coattails. So Velasquez, Vermeer. I mean, I did this thing at a library in Groton, and Velasquez. I mean, the house was packed, and I did Vermeer. The house was packed. They never had packed houses. It was a library.
Wow.
They never had houses like this before. And so then I get to Chardin, and all of a sudden there's a couple seats open, and I think, this isn't okay. I mean, they don't like what I'm doing. Are they leaving? No. And then Monet comes up, and everybody's back, and it's more crowded even. And then Sargent comes up, and the place is crowded and overflowing. So it's the name recognition thing that I was trying to do, but I was trying to piggyback on Boston School myself, and then needed these guys just to help the Boston School out, so people would actually get what I was talking about. But the reality is, though, that I found this just incredible, unique value from the point of view of aesthetics. So it was worth it all by itself. It was funded by the Tarbell Trust, because Tarbell is really the nominal head of the Boston School.
Sure.
And not just because he was the head of I don't know why, maybe primarily because he was the head of the museum school, but at that time, but I think it was more likely that he was actually a bit of more of a leader or an expresser of the kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. It's hard to say that. I mean, but he's more of a leader aesthetically because of, Hale, who wrote about it brilliantly, just wasn't a leader as far as a painter goes. So he would lose ground that way, and just went on like that. So I'm saying that. But anyway, so the trust was actually eager to have me do something, and they were willing to pay for it. I didn't make any money, but they were. But it served my purposes nicely as trying to get a marketing thing going.
Sure.
So what I am trying to do, what I'm doing in each of these things, is showing you these were the chief inspirations of the Boston School, per Gamel, per everybody, right? These were the ones that kept coming up in that conversation as we were educated through Gamel.
Right.
And in other ways. So you knew that they're leading guys. So when you went to the museum school and you got their traveling scholarship, you had to go and bring a picture back. And most guys like Ripley came back with a painting of that corner of the Velázquez, that woman in the corner in Las Alondras. And I've seen numerous of those. There's several, or at least two. Have I seen three? I've seen two of those, that particular picture, close-ups. And then now I have in my possession, I think I don't own it, but I have in my possession a copy that another student did of the Vermeer.
Right.
Of the woman in the yellow jacket. So you knew those were the models these guys were using. And so what points were they using? What is it about what they were doing that made it significant, right? And so significantly, like in the case of Vermeer, it was about the verisimilitude, the truth to nature. And in so many ways, powerful truth to nature, but also beautiful, great composition and those kinds of things were great for coming across. It was also because the Dutch at that time were mostly, in a sense, formulaic. They weren't painting truthful colors. Whereas Monet, I mean, this guy, whether he's using lenses or not, or what devices or tricks he's doing, he actually finally has the full palette going on.
Right.
Where it looks like fully bloomed nature. The blues and all that sort of stuff are really full live, and the variety's all there all the way through everything. More or less the faces too, but not as much in the faces. But where he sort of seems to resort to a single color, but that's okay. But anyway, you understand the Velázquez being the model of the Impressionist. So that's all I was doing, is trying to actually get across to people the validity of the Velázquez model. And when I do the Velázquez, why I bring up, first of all, I make it clear, I think that I'm talking Boston School the whole time, so I'm making it clear that Velázquez and, when Gamel said that Velázquez is the greatest Impressionist, I show you the painting and he was a portraitist, right, primarily, and I show you the portrait by De Camp, and I tell you, I don't say it there, but I am really trying to say, do you actually think that this is that he's not better than, or at least every bit as good,
sure,
as an Impressionist as Velázquez? I think he is, actually. And I think the Boston School overall, he would have been proud of and said it's the extension of what I'm doing. Gamel did call that the greatest evolution. That's why I called that tape by that. It's called the greatest evolution of Impressionism. It's the Boston School. That's what that is. So it's the Boston School and those guys and what they meant to it. So I have multiple mixed reasons that are good, and mostly, to my sheer love of the thing, but it's also, in my case, kind of a need to get the word out if we're going to actually have an effect on our culture in the aesthetic that I buy into.
Sure. And at the same time, Paul, you're doing shorter videos where you're answering questions that the public submit to you. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, that's been a lot of fun. Do you want me to talk about it, or do you want to ask me something about it?
Well, so what's your mission with those? Are you just trying to raise more awareness about the Boston School and about your own teaching?
It's all the same, yeah. This was brought up. My son is in film, and he sees, and I think he's always got pity for me in my way of living. I'm not starving. I never have. I mean, God doesn't let his people starve.
Sure.
But I think though that the what was I going to say? The model he had in mind was the Patreon model. Where actually, if you get enough followers, you can actually bring some money in.
Yeah.
So that was his model. But the reason I bought into it is because it's just more marketing.
Sure. Yeah.
So I said, look, you be over here and do this, or I'll be at your place and do this, and you can have all the money. I just want the marketing. That way, I don't have to pay him to do the work. Because it's not inexpensive to have videos like that made.
No.
And he's doing it professionally. You can see they look good.
Yeah, they're great. And he's obviously editing everything down for you.
Yes, he is. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
It's a great mercy. It's nice having a kid that's in the field.
Great.
Sometimes I wish he was in construction or something, but that's really the idea. But the thing is, I'm finding though that this conversation, this is the funny thing about, I don't take myself too seriously. It may sound like I do sometimes. I make what would otherwise be arrogant statements, but I take what I'm doing seriously. And I love every second of it. And I can't stand that it's not there for everybody. And I especially miss the conversation. There's no left bank. There's no, whatever it is. There's no cafe, whatever, Lautrec or whatever. There's, what I mean? We don't have it.
That's true.
So this is the closest thing to it. And people are doing things online. But all I'm trying to do, and what I really am offering, is a conversation about serious things by a serious painter who takes it all seriously, right? Whatever.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
And I want people to know that this is for real and starve to death, but it's worth it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now,
I really appreciate you're bringing those up, and I hope people will tune into them. This is called Paul Ingbretson Talks.
Absolutely.
And then it used to be about painting the first bunch, and then it's about whatever. I used to put a bunch of them together, and we learned that you're supposed to do limited content. So I'm trying to do one or maybe at the most two ideas per, and now they're easier. You can now find the one you're interested in.
Yeah.
And we're going up in numbers. It's pretty exciting actually to watch. I've heard people talk about what they call the analytics there, and I thought, yeah, okay, whatever. But by my son, he goes, says, hit that button there, and I look, and there's this graph that shows your work, and it's funny because I was first doing these big videos, and I had some people watching them, and then there are more people watching them, and I get to this place where all of a sudden I get to the one, I think it's either the Monet or the Sargent, and all of a sudden I got the hockey stick look. You know what I mean? You go from having a nice few hundred, 500 painters, people watching to 2,000, and that's pretty exciting. You know,
It is,
and it's largely organized, that video. Some of those things are happening at those levels. Some of that's cumulative, and some of it's short term. But but they give so much information. They want you to see the value, so you actually will keep on helping them make their Britain, trillions of dollars.
Sure.
But
now, throughout these videos, you often refer to the work of Edgar Degas to explain certain concepts related to drawing, edge control, and color harmonies. Mr. Gamble also praised the work of Degas. In fact, he published a book in 1961 titled The Shop Talk of Edgar Degas, whereby he discusses the artist's working methods. What is it about Degas' work that you find to be exemplary?
Well, Degas, I think Degas might be the greatest draftsman of all time. Is that a good place to start?
Wow. Yes, definitely.
Yeah. So that's why I say exemplary. But now when I say that, I mean something really specific. And I don't, you look at a Michelangelo, some of those figures, and they're mind blowing, and you've never seen anything like it.
Yeah.
And it's draftsmanship, right? No question. I mean, but I don't know how many people drag up Delacroix as a great draftsman. I just don't see what he's talking about there. But if you think of draftsmanship the way I do, and I mean it meaning truth to nature with efficiency,
sure,
fluidity, all those things related to that, I think you're seeing a guy, especially in those early drawings of the murder of all those young females, those nudes, the massacre thing. Those drawings, and any number of them around that era, are in that category. You can see where he was doing earlier on, where he was actually. I have to tell you a funny story. I went into Gamble with this drawing I'd never seen before by Degas. It was one of his figures when he was still studying before he had ever become anything like a professional. And I thought it was quite amazing because that was the kind of stuff I was trying to learn to do, and it seemed so brilliant. And I took it in to show Gamble, and he said, "Oh yeah, we all used to do that kind of crap." And he was referring to the piecemeal nature of it and stuff like that. Well, yeah. So the difference and is the incorporation of memory, where you actually are seeing more at once. And I think that's where a huge advantage and a huge edge in terms of draftsmanship comes from, is the capacity to see the whole. And I've done this memory drawing, and I've done a number of things where I see Degas.
Right.
I've never, working from a portrait head, I've never drawn that much unity as I just did in this right here. And I did it in 3 looks of 3 minutes each.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
It's incredible.
Now, what's nonsense? Well, I'm just saying things to you. You can't believe me until you see it quite. You know what I mean? But I'm not, I'm not an incredible guy. I'm actually credible. So someday I can't, that's one of the things I can't get them to print well and send. They just don't, they're too dark. So I'd get some professional to shoot them sometime. But it's in a category where I'm not kidding myself. I was not that guy. I knew when I was bad, and I admitted it, and would be like Aang crying in the woods until it wasn't. But it was true. And I found that, for example, when I was working with Gamble, we would take 10 minutes. And I would have so confused myself in 10 minutes, I'd cut it down to 5, and I'd still be confusing myself. So I just cut it down to giving myself one run around the figure for the line. And if I didn't memorize it, it's because I was stupid. And I'd give myself one run around the form, and then I would stop. And it would usually take less than 2 minutes. And I would have way better information, way less conflict, and way less thinking going on. So I was actually getting pretty good at it, but it's that unity factor that's a big deal in great draftsmanship to me.
It's you're focusing on the essence, essentially. That's what you're kind of trying to force yourself to do.
Oh yeah, the great lines, the great forms,
the great lines,
and the great interrelationships of all those things. Yeah, I don't know what you'd call great draftsmanship. I mean, because there's an interesting quote. Gamble at one point in the book about Paxton refers to him as a maybe the great or some great draftsman. He uses the word draftsman and great.
Mm-hmm.
But Gamble said to me in person, he said, Gamble, and nobody agrees with me. Nobody said they've heard this from Gamble. But I said, that Gamble said, he said, Paxton said to me, I can draw as accurately as anybody, perhaps in history, but I'm not a great draftsman.
Right, right.
And if you're talking about difference earlier between these schools, that's the school of noodling. You can't do Boston School and be a noodler. You have to become a draftsman to do it well.
Sure.
You have to learn to articulate a light effect with the edge and a wet into wet edge at that.
Sure.
With the shape attached to it.
Absolutely.
That takes the capacity to make a statement with brevity and fullness of information,
Mm-hmm.
And there are ways to accomplish that, but it's also just fully conceiving, you know what I mean? The draftsman has a capacity to maintain a unity of the whole. I think there's a reason why Degas calls Daumier a great draftsman. He calls him one of the greatest ever or something. But I think it has to do with that manufacturing a figure with that much unity. It's a huge factor. But when it comes to the truth of nature in front of you, I don't know of anybody who ever did it more accurately than Degas.
Sure.
About the nature as it is now in front of you, plus all the other stuff. So that's my argument for him,
No,
And if it weren't,
valid, very valid.
Ang drops in my eyes because he does what David does. He starts drawing the formulas where he does toes and stuff.
Right.
And similar kinds of odd things happen even with Da Vinci because of where you could say, well, that's where he was in time. And Degas, too. I mean, not Degas, but Michelangelo, too. Michelangelo wasn't trying to do nature. He was trying to do his version. And Millet, too. Millet's clearly one of the great draftsmen of all time. But he was painting totally from memory. So his unity was, in a sense, almost more inevitable,
Sure.
But he clearly one of those great ones. But if you want to know who I'm putting up there, I've just sort of demoted Ang just a hint. He's a great draftsman. And you really can't ever demote Michelangelo. He owns the world, but that's another story.
Sure.
About Gamble, by the way, he was a devotee of Da Vinci and did not admire Michelangelo. And I think it's odd coming from an academic in that sense, but because Da Vinci is truly the impressionist. And Michelangelo is the imaginative painter.
Right, that's true. Yeah.
Really, the science of seeing comes from the influence of Da Vinci. Literally saying, "Look, look, it's further on the horizon. It's not blue up. And what's doing that? I mean, it's your eye. And he's just it really encourages you to use your eyeballs." So
sure.
Anyway,
fantastic description there, Paul. Thank you.
The Degas thing, the better part of Degas is actually the color. He takes color, and I'm going to just finish this so you don't not have it.
Okay, go on. Yeah.
But I should say that because you said other things about him, and they're not really things that I would particularly pick out. Form is the first one. The second one is color, though. He's the first guy, I think, in Western art. And you could say Veronese and things, But I think he's the first guy in Western art who really gets color as the aesthetic that it's giving the aesthetic its due. He takes Monet and he says, yeah, but what if you do it like this?
Sure.
And he takes it and uses it for design. And I'm going to do that. I'm going to make that book one of these days. He's the first guy that takes color and actually says, and it's an art now, where other guys could take the knowledge of Da Vinci and actually gradually become a really great draftsman. We're in a different place. Monet is the experiment. He's the guy who goes out and digs up all the stuff. And then he takes it over. He got all this gold, and then Degas manufactures jewelry out of it,
Sure.
That's what I'm finding with him. Yeah, and that's where the greater need to look is, when it comes to him as this bigger. There's many other things, and the stuff he talks about, harmonies and stuff like that. But Gamble says things about him that I frankly don't like about Degas. But I got to pass on one more bit of stuff because it's in the Degas. It's what's not in the Degas book. Is Degas refers to Humbert.
Yeah.
In the Degas book, right? And he takes quotes of Degas, and he has this reference there. But Humbert at the time is one of these academic painters. And there's a description by Degas, and I used to think I made this up. I said I must have made this in a dream. It's just too perfect to quote. But he says, have you seen? And this is the extent of the quote. I forget who said it. It was actually it was Geniat. It comes in that one, and it was in whatever that book is. But this is a guy that Gamble respects as a quote source, and so he's saying this, and he says, "Have you seen this guy Humbert? Have you seen that he has his students side by side with the model?" He says, "What is wrong with Humbert? Doesn't he know this is an art of relation?" Now, you want to talk about Gamble left that quote out of the book.
Interesting.
Like a little self-serving because he's just damning size to hell.
Right. Yeah.
And he would not do it. And he picks on Degas at different places in the book in ways that I don't agree with him. Like, for example, the fifth floor of a great studio. Why does Degas say there should be a? Gamble says all hyperbole. The first floor, the fifth floor. He's and then I don't agree with what he actually concludes. But what Degas is saying, if you learn the relationships, you can paint them like I do with these landscapes at night. I can go home and paint them in the morning.
Right. Yeah.
It's the floor, man.
Yeah.
This is a joke. This is actually a guy who's saying, I know where the goods are and what you have to do to get there to get them.
Sure.
And Gamble's saying, no, he's just speaking, this is him being Degas.
Mm-hmm.
And places like that, when I just think Gamble hasn't explored some stuff. And I think the difficulty Gamble had was that he didn't have enough people his own age to have challenging conversations with.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
His students could have been that, and I was that. Others of us, we've said things to Gamble, asked him questions and stuff, trying to get to the next level. And we did do all that. But I think that's what happened to him, So he was sort of having to defend himself in a sense, not against friends, but against, the foes out there that hated everything about him, And he couldn't be in much conflict with himself, especially in the face of a Degas who was the friend of the moderns, sort of thing.
Sure.
Like the take point for all modern art or something for some people. Sorry, I went on with that, yeah.
No, that's fine. That was great description. Now, you've mentioned your book several times, Paul, and I understand that you currently are working on it.
Yeah,
and then your book is concerning the theories and technicalities of the Boston School. Do you have a rough idea when this book is likely to be released?
Oh, I wish I could figure that out. I'll have to ask Al Banks about it. I wrote it in 3 months.
3 months? Wow.
That was 2 years ago. My plan now, with everything in front of me, is that I'm hoping to get it out there in 6 months. By the end of this year, at the worst.
Good, great.
So that's the hope. It will be probably called the Boston School Aesthetic.
Lovely.
And it won't have anything good to say about academic. It won't be that bad, but it's actually. I'm trying to figure out ways to have my conversations and not have them be attacks on Gamble. I have to use Gamble's name, but I'm still sorting out. I'm still cutting things and stuff because I don't want them to be cutting. I just want them to be. And I don't want to tear Gamble down. But I do want to do some damage to the uniformity of this way of working today. It's all realism all the time. People are now tracing photographs and getting prizes in places like it's a hugely disappointing crap that's going on now.
Sure.
And better things. I mean, it's not the purpose of the art form. If you're not painting from nature, you're not in the game. And I can't say that more clearly. It's just the reality of life is that you're not in the game. You're not there. You're not a witness at all. If you're interpreting an interpretation, what are you?
Sure. Yeah. That's an interesting point. Yeah.
Yeah. Search out your own methods, find your own eyes, and find your own music. Find the music that's there. The music's there. You just got to be some guy with the ears and eyes. And you can't just be a realist. A realist is like a dead end. And ask Degas over and over, the realism is a dead end.
Sure.
He actually said it. He said that realism is just the field you're starting from.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He said you haven't even started anywhere if you got realism.
Right. That's interesting.
Even, by the way, Degas refers to Bouguereau. I mean, even Gamble refers to Bouguereau in a negative way.
Is that right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Fascinating.
Where is that? I'm trying to remember where I read that. Yeah. Not a horribly negative way, but enough so that he's not the model,
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Moving on to my next question, we are approaching the conclusion of the interview, and I just wanted to get your opinion of the renewed interest in neo-academic training and the current state of contemporary traditional realism.
Yeah, the thing I found, and there used to be, at the UN, oddly enough, I don't know whose bidding they were doing, but they would do polls of the public, asking about the popularity of modern art and trying to gauge the level of the popularity. I don't know what that is unless there's we know that modern abstract art is basically left wing. I mean, there's no question that it is. And it's a very destructive thing. Its purposes are destructive, actually. It talks about tearing down to build up again, all this junk. It's classic sort of communist stuff. But I'm saying that, just me talking, right? Gamble would agree and has written 2 or 3 things about it, by the way, about this destructive
Sure.
orientation.
Yes.
But um, sorry. What was that? Just rephrase the last sentence.
Well, I just wanted you to give a brief opinion on your outlook on the current state of neo-academic art training and the renewed interest in traditional realism.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I'm just getting tired.
That's okay.
At my age, it's allowed, right?
That's true.
I think I've done pretty good, actually. But no, what he's doing, what I'm saying, why I brought the discussion to modern art. Oh, dang, I lost it again. Remind me again. Read that question.
It's all right. I just wanted you to state your opinion of the current state of the renewed interest in traditional realism that we've got amongst us today. Yeah.
I got the kernel in my brain now, finally. It was talking about the UN, and what they found was that modern art has never passed any level, like even 20% of popularity among the public. Knowing that, why wouldn't this come back?
That's true. That's a good
Something
point.
was happening with movies a bunch of years ago when I was young, and it sort of culminated in the Dinner with Andre. They were making these great statement movies that nobody wanted to see.
Right.
Well, what happened was plot came back. It came back with, as you probably have heard if you weren't there, with Star Wars.
Right, yeah.
And the movie theaters were full again. Well, that's what's happening. And it's painting. The arts are 2 things. On some level, they're about us. Okay. And on another level, they're music.
Sure.
And I say they're about us. I mean, all pictures, the subject is nothing. I should have quoted you that Stebbins out of my list of stuff, but Stebbins says the subject is nothing too. He says the subject is irrelevant. Their subject has no relevance in a picture. Now, it doesn't mean that when you do a picture about something that you might not use colors that go with it. That's you know what I mean. But at the end of the day, that's not what makes a picture as art relevant as visual art, right?
Right.
So as long as you know that it's got a job to do, the dilemma of the modern realist, and I probably should just leave it at that, is the dilemma of the modern realist is that he doesn't get that. So he keeps thinking it's about something. And he keeps thinking that I got to get this realism down. And it was just like Gamble. And that's why I say the new world we're in now is Gamble's world. It's Gamble's responsibility. And it's a very annoying thing that he's done by his essential removal of the Boston School. And that's literally, I say that's literally what he's done. Because he said in his Twilight of Painting, his job, what he set out to do was to figure out how to paint academic paintings and teach other people to do it.
Right.
And he's totally at it. And we're living in the past because of that. And I'm saying that what's happened in realism today is we're in this dilemma, both of the past that way and in this orientation of the past that was all based on the church and the state. What are you about? Something about the church to sell the church, about a priest, about a saint, about a whatever, or to sell the regime, right? If you're poor David almost getting himself beheaded and actually responsible of his own. That guy was a sick player. But do you follow where I'm going with this? So
Yeah.
how different from modern art? Modern art is out there just making statements all day long. One of my contemporaries, one of Gamble's students that you will interview, and you can tell him I said this. I won't tell you who it is. He might bring it up himself, but he did a painting of a traditional painter. Of a nude in front of something like a Picasso, kicking a hole in the Picasso, right?
Yeah.
Now, what is that? It's modern art.
That's true.
Just modern art. It's a political statement, pretending to be art, right?
Right.
Now, what it does is it trashes the medium. It trashes where's the aesthetic? Where's the yes? What is these arts if it's not about the yes, right? You see what I'm saying?
Right.
But if you do have content, at least make it a bather. Make it somebody who's something of value. What? But no, you got to do, what, as I said, what's the oath of the tennis court? Nobody even knows. It doesn't even matter. But so our problem is that we're stuck, and Gamble put us there in this phase where because of Gamble, we're still hanging on to this ancient belief that it's about something. And we forget it's about music. It's about I listened to Beethoven's Fifth and Mozart's 29th, I think, both at once, in one night recently at an event.
Sure.
Performance. And the the New Hampshire Symphony, I think. I want to give them some credit in case somebody hears this from Irie. but, you know, there was I forget what the piece was, the first piece. It was somebody with a short name, Lacar or something like that. And the piece was short and it was unpleasant. And then after that, there was, and it didn't strike me as like the band was ready yet or the orchestra was ready yet. So then the second piece comes, was modern, and it was really cacophonous and awful, unpleasant, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then Beethoven came on, the Beethoven's Fifth, and I said, oh, there's the definition of music right there. That defines me. That's what we come here for. We didn't come here for somebody to make, and there was a political word attached to that name and all that stuff, and you knew it was some kind of a political statement. So some of these political statements are just being in your eye, like shock your grandmother. That's a political statement. That's what some of the modern realists are doing too. I mean, they're doing it nude, but they're doing it obscenely. I mean, like shock your grandmother. That's not part of the great traditions of this field.
No,
I mean,
I definitely agree with that. Yeah.
For their close friends, without any intention of having anybody see it, because they're lowlifes who we're willing to pay a lot of money, but which is sad to hear. I'll say that about certain petitions. I wonder about some of those, but a couple of them. But never mind. But you see where I'm going with that?
Absolutely.
So where we are, that's kind of like this interesting crossroads. It's sort of this dilemma we're living in right now. And so it's fun that Gamble sort of is the answer and he's the problem. He's not the answer entirely, but he opens the door again. But what Gamble is a model of somebody saying, I can change this.
Sure.
And doing it. One man saying, I can change this, and just working at it.
Absolutely.
And so we got one guy to really teach seriously, more or less. I mean, it was hard. There are stories about blacks teaching you probably get from somebody else that are interesting. And I don't say bad, I mean interesting, but I think they're bad from the point of view of what I'm trying to do. I think for those guys to claim Boston School is not an honorable thing, but they don't understand it or they wouldn't do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think if they really knew the difference, they wouldn't do it.
Sure.
But that world, though, I mean, so Gamble, then you got one guy who really worked harder than he did and didn't mind turning it into a big event. And then all these people around him all turned into little schools, you know. And in a sense, they were actually the right model. They all sort of made little schools, except they needed to be ateliers. And maybe they're not. I don't know these guys. Some in Texas and other places. I don't know any of these guys. And they're fine. I'm not judging anybody. I don't know anything about any of these guys, and I don't need to. But the model Gamble set forward, I can easily see is better as an atelier model. The other reason I like the atelier model, by the way, is that wouldn't it be nice to have the variety created by 10,000 teachers instead of one school with 10,000 students in it? You know, 4 teachers,
true.
5, you know, I mean, like one way of thinking. I mean, that's like the worst of what academy has always been, right?
Right.
Is this one size fits all realism or something like that, which is very inherent in the establishments.
Right. Yes. Yeah. It is, as you're saying as well. I mean, I think what you're kind of alluding to as well, we can start to differentiate. I mean, each school is having a certain style right now. If you're looking at some of the schools, again, just through the internet or Instagram, things like that, you definitely can see a certain style coming through. And that's very much, I think, essentially part of the actual director of the school, because each of these schools has a specific director who has a certain specific sensibility that is kind of permeating the school, and majority of the students are adopting this kind of sensibility, and it kind of manifests in their work as well.
Well, yeah, inevitably, I think to some degree, I try to tell students, don't come and study with me unless you like my work.
That's right.
I mean,
great advice. Great advice.
In other words, well, I don't want to have to defend myself.
That's right. Yeah.
But if you actually see what I'm up to and want to be able to do something like that, if it fits you, then I'm good for you, and and do something else otherwise. But but what I like is the idea that there could be every person who comes out and gets like fully developed by the time you're my age, or that would be another reason to paint longer or teach longer. But say in your 50s or whatever, and you actually are fully in possession of your stuff, somebody can say, "Will you teach me? You have this thing. I want. Can I have some of that?"
Mm-hmm.
And you're there for them. When somebody else is looking for something else, and there's a one for everybody. I love that model. In the United States, I've learned this, that there was at one time, there were like, I want to tell you, there were 200 card makes.
Wow.
It's a number like that. And it got reduced down to like 3. I'm like, when did that happen? How did that happen? That other model was great. Now, to the extent that we can afford them. I mean, you understand the Ford thing when they started doing it that way, but that was part of why all these models existed, because the Ford way of doing it was there. But I'm just saying, I used to feel really frustrated with 3 models to choose from. I didn't like any of them. I mean, Europeans and others coming over here, there are more models to choose from. But Yeah, I miss the idea that there was a DeSoto and a Hudson and a, and 1,000 other funny little things you never even heard of before.
Sure.
Everybody making a nice living, and nobody feeling like they needed to dominate the world or be brilliant. They're just making a model that was unique to them, that was special for some reason, and so on and so forth. But yeah, we all have different reasons for this, and I think if you're talking Boston School, it doesn't come. I don't think in painting at all. I don't think most of it comes early to you. That it's about the music. I don't think you know it. I think you see it as traditional art and you like it, and you just want some. And then you see realism and all this sort of stuff. But I think the thing that's impressed me over time is the time I put in relationally, studying relationships. I've come to see music that the truth, and I almost finished that statement before, that the truth is in the music. When you found the music, there's the truth. And in fact, you're only access to it unless you're a tracer of photographs of a certain kind of truth, right? But the only access through it is through beauty. It's through the relationships, and you won't want it if it's not beautiful. In other words, there's a rejection that goes on in your soul,
Sure.
which, in other words, it's like realism is like a slave job. Like, when do you get to stop crossing T's and you don't. You got to keep crossing T's and dotting I's, because the other guy next to you is going to do more. You know what I mean? Like, what kind of a model is that? So where's living for, right? Are you living to cross T's and dot I's? Or you actually have you found the music? And I'm just saying, in every moment, every brushstroke, every 20 minutes, if you're not getting musical rewards, if you're not getting gratification, you're in a bad field.
That's true.
You're just as bad as just sweeping the street or, washing dishes. How are you any better?
That's right. That's right.
I'm laughing about it, but it's just one of those things that as you get ancient, some of these things begin to be more dramatically true.
Sure.
But it's take a long time to go through this and filter out that, what? Music found me. I didn't find music. I didn't know. I didn't know. That's what had me, by the neck. I didn't know. And then there, all of a sudden, it's there, and I'm its happy servant. Like, in fact, the only way I found it was by shutting up and sitting down. Just listening in the woods like Wordsworth or somebody.
Sure. Now, to bring the interview to our current day, who are some of the contemporary realists that you have contact with nowadays?
I think the only one of all these people that we know that I've actually met is Graydon Parrish.
Okay.
I think he comes out of the LAC background.
Yes.
And,
yeah.
He was actually doing a workshop at the New Hampshire Art Institute or whatever that's called up there. I forget what it's called. And one of my students teaches there and brought him over to meet with us, and it was a really delightful time. Really delightful guy. I really liked Graydon. And he was working on something related to color theory, and so I put a little time into just throwing stuff at him.
Sure.
Not attacking him. I made no comments about anything he was doing. I didn't even pretend to know. I don't know actually what he was teaching, but I mean, I probably know what he was teaching, but I don't know what he was teaching that day. But I remember having conversations about color theory, and I found that a lot of people who are trained, like go to schools and think about schools and all that sort of stuff, and you think about degrees, you want to be a scholar in your field, right? And actually, you don't really want to be that kind of a scholar. Gamble said to one of his former students, who I'm again not going to mention, he said, "You really should just go be a historian. You're not a painter." Now, that's not about Graydon Parrish. That I'm not saying that even a little bit.
Yeah.
Said that about that's something from way back, but then Gamble told us, and it was very rude. The guy had just been visiting, and they tells us this stuff. So I'm being as bad as he is, but where was I on that?
You were talking about Graydon Parrish was, and he was talking the Munsell color system that Graydon uses. Yeah.
Yeah, which is actually really good and useful stuff. And that was one of the things I was taught by the classroom I was in when I was a kid. High school was really useful and very true about painting. So, but what I wasn't able to communicate, and I could tell that he wasn't working the same way, is because I said you can learn color theory better by painting truth in front of you. And by trying to set up things that actually are beautiful in color to look at, by just trying to find them by trial and error. And you can get color theory that's more useful. And I don't remember how much of this I said, but it's part of the general conversation I would have with somebody that's working from a theoretical standpoint. But I found myself that when I said, Paul, is among the many things I would say to myself, and looking down my nose at this little idiot I was talking to. And I would say, now, Paul, get this, find a way to do consistently good still lifes, right? And among other things, I would say, you have to get consistently good color schemes.
Sure.
And then so what does that mean? Well, does that mean at the very minimum that you collect stuff that actually looks good together coloristically? And I remember you spend your time trying to set up still lifes, and it sort of looked okay. You'd say, yeah, I'll try it, But so I said to myself, how do I get to what's consistently good every time, And I was actually trying to figure out, and this is me being scientific, but I was actually trying to find a formula for good approach to still life that I could teach, that I could say, that I could do better. So I could be consistent every single time, do a good still life every time. That it was systematic. And I found one, and then I found a book that had 3 other classes of like scientists and stuff, journalists doing exactly the same thing. They had this virtual formula of either a 3 or 5 point formula. But among other things, though, and not directly related to that part, but this part here is I found that if you just simply take something you like, and you wouldn't mind having in a picture, just go around and you have 2 missions. One is to really get great things that just look great with it in color, right? Things that off, things that just, they look like I developed this thing, you'd wear it to the prom, you'd wear it to some great event, whatever it is when you're, and the ball, the church, whatever, where you used to dress up. Anyway, and I would say to students, would you actually wear that stuff together? So, but the only way you'd actually get to it, for example, if you have a greenish thing, you need to have variety. You need red, yellow, and blue, right? So you need some variety there. So you have to find some other colors. So go with that. So go find an orange or something, right? And the only way you're going to get the right orange is to find like 7 or 8 oranges and keep shipping them in and see which one. What just happened? That is good. And essentially what you have is color theory. And so easy. And it's easy to teach high school kids too.
Yeah.
But that's all you need to see is that this goes to that, and color theory comes to you.
I see.
And that's one of the things that this brings up that topic, just talking, because he was talking about, I just talked about color because that's what he'd been there doing. And I was just curious about how he thought about it as an executioner, because I've never found theory very helpful. I used to find that I would read theory and all it would do is cripple me.
Sure, yeah.
But finding theory, finding these realities and finding how they hang together and how they work. And, owning your own theory is really more fun anyway.
Oh yeah, definitely bumping into something in the practice of working is incredible discovery.
Yeah. Half of the fun of what we do, isn't it? Getting to that next level.
Absolutely.
On your own, so to speak. Yeah. And that's why, you don't want to be too much of a teacher, probably even, I don't really get mad at people when they leave. Sometimes I wish they wouldn't leave so soon because there's so much I could tell them, but people, they are where they are. When they leave for the wrong reasons, like they're broke, that's heartbreaking,
Yeah, sure. Now, Paul, you've had some contact with the Da Vinci Initiative, is that right?
Yes. Yeah, I've worked for them a couple of times.
Okay, and what are you teaching? High school art teachers atelier skills. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I hate to use words like atelier skills because I don't do what everybody else does. And
sure.
Like Mandy, who's one of the heads of that thing, she teaches in a whole different way from me. Her background is wildly other than mine. And so I just ask her to make sure that it's okay that I challenge what they're doing with what I'm doing.
Sure.
I don't doubt. I just say, no, this is what we do, and we do it like this. But she hands out materials and stuff. And if I was really going to stay consistent with them, I'd probably find a different set of materials. I think the difficulty with some of these things is that the dedication or the relationship they have with the ARC thing, which is so Bouguereau heavy and so academic heavy, is that I think it interferes with my ability to actually do it particularly well.
Sure.
But still, they're basic things that every child should know, and I wish I'd known that I can get across to a teacher. And so we set up a still life and do stuff and give them information that's going to be useful to any kid. And all of them are sort of hungry individuals. They're all wannabe. All the art school teachers mostly are wannabe painters.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
They're there with ears, you know what I mean? And so to give them anything that's useful, all you do is give them something useful to them, and they'll give it to their kids.
That's right. Yeah.
So I love what Mandy's done with that. I thought to do it when I was younger, because at one point when I was first teaching, maybe about 8 years into my teaching, I put an ad out there, and I'm still trying to figure out why, because I got nothing but horrible students. horrible, but they just weren't the top of the line students. They had potential to be, but sometimes you see something like that, the ad I put out there, and people who are full of themselves, or just you get the wrong people. And I don't mean to say all of them were like that, and some of them were just brilliant, some wonderful, and they stuck with it. But I worried about doing it that way. Oh, gee, I lost the question again.
So we were just talking about some of the students that you had received, but I think they were high school students you mentioned into your school.
I was talking about that, but I was trying to get back to your question, what your point was before that, because this was an ancillary thing, and when I get this tired, I do ancillary terribly badly.
Oh no, that's right. So, well, I was just asking about some of the contemporary realists that you had contact with nowadays, and then we're talking about the Da Vinci Initiative.
The initiative, yeah. So what I would say about that is that information is valuable on any level, but I don't know if I'm actually ultimately good for them, is what I was going to say about that stuff. I forget. I was onto some other track, but that's
sure. Well, one of your former students, Paul, is doing tremendous things in a high school in America. She's basically what she's done. She's introduced atelier training to a high school setting. It's to my understanding, she's the only one in the world, the only high school in the world that's offering atelier training. And I believe she brought some of her students over to your school, or to your quote unquote school, to show them a little bit more about what actually goes on in an atelier school, essentially. That's great. Do you care to comment at all on that particular student and her group of students that are working in that high school?
No, I think that what she's done is really like a nice example of the potential out there. What's has been difficult is in modern schools, you first of all, to get accredited, you have to do all this other junk. I mean, the stuff that one of my sisters actually decided to become an art teacher, and she had to become a modern artist to become an art teacher.
Wow.
And what they were doing was giving them all these collections of stupid, goofy things like underwater basket weaving so they could fill the time.
Wow.
And there was no education going on that way, So it was just like art schools, it was like exactly like that. So to the degree that there's a change in the air in the public school arena, which I see is possibly that way in some places in Newark or places like that, and in these private schools, I've never understood why private schools wouldn't do this, and some of them have. I actually had I had a student from St. Paul's, which is a sort of a Groton, like Gamel's, sort of an elite school in my area, and she clearly had some good information from a teacher. That's not the norm. But then I saw the Deerfield Academy, another one of those kinds of schools that also not felt shy about having somebody who knew how to paint teach knowledge instead of teaching art. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So that's been the most significant thing. And I set out to. This is what I was going to tell you. I set out to do this ad I was going to do, and I made the mistake of sending it to school arts, thinking some high school person would give it to a school student and tell them to come study with me. Well, because I sent it to School Arts Magazine, I got 180 people.
Wow.
Responding and wanting to be involved in what they thought was a workshop for teachers after whatever. I mean, they just misread what I was doing. But 180 respondents. Something like, what? Art in America, I might have gotten 7 or something, or 4. I don't know. But that made me know that there's this real serious hunger for what we're doing. Because all it said was start out on the right foot.
Yeah.
And it had a picture of a cast drawing. And I don't remember what we said in it, but I mean, like 180 teachers were trying to find out what we were up to. So I know the hunger's there on that level from those people who actually want to be painters. And the thing is, I said 80% of Americans, or not Americans, people nationally, internationally, are interested in art as it's always been. And percent care about, even begin to get anything like abstract expressionism or something like that. So none of this surprises me, and I think the options in a private school are wonderful. And I'm really proud of Sandra for doing that, what she did. Yeah. And she's in the course of keeping on evolving as a painter herself. You don't have to be a fully finished master of black, to act useful. And you see that all the time. I always laugh when when the schools say, yeah, they're failing to teach your kids to read, but you don't have accreditation, so you can't teach them. And yet, I had this one woman who I met with as a state rep, who had a kid like that, and they were basically bent on just putting him in a horrible position, and she just turned him into a homeschooled kid, and he hadn't been able to read. He was now 12, 11.
Mm.
She had him reading well in 3 months.
It's incredible.
Yeah, and so you really like it when teachers actually stick to their guns and actually say, what am I really? Am I teaching? Am I babysitting?
Yeah.
And then value their calling.
Sure.
So I'm really proud of her, what she's done. Yeah.
Sure, and I would like to acknowledge as well that's Sandra Gulda we're talking about, right? So she's the artist teacher who's basically the first in the world really to introduce atelier training into a high school, and that high school has actually been accredited by the Art Renewal Center as an ARC accredited school. So congratulations to Sandra Gulda on her achievement.
Very good.
Just moving
Thank
on.
you for
Sorry, Paul, you were saying?
Thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate that you brought it up. Yeah.
No trouble whatsoever. So just my second last question, Paul. Maintaining a practice as a painter in our day and age can sometimes be an exhaustive endeavor. Throughout your life, what do you find to be the key source of inspiration that keeps you before the easel? Mixing colors, adjusting shapes, wiping out, sighting angles, remeasuring, squinting, readjusting back and forth, and persevering in search of that perfect composition, which can sometimes feel unattainable.
Yeah, right. Well, you actually sort of answered it already. It's actually the struggle.
The struggle.
It's very strange. Yeah, it's the struggle. Yeah, it's the search. None of the accomplishments. I am definitely, as I said, one of those guys who has to have candy along the way. I have to get gratification every few minutes.
Mm.
That's just my problem. But in reality, though, the struggle to put it in a couple of ways. I love the statement of Malay at the end of his life. He's saying, I think I was just beginning to understand.
Mm.
That struggle to get to something bigger than you, and knowing that it's bigger than you, and beginning to get your head around that, and that search for that stuff. What is this? Starts there with what is this, which you can only get by accomplishment. You can only get to, it won't answer your question by asking the question. That's why there's so many struggles in the philosophical world about what is this, because the answers aren't there. They're somewhere else, But so that personal struggle, though, and the other part is the gratification of the personal struggle, meaning you actually watch yourself rise. Gamble used to say at one point, I was asking him, am I making any progress in here? And he said, why don't you just line up your drawings on the floor in chronological order and just ask yourself that question?
Yeah.
And it was like a no-brainer. I mean, it's like, yeah, that's very nice. But, just that blink and you say, okay, yeah. And then you're always watching yourself. And so there's that sense of personal achievement. But the relief that of knowing that it's got nothing to do with fame or glory or money or any of those things. I mean, some people like to measure everything by that, and some people wish I would do that more. But I don't actually, and in fact, I don't. Honestly, as I get older, for many years, I've never been able to look. You asked me about other painters. I wouldn't have ever met any of these guys except that he came to my studio, because I don't look to the left or to the right. I just don't. I carry on a conversation with students that's always about the nature of this thing all the time, But you got to get onto your track and be on it, and the payment at the end of the day, if it was the right track, is like that's to die for,
Sure, yeah.
All you want to do is have done the right thing, be doing the right thing at the end of the day, right? And but the satisfaction of like as I said, if you got to the end of your life as a lawyer and you're rich as dirt and you kept 10 murderers out of jail and they murdered 3 more people, what would the satisfaction be? You measure it by money,
right? Yeah.
Just say that, but the real question I find at the end of the day is, I mean, that's a really fun question, but it really isn't. I sit out here and I'm talking and I feel to myself, what are you looking for, Paul? You're trying to be cool. You're trying to get, it doesn't even matter anymore. And maybe at one time it did. And I certainly have a certain way of carrying myself that's a little like that. And I don't much mean to. I guess it might be a self-defense posture or something. I don't know what it is, but the reality is, though, that I'm number one in love, and I'm more deeply in love all the time with this. What is this? But I honestly will tell you this, that it's what I'm into is the mind of God, and I know that now. And this manufacturing of men and giving them color and giving them light and telling them to say, and saying, just look, all I want you to do is look, and you'll definitely love me, but go out of here, you know what I mean? So I don't know. I mean, these are things I say, but it's bigger than all this, you know what I mean? And I think that's, Ang calling it an apostolate or something like that. He says, well, so be it then. I don't know. But there's something about this that's a calling in the very best way. And you just never regret a minute of being there as long as you're on the track and not just jumping from one gimmick. I mean, how would you like to be a guy like Kincaid at the end of your life and say, I think I did the wrong thing? Do you want to be that?
No,
or do you, or Picasso and call yourself a charlatan and deny you ever said it? As it comes to Rembrandt and those guys, I'm not that person.
Right.
I mean, he didn't mean I wasn't a Rembrandt. He means I'm not in the same group of people.
Sure.
They're doing something different. I'm a clown.
Sure.
I mean, he was a brilliant fundraiser. That's what he was. Whatever. He's a funny guy. He's a clown. I think that's a great word. He calls himself a charlatan or something. But it's a mixture of clown and phony. It's good stuff. He's a great hustler. But at the end of the day, though, I'm just not saying that, though. I'm saying the satisfaction of not just doing it, but actually growing into it and finding this and finding that and getting to know these things, like these things that aren't yours until you've been there and worked long and hard and struggled, But I'd say that it is worthwhile that the struggle itself is actually such a gratifying thing, and the little bit of evidence that you're seeing a little light. I had this little model when I was a student with Gamble. I'd say, it's dark out here. Everything's dark. Why is it so dark? I used to have dreams. All my dreams I had dreams about Gamble, and they were always black and white. There was never color. It's probably because I was doing charcoal mostly at the time. But I remember thinking, well, where's the light? And I remember struggling. And the darkness, all it would be was knowledge, the lack of knowledge. It just didn't have enough information, right? And you're struggling along and trying to get better, and it's just everything's dark. You don't see any window, nothing. And all of a sudden, it'd be just. And by the way, I felt like an ant on a staircase, right? And it was the whole face of the stairs is black. The straight was every once in a while you'd come over the top, and there'd be a little glow of light, and then you'd be running along this horizontal thing, just like a wild ant, and just tearing across there in the light, and all of a sudden, black wall again, and you're going up. And it ain't funny, But the funny thing is that a certain day, if you do this right, you actually find yourself breathing air. And I've heard this about some of these guys on the Sherpas or whatever in Mount Everest, that they don't need air. They just live in it. They know how to live with their own oxygen, with their own lungs. I've heard that. But I know that it's more fun to be up there in that air that you can barely breathe. You can hardly put foot in front of yourself, and you don't know what the next new information is, and to be wondering what it is. And to be making sure that you're not sleeping because then you're dead. And there's more, So that's what's going on, And so what's not to love there, Would I rather be out there driving stuff around and seeing places? I don't think so. So I don't know. It's just difference in people, I suppose.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
My final question. Throughout the duration of your life, you would have no doubt seen many advancements in technology which have ultimately resulted in a faster pace and perhaps even more complicated way of life. Indeed, times have changed since your early years training with Mr. Gamble in Boston. Taking this into consideration, do you think it is harder to be a painter today than when you were in your youth?
Yeah, that's even not taking that into consideration, I wonder about it. You know what I mean? I mean, nobody gives you a reason to be here. You can't make a living at it, can you?
No.
And that's the answer to every parent. Every parent's got how you can make a living. Then they try to get their kids to compromise what they're doing in my studio. And when I'm trying to get you on the straight and true path, and they're out there goofing off and try to, whatever. It's like, what? Yeah, but that's hard. That's hard. But that's more mindset. And some people say that's a uniquely American thing. I don't know about that. The business of America is business, But so it's hard for other reasons. But I'm not sure about technology. I just don't know. And I think in the end, it's I think there's a magazine. What was it, Forbes or Fortune 500 or something? They did the 500, Fortune magazine. They did the 500 businesses to be in the 21st century. I think, is what it was then, and one of them was this one. Would you believe, And the reasons for it were related to us not losing our humanity.
Mm.
I thought that was pretty compelling. And I think it's true, So in the end of the day, what gives you a place where you actually have to meditate, where you have to sit down and shut up, where you have to actually humble yourself? What is that place? I mean, I don't know how many places where there's everybody's giving you the slick whistle way into success. And this one is the one that actually there's no success until you quiet down and shut up and get meditative, until you get to become a listener and become a servant and all that sort of stuff. So I suggest that there's a turnaround coming when people have had it with this chaos and noise. That goes not just with the politics, but with the sheer scream of technology all the time and in your ear.
Sure.
So yeah, you do have to learn to shut it all down and turn it off. I see all my students, so many of my students right now with stuff in their ears.
Yeah.
And I remember when I was a student, I'd try to play a radio and stuff, and I just couldn't focus.
Yeah.
I mean, I couldn't get the job done. I just couldn't do it. So there's that, and but I wasn't my own person because the music was doing stuff to me.
That's true.
But so the technology, but that's a question of personal management, stuff like that. But I think what happens is if you have more to struggle against, you have reasons to actually achieve more. So I don't believe the struggle is actually a bad thing in that way. I actually think it helps you to adapt. One of the things that's happened in our times is like, so isn't painting dead? And I say, well, yeah, it could be, right? And why do you say that it's dead? Well, because we have photography now. We can take pictures of everything, and we can put those on the walls and all that sort of stuff. And we have movies, and we have moving pictures, and all these things are so as an entertainment form, or even as a decoration on the wall. And there's other kinds of things. Isn't it kind of like, what is it? And so that I tell students all the time, you better figure out what this is. That's what it's for. But when you start getting your head around it, you realize this is an incredibly unique moment for a person. You're writing music. When does the music stop? When does Beethoven not get to keep being played, right? When does somebody not get valued for having done that, right?
Sure.
But I suggest to you that the technology that helps you make more of a likeness is never going to be the one that is that makes personal music, that helps you to find music of your soul and place it before somebody else. You know where I'm going with all that stuff? So I don't think there's ever a time this doesn't get outdated. The arts didn't just come; they weren't invented. Nature evolves them. We just look at nature and we imitate. We just got to do one like that. That's true. That's the likeness of the human being, and the tendency, what they call it, the imitation game.
Yeah.
And then get into it, and maybe even the competitions of making a greater likeness, and all of a sudden I find myself a musician. And it was because maybe it was false ambitions. I might have been in it for all the wrong reasons. I certainly was, right?
Sure, sure.
But I keep saying to students, just never forget what drug you to the dance. Don't, just remember who brought you to the dance. You probably don't even know who brought you to the dance. You're so full of crap right now. You're drunk so much. You listen to so much wrong stuff. But everybody goes to the dance for the same reason.
Sure.
And it's a quiet, soulful, personal 3-year-old reason. If you can remember that, you'll know why we keep doing it.
Paul, let me ask you this. Do you miss the kind of camaraderie that you had back in the days when you were in the Art Students League and you had that little cafe on the corner where you would go and talk about painting and art? And as you said, we kind of don't have that anymore. I mean, here we are speaking via Skype, holding this interview via Skype to people on opposite sides of the world. I mean, do you ever think back to those early days and say, well, there'll never come a time when, essentially I probably won't get to that point again where we have that kind of model?
I don't know, but I think what's happened is there's now more and more of a clear call for community. I mean, local community. And one of the things I find about the arts, like the international thing, right, has made it, we're all competing with each other out there, right? But, I'm actually not. Actually, the more I stay away from other people and their paintings, the better I get. Because I'm not distracted. I'm not trying to do anybody else's stuff, which I don't know what dragged them there. It might have been a really bad motive. Why would I have a student who actually is a better painter than almost any landscape painter out there, right? And he keeps these books in, and he shows me somebody or other's work, and he's how much money he's making. I said, John, why are you bringing this in? You're 10 times better than this guy. Why do you even look at him? Are you going to try some of these goofy stunts? One of my fellow students with Gamble was actually, I found him, somebody had put this sort of camera flare into his realism. And I found one of my friends doing the same thing. I said, why would you do that?
Mm.
Why would you do this all crap? I mean, don't you get what this, do you know what we're doing here? I'll be like, what? What are you doing? But so what value is that, right?
Sure.
But what the great value is in every little place. I actually believe that's why I say every little atelier has its value. Every individual, self-developing individual has a value to the other people around them in self-development. And this whole idea of, I think there's like, what do they call it? 1,000 candles. I mean, there's no snowflake that's the same. There's music everywhere. Every one of us is a snowflake and they're all stunning, right? What's international stuff is doing to us is just making us all speak English. I mean, what good is that? And now we're all getting so intermixed racially that we don't have any beautiful differences. I mean, like, what good is that? I don't appreciate that. I want the differences. Like, what? Come on, what are we doing? So I say that I think we're going to head back, if we're not already there, to local community because of its massive value. And I've just had a call for it here. I've just started in my studio, a studio for alumni.
Yeah.
Significantly talking about the need to be around each other that they miss from their student days and stuff like that. I don't feel much of a need for it among my past guys, probably because I have students that are with me every day and we're constantly carrying on the same conversations. And what's happening with me is I'm actually evolving in terms of these conversations. I'm not saying things the way I used to and all that sort of stuff, but I'm also getting students that are challenging in different ways and stuff. But in the end, what you really want is a bunch of guys who are sort of on the same level in a place where they're doing the same thing and acknowledging that they're not in competition anymore. They're now competing with the gods to do the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That's the massive value. We just erase all these people in these galleries and forget that stuff, man. Do this for the right reason. I love this quote in Jeremiah. I think it's Jeremiah. No, it's in Proverbs. And it says, do a thing well and you'll do it before kings. I say you'll paint before kings. But he says, do a thing and you'll do it before kings. And your job, I mean, Degas' thing of illustrious and unknown is rather like that. You just want to be really good at something, doing it really well. And you can't look left, you can't look right. You got to stay with your own conscience and your own learning and your own development. And you got to just get better sitting from where you're sitting and just keep coming up. Don't look left, don't look right. Just do the job,
Sure.
It's obvious what it is. You know what got you into the game.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Paul, would you say that you're still as hungry as you were in your student days?
Oh, yeah. But the problem is that you reach a level of gratification, satisfaction with your execution. And so one of the things that's happened is, in the last bunch of years is I'm doing this, I'm knocking this stuff off now in the sense of the struggle in that limited way is gone. And you get that in the sergeant conversation where he says you want to be so good with this mechanical side of this stuff, make yourself a really good servant of your methods so you can think about higher, nobler, more important things. And so that's getting to that point, and arriving in a place where you're predictable to yourself. The level of satisfaction, everything you do in my field for me was you wanted to get to a point where everything you did was good and some days great, but you had to get to where everything was good in your own mind, not good because somebody said so, and not good in a fake, where you're lying to yourself, but where the struggles and you're watching what you valued through history and stuff, and you're saying not good enough now, whatever it is to do with form, with beauty and color, or any of those things. There's so many qualities out there, so I think I've lost track of that point again. Let's just stop on that. What was I saying? Let me get back. I really apologize, but when I get tired, it really is impossible.
No, that's fine. Well, I was just asking you, basically, if you were still as hungry as you were in your youth, in your student days. Yeah.
No, it doesn't go away. It doesn't go away. It just changes. But one thing I've had to do because of this ease is I'm looking and saying, Paul, where's the struggle? And I wasn't saying what I was saying to you earlier because I'm in the middle. I mean, it's because I know that you're not growing if you're not struggling. So what am I struggling with now? And so a lot of what I've struggled with in a bunch of last recent years is what's the nature of this animal? What are we really here for? And I started alluding to that. I was mentioning things about that before, but I was saying we're in an art form that's very unique. for one reason, that it's a moment in time and space, and it holds still, and you have to be good in that moment. So where is it? It's totally unique because it's personal. I mean, there's so many pieces like that, and you're looking for what is your unique value. And this is a big moment in history. When it was being used for the church to propagandize or used to illustrate books, it ain't the same animal. I don't care how nicely they do it. The guy focused on music is going to make music. The guy focused on propaganda is going to be good at that, or whatever thing it is, without picking on any group of people or anything. But I'm just saying, what we got to this place finally where the dross can all be wiped away, and we can stop pretending we're here to sell some political angle or some religion. We're actually here with God telling us, "Can you just make music? Can you just praise me with the sound of the timbrel and the, and the tone of your voice?" It's just by doing it. Just making the joyful noise. I mean, that's, I think, where we're ending up finally.
Sure.
Let all the other guys, let the newspapers, let the movies do all the important things. This is more important. But
So, are you saying that nowadays you're finding painting easy?
Oh yeah, that's kind of like stupid. Yeah,
that easy.
Well, I mean, yes, it's not easy. It's always a struggle to do the right thing.
Right.
So, but you have to the thing is hard for people to get their heads around. You have to get the mind of the painter. And in my case, it's a particular mind, it's a particular kind of painting. And it took a long time. And when you're still studying and trying to figure things out, it's never easy, and you never know quite where you are. And you can't paint easily because of that massive struggle to understand what the heck this dang thing is and why I can't get this angle. What's wrong with it? What don't I understand yet? That I consistently get angles wrong or some odd thing. You know what I mean? So as long as those things keep interfering, you don't have a clear run at this game, So finally, you finally find yourself in a place, and I forget what the word Gamble uses a word for it, which is rather like fluidity or something like that. I forget what the word is, but there's a kind of a flow to it that is now, as I'm having quoted the Hunter thing, I can tell you that I find painting therapeutic. But it's partially because you finally learn to become, instead of a struggler, even though I talk about the struggle, instead of a struggler, you become a servant, a quiet listener. And I adopted Milton's phrase. I thought it was somebody else, but I found it Milton wrote. He said, "Those also serve who only stand and wait." And I found that quote hugely helpful at the point at which I was struggling with 3 months of dizziness from being this workaholic, forcing everything to happen. To the point I'd be in a room with people and I would say, "Man, the atmosphere in here is terrible," and finally I was looking at myself and saying, "Yeah, you're the cause of it."
Wow.
And it was just my competitiveness and crap like that. But it's the kind of stuff, I mean, I was just like this really determined kind of, I would say brat in one way, but I didn't mean to be. It was just focus, in a sense. When I had to, the only thing that kept me from being dizzy, though I stood up one day after all this dizziness, I thought I was feeling better because I'd learned to meditate, just keep thoughts out of my head, right? And we were trying to do stuff like eating cabbage and stuff. I forget, get potassium, because it was definitely chemical imbalances that caused it. But doctors weren't helpful. They said, "Oh yeah," they gave it a name, and then I said, "What do you do about it?" And well, we can give you these drugs. They probably won't work. They never do. Giving it a name, that's not helpful, But so I fell on my own resources, which is very much like the Suzuki, the writer, the Suzuki in the Nurtured by Love. You find that you're in a place where you caused this problem. I don't know what everybody does with their health issue. I know that's not true, but I knew that I had, and I had been pushing and pushing and pushing and trying to make things happen. I had no capacity. I didn't understand the idea of letting things happen. But you don't have a chance of being in the service mode,
right?
And so you leave that off, and you stop having a will, and you start seeing the beauty. And you let that have the will for you, you know what I mean? And you then become this quiet guy who says, "What next? What should I do?" And truly, that's where the evolution was for me with trying to not have all these mistakes in paintings. It was really very much tied to those moments. And I'd already found that I had to become this easy painter. In fact, I said to myself, when I stood up to do that first painting, and I almost fell flat on my face again. I said, if you're going to do this and be successful, you have to do it differently. And I just knew that it was about, you got to be painting as if you were a meditator. You have to stand up there and just let it and stop trying to make it. And those kinds of massive shifts, who can make that happen? I just give thanks every day for that kind of stuff, But so where's the struggle? You know what I mean? But it's still there because you have this obligation to keep on, to stay on. To stay, it's like Degas' comment was true, that you never actually arrive. What have you failed to follow through on? And so some of those questions were, what is this for? I've been asked, started, what is this really for? But you don't. So in the struggle, you never actually answer it seriously. You just keep saying something else. Keep just, well, how do you get shapes? What are values? Things like that. And so finally that day comes when you finally have a little bit of fluidity and you get that chance. And Sargent was right there in his own mind, because he was saying, now I'm thinking about what this is about.
Sure. And
that's a big deal, a big difference.
That's interesting, Paul. Like, I really find that fascinating, that period you went through where you kind of, your head was spinning and you were really pushing yourself that hard, where you weren't able to paint anymore. So the way that you got back from that period was just to approach the painting in more of a meditative state. Is that right?
Exactly right. Yeah. Well, what I had to do to get well was I literally couldn't do anything. I could only sit in a chair and sit still and hold on with two hands.
Wow.
My head was just spinning. The whole room was moving all the time. So I sat there like that, and I noticed that if I closed my thoughts out, and I'd never heard of meditating, believe me, I had no idea that there's a Zen thing and all that junk that I've heard of since. And I just sat there and I shut up. I said, shut up. And I was all brain. I mean, everything's going on like 90 miles an hour. This whole brain action is insane, and some, I guess, are actually driven to madness through things like that. But so sitting there, I found myself, the best place was to sit in front of a curtain that had a sort of a paisley pattern, not a busy one. And I just sat there and I noticed that if I could just keep my eyes, when my eyes would want to wander over here, I just bring them back quietly to the same spot, quietly, and just look at the spot and just let the spot be everything, right? No thoughts, just the spot.
Sure.
And between that and probably the improvement in my diet, which was potassium, and probably other things from starving yourself the wrong ways, my wife is really the biggest. She's really a knowledgeable person, thoughtful person about food stuff. But between those things, though, I found though that I had actually found what some people call meditation. You get out of the thought world. I've learned since it's better to let your thoughts happen, but just watch them and just don't get involved with them. Whereas I was making thoughts. I was trying to plan the future. I was worrying about everything I wasn't planning. The stress levels and the thought levels and all that sort of stuff. It's all pure stress all the time. So
sure.
But yeah, that's right. But so isn't it the coolest thing though, that you'd have a model like that would actually have you stand finally for the first time properly as an impressionist, at least before nature, and then before God's nature, and just say, wow, and then how you might do that, how you might be helpful. It's just very cool. It really was a marvelous. It fits in. If you haven't read Nurtured by Love by Suzuki, you should read it, because it has some of the same kinds of experiences. And I think we probably have sort of similar sort of relative educational backgrounds, other kinds of backgrounds,
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. That's what a great story that was. Paul, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. I just wanted to wrap up by concluding, if there was anything else that you wanted to mention or perhaps revisit before we concluded.
Well, in relation to Gamel, just I think the hardest thing about a relationship like that, like Gamel's, has been or was, we think of people not as people much, right? We think of them as vehicles for our benefit. Now, I don't mean to think we mean to do that, but the longer you live, the more you see a person like Gamel, and and I'm long since past anything that went on between us and that sort of stuff, but I think we miss a kind of a key thing, and Gamel embodied it. And I just would say that in ending with him, and that I've mentioned already before, but it's this idea that a single person staying true to something of value can change an entire world around him. Somebody said, I forget who said it, but you'd be surprised what little things you do are affecting lots of people. Gamel embodied that in the most, I would say, noble way. He didn't charge us a dang thing. He didn't have these attitudes about anything. He was himself, and you can call him a bunch of things, And some you interview will call him a few things that I haven't, and I don't call him names, but the things related to all this other stuff. But he so embodies this thing that I think it's like a model for everybody. When I first came to this little town I'm in, and this is kind of the model for me, I thought this was the paradigm. This little town I'm in, I moved up here from Boston in big areas, and we're just, Eleanor and I were getting happier and happier. My wife, we were getting happier and happier the farther we got from any city. And we found ourselves way up in the middle of nowhere. And one day, it was time to vote. And here I am being political again. I'm going to vote. And I'm so irritated with this guy who's voting away my gun rights as my legislator. Well, that, right? But anyway, and I'm so irritated with him. And so one of his people that was trying to get people to vote for him reaches out toward me with a pamphlet. He's a young guy, probably 17 or something. You know what I mean? Just a young helper. And maybe his own kid or something. I don't know. And he said, "Would you consider voting for?" And I don't remember the guy's name. It was a name that was actually a funny name because it actually fit perfectly what I thought he was doing to us. But I said something strongly, and it was like, "Are you kidding? Not a chance!" And and I said it with enough vigor. And then I got to the door, and he wasn't that far from the door. This guy. And I got to the door, and I opened it, and the door the spring was missing or something, and I just smashed against the wall. So that's my enthusiasm, from my position on it, and then I looked up, as I was leaving, I looked up and I said, you live here. You're having an influence. And you need to think about that, and I wasn't thinking about running for office or anything like that. I just thought, you live here. People see you, but people take for granted. I don't think people realize, you probably do with kids, but I don't think people realize that even the little things you do, that they affect people forever, some of them. And I don't know who said this, but there's a conversation in the air like that. But Gamble literally embodies that in a guy who can say, what? Straight and true, just straight and true. I like his model, that straight and true like a Christian, that DeCamp uses that expression. But Gamble's thing is straight and true, just like the nature of this thing. Let's do it the right way for the right reasons. So help me God. And he was rich enough to do it, And was just that kind of model. So if I said nothing else, I'd say don't ever forget that's who this guy is. This guy is a living embodiment of the way we all should live.
Wow. Well, thank you so much, Paul. That's a lovely point to end on. And I would just like to say, would you like to provide your contact information so that listeners can get in touch with you?
Yeah, what would that be? You're just talking about an email thing or something? Is that?
Well, you could state your website. Do you have a personal website, your school's website? Yeah.
Yeah. So my personal website is studio.ingbretson.com.
Mm-hmm.
And the spelling of Ingbretson is Ingbretson.
Lovely.
Ingbretson sounds Ingbretson. And then, but I have some other sites I really would love you to visit. And that is, I have one called Boston School Painting.
Yes, absolutely. I'm very familiar with it. Yeah.
And both of those have various pictures, some of my students' work and some connections, links to some of my students' work. And then what else? Yeah, and just if you want to, you're certainly welcome. Anybody who's listening to this who actually wants to contact me personally, my website, my information is on these websites, but my email address is just Ingbretson_studio.
Sure.
That's yahoo.com. So thank you for allowing me to say that, and I do appreciate what you're doing. This has been really long for you.
It's been great.
As long as this can be, but I hope you can find some good use for it. And I frankly don't mind how you use it, except don't defame me too much with it. I probably said things I shouldn't have, but
no, not at all, Paul. I was going to say as well, just with the videos you're making on YouTube, is that every week you're releasing one?
The talks about painting?
Yeah.
I'm doing those on a twice a week basis, and we're talking about going to a once a week. My son thinks he's going to set up a camera over here, and I can just sit down and do one every once in a while when I think of something interesting. Or I just bring something up, and I guess he's following things you see online, sort of models that are out there of other people successfully getting their points across and stuff.
Sure.
And it seems that the followings of people with more repetitions. We went off one time. We were just there once a week for a couple times or something like that, and we dropped off in numbers rather dramatically. And you could say that was because you had only half as many things, which is true, but the numbers were like 8 times less or something. I forget what it was, but the analytics didn't look good. So the need to be out there enough. Right now at 2 a week, it seems to be plenty. I'm doing Mondays, I think Sundays and Thursdays.
Sure.
And they come out at like 10 o'clock in the morning. It's very predictable.
Right.
So yeah, yeah. I am very pleased to do that though. And as I said, you haven't heard me holding back anything. This is free information. I'm extremely excited about what we are doing. I mean, the very nature of the animal and the Boston School thing and all the knowledge I have. And I mean, to me, it's like a treasure. It's like, if you go dig up something in the ground, you have these astonishing treasures. Wouldn't you just open the box and say, look, it's kind of like that, except that the nice thing about it is these treasures have no limit in terms of their application. I mean, everybody can own one, so everybody could take all the stuff out of that box and the box would still be there full of that stuff. You know what I mean? I think it's a cool thing where we live right now that way.
Absolutely.
I'm very eager to have people have it and have a great future. I just remember being at this point as a young man, though, where it was near desperation. I just had no hope of finding anything. Nothing. And our students still didn't look like any answers. Even when I was there, it didn't look like any answer at all.
Sure.
So I know what people have gone through. And I'm just, I'm very glad that the Atelier guys are trying to do what they're doing, all those guys coming out of LAC or wherever they come from, even though I don't agree with a lot of the site size and all that junk and I don't care what people do, but I think that they're missing some very key things that'll make their game more fun and more magic and more useful to the public in terms of music than they otherwise are getting. But anyway, all that being said, I'm proud of these guys. I'm pleased with them, and I'm not proud of the ones that are turning them into schools. I think that's a mistake. That's leaving on a negative note, isn't it? I think that's, even by Gamble's own definition, he would not be approving of that. And turning it into a moneymaker for yourself, that's not amusing to me. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, to make the money. I mean, a workman is worthy of his hire, and I would say that just in self-defense too. But purposely, I think I say at about half of what anybody else is charging, and I don't have any shame in saying it. And my product is better than anybody else's, I think.
Great.
So
great.
Somebody else, you guys should join me and find out if I'm crazy.
Sure.
I do have a new person coming to me who came with me. She was with me a few years ago, just very briefly, and then she went to join something else, one of those ateliers, and she's going to be back with me for an intensive. So I'm really looking forward to that opportunity. If people have anything like a little confidence in their drawing, what I can offer you in terms of making a step to something else that's more powerful, musically speaking, and to finish the process of making you fully engaged in terms of seeing, which is again relational seeing. I'm very eager to do that. So I just put that out as a sort of an advertisement going along with the idea of, what you've received freely give,
Sure. Well, Paul, thank you so much for your incredible answers. It's been such a privilege speaking with you, and thank you for the education. I mean, you're very generous with your information and very candid with your answers, and it's been a great pleasure speaking with you today.
Hey, it's been great listening to an Aussie voice, Emilio. I'd really like to meet you sometime.
Absolutely.
You have some serious depth to you.
Oh, thank you very much, Paul. It's very kind of you. And likewise, I've been a fan of your work really probably since 2012, the first time I saw a video of you on the internet. You were talking about the great art scam and how modernism sort of evolved out of the Armory show in 1913. You were giving a lecture. And since then, I've just been intrigued and have followed your school. And since you've brought out the new videos, I figured definitely want to make contact with Mr. Ingbretson and have a chat with him. So thank you very, very much.
Yeah, it's a privilege. Hey, if you're ever in the States, come by this way.
Definitely.
I doubt that I'm ever going down your way, but that's a very poor thing for me to say, but I'm not a traveler.
Well, definitely, if I'm ever down in America, I'll definitely let you know and come past and visit.
Yeah, try to. Yeah, find yourself anywhere near New England, I'll meet with you somewhere. I'd love to meet with you.
Yes, me too.
Anyway, thank you for doing this. Thank you for even thinking of it, Emilio. It's really appreciated. Wherever the voice is, it's always helpful in these days.
It is,
and especially days of trying to regain sanity across the whole face of this, culture.
That's right. Absolutely.
You're doing a mission.
Well, thank you very much, Paul, and I hope to speak to you again one day soon.
All right, great, Emilio. Good night now.
All right, take care now. Bye-bye.
I should say good morning, shouldn't I?
well, it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon right now. So.
Oh, good afternoon. Okay, wow, yeah, it's almost 1 o'clock at night here. What is it? 1 o'clock? Oh, we're 10 hours apart, right? Is that what it is?
I think it was about 10 hours. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like 10 hours. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you take
care, Paul, and I hope to speak to you again sometime soon.
All righty, great now.
All right, take care. Bye-bye.